Great.
All right. H3, I surmise this is purely for, you want to,
Correct.
okay.
I'll be abstaining.
I'll make a motion to approve item H3.
You might need Zane back in the room.
What?
Well, you're going to be short a vote here, I think.
I can.
Is there a resolution that's passed with this? It's not a resolution ordinance.
No, but it would be a tie vote, so it essentially would not pass.
Oh. Oh, I see what you're saying. Well, no,
they're abstaining. It'll be
abstaining
too
doesn't
low.
count.
We might be okay on minute action here.
2-0.
2-0.
202. 202 will pass.
Yeah.
Correct, thank you.
Okay, well, there's a motion.
Just Pat. All right. Do a roll call. Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Kolodziejewicz.
Abstain.
Councilmember Baji absent. Councilmember Barrett.
Abstain?
And Mayor Pro Tem Nierenheim, aye as well. So motion passes 2-0 with 2 abstentions.
I was gonna, H7.
First doing H, yes, now H7. So item H7.
Yes. So city attorney wanted to ask, so this is for the part-time mental health clinician that will be helping mainly, it said, on weekends?
Yes, that is the plan. The council's direction was to, as expeditiously as possible, which one new council person interpreted as, I think, the following Tuesday. This was as soon as we could. I will have Joy Abakine and Lila Amira, our housing navigator, speak to why the selection of Bobby Sampson. But we're very fortunate to be able to get someone who has worked with Lila Amira, who has a particular skill and expertise in dealing with unhoused individuals who are suffering from mental illness, and has in the past worked with the Department of Mental Health home team. Mr. Sampson is on via Zoom if you have any questions or just want to have him introduce himself. But why don't you go ahead and talk? The plan is he'll be available mostly on weekends and hopefully at homeless court. There's a cap of $60,000, which is being funded by grant money. That will get us 600 hours of mental health clinician while we explore the bigger issue of hiring or contracting with someone to be a full-time employee. So, sorry, I was distracted. Lila, can you talk about your previous experience working with Mr. Sampson?
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. I'm so happy to be back here so quickly. I had the opportunity to work with Bobby the last, I want to say maybe 3 years, with some of our highest acuity people on our streets, the ones that really couldn't work with Exodus, wouldn't walk into a clinic. He would come out here and just build rapport. He was consistent, and he knows this population, and he's very patient, and that's what we need. He helped me probably with my, and everybody probably knows the woman that's been off of the 405 freeway. I don't know how many agencies, how many mental health providers that I try to get connected to this individual because, you know, I'm just an outreach worker. Bobby was the one that connected with this woman on the freeway. She loved him immediately, which made it a lot easier. So when she was placed in a facility for a few months to stabilize, he met me when I said she's being released. She accepted services, and I need you like now. I can't wait 2 months because then she'll just go back downhill. We need medication support. So he came out the very next day. With the help of the COG, we were able to get her into a motel so she didn't have to sleep on the street after being released. Bobby and the nurse, he brought a nurse with him, met me and the client at a hotel. And he was able to get her to sign all of his enrollment paperwork and actually be able to give her medication right then and there on the spot. And not only did he do that first day, which was so helpful because she accepted the pellet shelter when it was available, which was great because she was on her medication. Even when she was on the freeway, he would go out and he would also bring the nurse, and he would actually, the nurse would actually administer medication right on the freeway off ramp. It was an injection. So it's right there on Inglewood Boulevard. And she did it. She would roll up her sleeve and she was ready for the injection. So when I first started in Redondo, she was PD's #1. They told me, please focus on her. She's generating the most amount of calls, and she's just in and out of jail. And this went on for years. And she is, with the help of Bobby, she is permanently housed with all the wraparound services. And not only did he, because usually once they're housed, he steps back, but he was still there because it's going to take time to build rapport with the new case manager once she was housed. He was still there for support, which was amazing.
Well, do you want to talk about the 6 individuals that we could have gotten housed and
Oh, yeah.
0 that we were going to get housed, but we got half them housed because of Mr. Sampson?
Yes, so our pallet shelter residents, they had this opportunity for permanent supportive housing, but you needed this document signed. They needed to be evaluated and to get connected to a mental health clinician or a psychiatrist to sign off on this document. That is the most important document in this 3-inch thick application. Without that, they cannot qualify. Bobby came out and he evaluated all of those 6 people. And that's after me reaching out to every provider that we work with. They just said, no, we could maybe be there in 4 weeks. And we would have lost the opportunity. So because of his quick work, and I think he even came on the weekend because my deadline was like on a Monday. So he came over the weekend and he evaluated all of those individuals, and they are now moved out of the pallet in permanent supportive housing.
So with that, it is a big step forward. We moved expeditiously by government standards. The reason the contract is blue folded is we could not, Mr. Sampson would prefer to use his LLC, which I understand, but there was some of the paperwork that we needed in terms of the license and in terms of some of the documents that we didn't feel comfortable at this time, so he agreed to accept the contract as an individual. If you see this again in the next few weeks, it would be to move from the named individual to the LLC if we feel comfortable that it's prudent for the city to do so. And it's important we move expeditiously. Lila's counterpart in Torrance was making noises about trying to hire Bobby out from under us because of the delay that we went through. And with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Sampson if he has anything to say or if the council has any questions.
So I got a quick question. I was actually going to pull item H6 and actually in going through these documents, I have a question on this is a high risk kind of hire, right?
It's an unknown kind of hire, so we don't know. That's one of the questions is we weren't comfortable with the insurance that the LLC has at this point, whereas as an individual, he has the insurance to satisfy the risk manager's requirements for city contracts. And it's not a hire, it's we're contracting with a service provider. It has a 30-day no-cause termination. And so that's the reason why we didn't it's not a contract with the LLC. We wanted to have all the i's dotted and t's crossed before we did that, but we wanted to honor the council's direction to move as expeditiously as possible.
So with that, having all the i's dotted and t's crossed, it's not where in the packet here, the insurance information, the accord information, the liability information. It's not in the item, it wasn't in item H6 or actually H7 either.
Mr. Sampson will be providing that. We were so excited about trying to get this on the agenda as soon as we could that I'm sure Mr. Sampson's sick and tired of my text messages and emails that I've been bombarding him for the past few weeks. But he does have it, and we just need an updated version. I think the last version I received was an expired one, but he is working on sending us a new version.
So it's up to the council. We won't actually have them start until we have the insurance, or the council can continue it.
Because this is a higher risk and what you just said, actually, I would rather we can approve this with an amendment that he, won't be hiring until we have verification of proper insurance documentation.
Well, and that's fine, unless the mayor is around to sign it. You, I imagine, won't sign it unless you get a sign off from the risk manager. I won't be approving as to form unless I have sign off from the risk manager. So.
Okay. And when we hire an LLC versus an individual, we still require the individuals to hold the same insurance requirements, correct?
Well, it depends on how we contract with them. We have the same insurance requirements. We may accept it from the LLC, as opposed to there may not be one individual to get the insurance. Part of the issue is if the insurance is with the LLC, then how do we ensure that the individual has the appropriate license from the state to provide clinical services? And so it became unduly complicated to try and get this approved as soon as possible.
Okay. Because I noticed that in item H6 that was pulled, there was no insurance information there either. Okay. Councilmember Obaji.
I'm just trying to figure out what is the fee schedule here, just to get an understanding.
$100 an hour.
Right, $100 an hour, and the term is over a year. We think it's not going to exceed 60,000, but if we needed more services because things got really dire here, you would come back to it.
We'd come back. We're
I guess I do see those amendments on consent all the time.
yeah, I think this will be a little different because this is an immediate, we have the need, we've had it for a while, get it started as soon as we can, and then we're evaluating. You'll see a decision package in the budget in terms of how do we come up with a full-time position, either hiring our own or contracting with an outside provider or maybe contracting with the county. So those are all options that we're exploring, and once we know the full-time position, then we can figure out the temporary position.
All right, so as we discussed in the last hearing on this issue, we needed a mental health counselor a long time ago. So I favor approving this. I get that there's risks associated with it. That's why we have a city attorney, and that's their job, is to manage our risk. So I move to approve this item.
Second.
All right, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. The only question I have is why just on the weekends? Is that when it's most acute? Primarily on the weekends?
That was primarily Mr. Sampson's availability for now. And so this is kind of our stepping stone towards getting someone full-time.
And we're, again, previewing the budget. We're looking at within the current level of spending, we're looking at expanding our contracting with the outside housing navigators. to provide coverage on the weekends and on City Hall's close, so that ideally 7 days a week, when someone calls about a person who's unhoused or a person who's in mental health crisis, we're going to have more than just law enforcement be able to respond to them.
Okay.
It is what we can get, and we're very thankful to be able to get Mr. Sampson, someone who Lila's had, as she's explained, already great success with.
I have Mr. Sampson on Zoom, and he would like to speak if you'd like.
Yeah, go ahead. Mr. Sampson, go for it.
Hi, can you all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hi, it's a privilege to be on the call with you all. Thank you, Lila, for all the amazing words you said. I've been doing this for a while with Department of Mental Health as well as other community-based mental health programs. The idea of me working on the weekends is because the homeless population, due to laws and certain restrictions, they move around during the day often, and it's easier to find clients in their actual unhoused communities during the weekend. I'm open to working during the weekdays as well. The weekend was just the beginning process, just to see kind of like what is the need and kind of filling in the gaps in any way possible. My idea is just to come in to assist the population the best to my capabilities. I'm very interested to work with you all. I think this will be an amazing relationship that we could develop. And if there's any point that you guys need me to kind of maneuver or change any of my approach, I'm always open to criticism and I'm open to listening. And I just appreciate the opportunity.
Awesome. Thank you, sir.
Not to put you on the spot, but are you open to direct text from the council members?
Yeah, that's fine. I am open to that. I do have a business line. So you can always text and, call, reach out. I think, again, the idea is to just build a relationship with the city of Redondo to kind of bring in my expertise and assist any way possible. And me and Lila have a pretty good relationship. We talk pretty often when it comes to clients. So I look forward to this.
Thanks for your service.
Councilmember Lowenstein, you.
I'm finished.
Oh, you're done. Okay. Any members of the public want to come down and speak on this item? Any members on Zoom?
There are no other members on Zoom that would wish to speak on this item.
Okay. I want to make a substitute motion. I'll make a motion to approve this contract, but not start the contracted work or sign until the insurance and indemnification for is received and verified by the city attorney.
Can I suggest, so it would be, indemnification is in the contract. So it would just be insurance that is reviewed by the risk manager. They set up all the insurance requirements, and they let us know if that's their insurance is satisfactory.
So I'll amend it to say that the insurance documentation is reviewed by the third party or by our human resources insurance.
You said that was going to be the case anyway, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So if that's the case, then I'll second it.
Okay.
That's fine.
Thank you. This is just a high risk population. We don't want to take any risks. I know we're trying to rush this, but haste makes waste, and I don't want to send someone out there and then have an issue.
Do we have an estimate on when that'll be?
No, I don't know. So I hate to put Bobby on the spot. We're not going to, it won't go into effect until we have, like with all our contracts, until we have the insurance.
Is it?
Okay. Okay, so you can, okay.
Well, then the question I would have is it necessary then to even say that? If that's
Well, we're approving the contract tonight.
right.
Right, so we're approving and we're saying everything is okay. So by approving this contract, we're saying everything is okay. And then, because if you notice in all the other contracts we always have the certificate of insurance on there, and that's all verified.
It's fine to have that. It won't make a difference, but I think it is technically fine to.
It's a prudent thing to do.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
We're all of this is novel and, pushing the envelope. Yeah, that's.
Well,
I appreciate the speedy effort that you've made.
Councilmember Barrett.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And so the motion as it's currently pending is what? Approve the
To
contract?
approve the contract pending verification by our human resources risk management to make sure that the insurance requirements are accurate.
City standards.
It's the city standards, and no work is to be started until that time.
Okay. And it sounds like the city attorney said that is agreeable and fine, and what your practice would have been in any event?
Yeah, I'm not going to sign it until Diane tells me they have satisfactory insurance.
Well, I appreciate that amendment. I think it's a good belts and suspenders approach, so I'm in favor of that as well.
All right, thank you, sir. Councilmember Baji.
I was just going to confirm that that was going to make no difference, but, and I don't believe in wearing belts and suspenders. So, all right.
I hope you wear belts at least.
All right, no members of the public want to come out and speak on this? No members on Zoom? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? None. Passed unanimously. Thank you. All right. So, onwards to the next portion of the agenda, the fun portion of the agenda. This is public participation on non-agenda items. This is where the public gets to come down and speak for 3 minutes. This is limited to 30 minutes. It is 6:36. And we start off with our orange cards first. Then we go to Zoom, and we go in person, then we go to Zoom, and we're back to in person. So we will stop exactly at 30 minutes. We will not be responding. We can ask a couple of clarifying questions, but nothing more than that. You are not allowed to speak on anything else. You're not allowed to speak on anything that's on the agenda, only things that are not on the agenda. So without further ado, Sarah Martin, number 1. After that is Nikki Negretti Mitchell.
Good evening. Sarah Martin, 21-year resident of District 1 and Redondo Beach Sailing Club secretary. The Redondo Beach Sailing Club formed a 501c7 recreational club in 1973 as a nonprofit organization dedicated to educated Redondo Beach residents in the art of sailing and sailboat handling, and to help educate the membership in general water safety rules. A successful informal arrangement with the city allowed club members to sail city boats for informal sailing instruction and practice over the succeeding decades. In 2006, the Portofino's development permit was approved by the Coastal Commission with the following specific clause. Upon completion of the construction of the marina, lessee shall reserve 2 slips within the marina for exclusive use by a nonprofit equal opportunity sailing club deemed acceptable by the executive director of the Coastal Commission in consultation with the city of Redondo Beach that promotes public recreational sailing. In August 2020, the city informed Redondo Beach Sailing Club that it would no longer be permitted to use city sailboats. Since the city sailing school had ceased using these slips and the boats in them in the Portofino Marina several years previously, the boats have had no use or care over the last 3 years. In October 2020, the Coastal Commission determined that the city, for 14 years, violated the Portofino lease terms by assuming control of the 2 slips reserved for exclusive use by a nonprofit equal opportunity sailing club. Redondo Beach Sailing Club brought this to the attention of city staff, city council, and the Rec and Parks Commission. In May 2022, Redondo Beach Community Development Director Brandy Forbes wrote to Brandon Strauss about a proposed real estate development subject to jurisdiction of the California Coastal Commission, rejecting an application because, quote, nothing in the Housing Accountability Act relieves the city from its obligation to comply with the California Coastal Act, end of quote. Nothing relieves the city of its obligation to comply with the California Coastal Act and the terms of the Portofino Development Agreement, period. The public expects the city to be as scrupulous and consistent in upholding its obligation to comply with the California Coastal Act as it requires of others. I ask the council to direct city staff to immediately and fully comply with the Portofino lease by assigning the slips to Redondo Beach Sailing Club. Thank you.
Thank you. Motion to receive and file.
Second.
All right. Anyone opposed? All right. Next up, Nikki Negretti Mitchell.
Hi, good evening. Nikki Negretti Mitchell, District 3, founding member of Redondo Beach Quality of Life Coalition, managing partner of Right of Say. representing 1,100 homes from Manhattan Beach Boulevard all the way down to 190th Street. We have grown through hosting our town hall and our yard signs with WebLink, which brought people to our rally in Franklin Park, and some of Right of Say's original 2017 members in Lawndale posted our signs there, which brought even more Lawndale members. I just want to thank you all again for supporting us and taking in our comments on the Green Line extension. We are so lucky to have you all in our corner, which has been so helpful to our extended communities in both North Redondo and Lawndale. And Lawndale, they've voiced their appreciation for your representation and motivated them to gain support from their city as well. I'm super happy to share that we've been making progress in our quest for understanding among the greater South Bay and more of a collaborative dynamic between the affected 3 cities. Diplomacy efforts have begun and the door has opened for unity. It would be great to take it even further and for damaging untrue rhetoric to be walked back by those who've been campaigning against us and for them to stand down. Please make it known publicly. Spreading misinformation can no longer be tolerated by our extended communities. This has been problematic for years, and those of us who live here and have been in this fight long term have been feeling harassed and bullied by our neighboring city. Please remind your counterparts that no decision has been made on alignment and that right-of-way is not by any means a sure thing. And thank you so much to Councilmember Obaji for speaking out so strongly on our behalf at the last COG Board of Directors meeting and saying out loud what everyone is thinking, but we're afraid to say. And also to Councilmember Lowenstein for beginning diplomacy efforts. And I'm asking all of you to please reach out on our behalf. A symptom of that is we've recently had a predatory real estate agent send out fallacious promo cards. I've blue foldered that and soliciting us using fear-mongering tactics about trains with a terrible attitude. Some of us tried to communicate this was offensive, but this agent just kept rudely doubling and tripling down. As it turns out, their license lists them as being a Torrance resident. Misinformed and misguided. Please get the word out that the Metro Board of Directors are the decision makers and they won't be ready for a few months. The false rhetoric and bullying continues to negatively impact our quality of life. This occurred just as we found ourselves on a positive trajectory toward unity. Please help us keep up that momentum on our way to a more collaborative dynamic, and thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you.
All right. Anyone else want to come down and speak?
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, Council, staff. Mark Hansen, King Harbor boater and proud supporter of the King Harbor Youth Foundation, which is a 501c3 that provides recreational sailing opportunities to the youth of our community. Just 2 weekends ago, we had the pleasure of hosting a big regional youth race. This was the 6th race in a series of regattas up and down the California coastline from Santa Barbara, Ventura, Marina del Rey, Cabrillo Beach, Morro Bay, and finally King Harbor being the last one. We got to give out the big Lexington trophies to the championship winners. We had 32 of the younger kids sail in the South Turning Basin and then 28 of the championship level kids out in the open ocean. And as you know, it can get pretty choppy out there, and these kids are rocking and rolling their little open 8-foot sailboats out there. The races are sailed in what we call Optimus, little 8-foot single skipper boats. Optimus are actually the largest fleet in the world. So these kids are on their path up to do all kinds of other great things. We have to give credit to California Yacht Club. They brought a strong team of some older kids, and for this race they took 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. So hats off to the Cal Yacht Club folks. From King Harbor, we had 3 of our kids make it into the championship fleet, so very proud of them. And one young man, Vincent Hebson, took 2nd place in the white fleet. So we're super proud of him. we had, let's see, what was it? Seven of our kids sailed in the Green Fleet, which is kids down to 8 years old. You should see the enthusiasm. They just love the attention. You know, and we're taking pictures of them, and they're just having a ball down there. Some of you may have seen Easy Reader was great to us. They gave us a half-page article with 4 color photos. So just want to let you know that thanks to a lot of hardworking volunteers, we continue to keep King Harbor and Redondo Beach on the screen of all the boating organizations up and down the coast. Thanks so much.
Thank you, sir. All right. Anyone else want to speak under non-agenda items in person? All right.
Rita Loy, Redondo Beach. I'd like to thank the council, mainly past council members, that helped approve the putting charges for electric vehicles. I've had the opportunity to use a few of them. And I'd like to thank, for someone who just bought an electric vehicle, thank you. Because my old house, my electricity isn't up to standard in my garage to run a cord. So either I run it from the house with a 100-foot extension cord to engage, and those things get heavy really fast, or I find an electric charging station. Well, this happens, closest charging station is right down here in our parking structure that's viable, although there will be some across the street, and there's also 3 in front of the police station. That is something we're going to need more of, because as the state is requiring this, hey, lease-wise, we can say we're on board with this already. And I thought, well, hearing this when I was monitoring some of the council meetings, great. Well, today I'm not working. Today's my day off, so where am I? I'm at the city council meeting. But it says, I appreciate it because it's needed. Thank you.
Thank you for your drive to work. Saw your post. Anyone else want to come down and speak in person? All right, anyone on Zoom?
We do have 2. First one is Kyle Johnson.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Kyle Johnson, and I'd like to speak to the council today about improving bike and bus access in the South Bay. Currently, Redondo Beach does a great job with its Class 1 bike lanes, but I feel that there could be more in our community. I know as a cyclist, when I'm riding my bike on the weekends or to work, I really appreciate that separation from cars. It makes me feel safer and more confident in my cycling, and encourages me to not drive to work, which cuts down on traffic for everyone else. One thing that I think the South Bay could improve on is its bus access. Currently, we have 2 bus routes, the 102 and the 109, and both have about 45-minute lead times, which leads to people not using the bus because it takes so long. Now, I know that there's kind of a chicken and egg problem there of, well, no one uses the bus because it takes so long, but no one uses, and the bus takes so long because no one uses it. But I would encourage our community to invest in our public transit and in alternative modes of transportation for a variety of reasons, including climate change, decreasing traffic, supporting health and wellness within our community, and just generally reaping the benefits of what a beautiful place we live in. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. All right, anyone else on Zoom?
Holly Osborne.
Good evening, Council. This is Holly Osborne. And I told you last time, and Nikki mentioned it as well, that Lawndale had backed the Hawthorne Boulevard option in their council meeting. But I want to play the exact statement here because it's kind of lawyery, and I'm not a lawyer. So here you go, and I'm just clicking on the link. Hold on a second. It's only 1 minute and 3 seconds, so it should play. Here we go. So on closed session, item number 2, which was council voted by a vote of 1 no, 3 ayes, being city Marvell stands behind this comment letter in terms of the environmental and our impact on environmental impact report for the P1 section of what was for our average Oh, okay. All right, that's it. So I just wanted you to have the official words from the official attorney's horse's mouth of Lawndale. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Osborne. A little bit tough to understand, but
I can email anybody.
I understood it because I watched it a few times. Councilmember Abaji has a question for you.
Could you send us a link? Send me a link to it. I'll get it transcribed and send it back to you, and maybe you could read it next time, please, Dr. Osborne.
I was going to say I will send a link to anybody that wants it. Yes, I will do that. Okay.
Thank you. If you can send the link to the city clerk and she will disperse that and put that in the record. Thank you. All right. Anyone else on Zoom? Bless you.
We have Julie Call.
Be ready. Bless you. Don't be greedy. Thank you.
Which item?
Nobody else? All right. Anyone else in person?
Hear me okay?
Oh, yeah.
Can you guys
No.
hear me?
There you go. Now we hear you.
Sorry, I was trying to listen. Anyway, so Julie Call, Waterfront Education. I'll keep it brief. I just want to reiterate what Sarah said in general about sailing in Redondo Beach. I would like to see the city step up. We haven't offered sailing classes on a kid level in over 5 years. So anything that we could do to expedite getting that situation taken care of, I agree with everything that she said about the Portofino, would be greatly appreciated. I've been working with city staff and been giving them proposals. So I would just like to see a concerted effort to make this a priority sooner rather than later. That's it. Thank you guys for everything you do.
Thank you. All right. Anyone else via Zoom?
There is no one else on Zoom, and there are no e-comments for this item.
All right.
Well, actually, there are 2 e-comments. But
Okay. Ma'am, can you mute yourself? Or city clerk can do that for her? Thank you. Anyone else in person would like to come down and speak to us? Last chance. All right. Going 3 times. We are done.
Oh, I do have one more person. I'm so sorry.
Never mind. Just kidding.
Actually, no. She put her hand down.
Her hand down.
Thank
Okay. Give it a few seconds just to make sure. All right. We are done with that section. So now we are on to item P1, which is approval of mayor's appointment to the Budget and Finance Commission. And I believe it is Nick Sheriban from District 2 replacing our new city treasurer, Mr. Eugene Solomon. This is a choice by the mayor. The mayor chooses the individuals and then the council confirms this action. So is there a motion to approve Mayor Brand's choice for the Budget and Finance Commission?
So moved. I'd like to comment.
Okay, go for it.
Sure. Nick has been a longtime resident of Redondo Beach, District 2. He is, I believe, a finance executive at a manufacturing company. Very good analytical mind, and I think he'd be a great budget and finance commissioner. So, that's it.
Perfect. Any members of the Councilmember Baji?
He's replacing a commissioner who was a District 2 resident, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah. Now the city treasurer.
Yeah. So.
I made a motion.
Motion, is there a second?
Motion?
Yeah.
I made a motion.
Second.
Okay. Any members of the public want to speak to this? I see a great thinking for District 4.
No, it was just.
Oh, all right.
I didn't want to make the motion. It wasn't a resident for District 4.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? None. Perfect. All right. So that would go fast. All right. Item N2, discussion of possible action regarding the coordination of a city volunteer opportunities. So this is something that I put on the strategic plan a long time ago, something that I recognized many years ago, the immense and enormous strength of volunteers in our community, people willing to step up and fix things and do things. And the city is definitely short-staffed. And one of the problems with all these volunteer groups is they're all working fractionalized. They don't know what they're doing. So this is a way for us to get everyone working together to create better resources. And I see one of my District 1 residents who actually inspired one of the major ideas on this. So
yeah, I'll do a brief kickoff and really thank you to Dana as much as anything else. I'd like to recognize him for stepping up in this regard. Originally thought we might task this specific assignment to evaluate our various volunteer programs and operating practices to the Community Services Department. But as we all know, that department is particularly burdened right now with workload in a variety of areas. I'll refrain from listing them all. But Dana, as we evaluated our options and the library in particular, we found to be a very good fit to be spearheading our volunteer coordination efforts. The public library, of course, is a public-facing and public-serving department, operates a number of public counters, and information is effectively its core competency. And one of the goals, I believe, with this particular strategic plan item, as Mayor Pro Tem noted, is to try to link volunteer opportunities in the community with volunteer interest. And that's really what Dana is starting to do. He's got a little bit of a summary report for you. But big thank you to Dana and his staff and team for, I think, stepping up in this regard. I think it'll be a good location to coordinate future activities. So Dana, if you would.
Thank you so much. It's an honor and a privilege to be here tonight. Item N2 is a discussion and possible action of the coordination of city volunteer opportunities. So as previously mentioned, as part of the City Council strategic plan, it includes the objective to develop a plan for coordinating the city's various volunteer groups. And in the previous update, we had identified the need to consolidate opportunities into one web page. That website is easy to remember. It's redondo.org/volunteer. We've taken that URL and generated QR codes to easily promote those resources. On that page, you'll find the email address, volunteer@redondo.org. So any sort of inquiries can be facilitated and brought to the attention of the appropriate department so we can resolve those inquiries quickly. In addition to consolidating all of the volunteer opportunities within the city, we link to Volunteer Match and LA Works. So there's a lot of, I believe, synergy there as far as getting people matched to the appropriate opportunity for them. In regards to this latest update, staff continue to work collectively on the volunteer program to refine it. We've determined a few enhancements to further that objective. So these possible enhancements include the investigation and possible implementation of volunteer management software, a VMS. These have obviously a lot of tools with them that would make volunteer operations much more efficient. They handle everything from the application, onboarding, communication, collaboration, and a very nice additional component is the reporting mechanism. So you can aggregate all of our volunteer hours and see where they're volunteering in which departments. At this time, right now, we're still in the investigation stage, but it looks very promising. The other enhancement that we're looking at is creating an internal network within our own volunteer coordinators so that we would meet periodically to discuss volunteer opportunities, procedures, and collaborate. So I think that's an enhancement to the program. And then finally, the creation of volunteer guidelines and procedures citywide. And that team of the volunteer network would be instrumental in putting that plan, I should say procedures together so that we have one place to go to make sure that we're following the correct procedures and regulations if there are any. And then if other departments decide to develop a volunteer program, they have a guide, a procedure to follow so they're not starting from scratch. With your direction and input, we'd like to continue or move forward with these enhancement options. I'm available if you have any questions.
Yeah, I got a couple of questions. So why, if we're the volunteer management software and volunteer network, people sign up with us and we perform background checks?
Yes, everyone over the age of 18 does have a background check that's required.
Is that because we're quote unquote taking responsibility?
Yeah, it's effectively to mitigate liability. A lot of times volunteers might come in contact or be close to activities involving the youth. And it's a standard practice in all of our recreation services programs or any city-provided service that does serve youth members in our community that we pursue a background check before that activity occurs.
Right. So I noticed in here, there's a line here, cannot be accomplished with the current levels of budget resources and dedicated staffing. That's if we were to go on the path which some other cities have, like Manhattan Beach and Torrance, a full-time coordinator, right, and El Segundo part-time. So are you looking to create I know Hermosa has a volunteer program too. They have a work with the mayor day, and I think they get a lot of people out there. We're looking to create a network of volunteers and have a volunteer day, or just farm these out to our groups that sign up to work with us?
No, I think that at this time we were still evaluating the position. We had these other enhancements that are economically efficient and easier to achieve, and then would inform us more about whether there would be a need for a coordinator. A lot of the logistics and operation of the coordination could be offloaded onto a software. So the software, the procedures and policy, and the network within the city would better inform us whether there's actually a need for an independent part-time or full-time volunteer position, a coordinator position.
Yeah, that's our hope, is to create efficiencies that would allow us to avoid perhaps a hiring of a dedicated person for this activity and instead rely on existing staff resources. The question that has come up, and right now it's a matter of policy where I believe we're asking those who participate in the background process to voluntarily do that and pay for the fees themselves, which I think are roughly, $30,
yes,
if I recall correctly. What some cities do is they cover that charge. So when an application comes in for a city position, we would pick up that cost as part of our normal backgrounding process. We don't cover that in the budget currently for volunteers, and that ultimately would require a subsequent appropriation to provide that service.
In addition to that, some of these software options provide some sort of background security check. We'd have to determine whether they met our criteria and requirements, but that is an option as well to create an efficiency and our due diligence.
Yeah, I saw that Volgistics in there for $550. You get up to 500 volunteers, 100 records are archived, 2 operators. What's volunteer local? We can have as many as we want for $600 a year. I mean, volunteers in there.
Most of them are work off a traditional model of the more volunteers you have, the more you pay, but some other systems have a flat rate. So again, that would be part of the investigation. We would want to make sure that whatever software we went with met our requirements and our number of volunteers.
Okay. I think they're tiered effectively, right? You'll get up to a certain number, and then you'll have to pay a slightly higher fee if you eclipse that number.
I did see somewhere in here, but I didn't see it very well written out about the current network we have of the C3s that we have out there right now, from Keep Us Not Beautiful, South Bay Parklands, but even the groups that are not necessarily a C3. I know there's some people that take care of the roses at the historical. I don't think they're C3.
Well, right, but then there's 2 different processes. There's a way for organizations to make those opportunities available on the webpage. So we have a request form. In addition to that, Volunteer Match often lists these volunteer opportunities as well based on zip code and preferences.
Okay. Are we going to get these groups under the tent in a room and say, hey, this is the events coming up this next 2 months. This is what we need. This is what we're going to do. We need wheelbarrows, or we need paint, or we need...
Yeah, I think essentially a planning event and volunteer coordinating event is on the docket, as well as we kind of settle in with these programs. at some point, we're not maybe ready yet for a recognition dinner or something ceremonial, but I think we are probably ready to coordinate a kind of a strategic arrangement of the interested groups in a single room to have the opportunity conversation.
Okay.
And we can certainly, you could add that to the motion tonight, but that is definitely something that we have been thinking about doing as we implement this.
Well, I'd like to get down the path of volunteer recognition. I mean, we're getting, people to clean up and work in their own communities for free, taking staff time away from us. We don't have to spend the money, time, the organization, they do it for us. There's nothing better than a group of individuals who are motivated to get something done. That's how I got here. So,
and it's not an expense. I don't think we necessarily have to supplement the budget to accomplish. I think there's a way for us to maybe look at our existing resources to have a recognition event. Sometime next fiscal year. It's just a matter of what are we prioritizing first. I think we're trying to get to the guts of connecting these activities first, and then I think as we've established that, we start to recognize who's in the community and what they're accomplishing.
Okay. I'm just doing the math real quick. It's roughly 15,000 to do for what was it, for the background checks for up to 500 people. Actually, in the staff report it says 65. So 30,000. Okay. I like the direction it's going. I'd like to see the other groups in here listed, people that are currently volunteering from C3s to regular groups, and then getting them coordinated for all their projects that they're moving forward with. But that would be my only, I don't say ask, but direction to give on this. I like the way it's going, and then eventually, yes, recognition awards, because I took a walk along the Esplanade actually this morning, and I was working Avenue H down there on the beach this weekend, and I'll tell you, the Esplanade and the bluffs where you're at are completely different by what the South Bay Parklands has done with the grant that they've gotten from Fish and Wildlife, from the pollinator garden on one side. I mean, you walk by, you can smell the aroma of the plants, and then on the south side, the bluffs are just in poppies and flowers and everything else. It's just amazing transformation. So that's all done through volunteers. All right. Members of the public, anyone want to come down? Gil, you are up. You are the first one.
Good evening. My name is Gil Escontrias. I am the president of the Friends of the Redondo Beach Dog Park and have been a member of the board for over 22 years as a volunteer. I am also the founder and president of a nonprofit organization based in Redondo Beach called Blue Line Dogs, which provide therapy dogs for first responders at no cost to first responders at all. We have over 15 volunteers, and we provide the dogs to various law enforcement agencies in Southern California. As far as also, for clarity as well, I'm also a commissioner of Parks and Recreation. And one of the reasons why I even applied for that, and I'm not here in that capacity, but one of the reasons why was because of the lack of communication and transparency with staff concerning the dog park itself. Okay. The thing, again, what I see is that volunteerism is alive and well in Redondo. But you have to kind of get out there, reach out, talk to people, find out who's doing what before telling us basically what we need and what we don't need, which at times the city has done that. But I have seen improvements probably in the past 2 or 3 years since the administration has kind of changed a bit, in that there is a lot more communication that's going on. There's a lot more asking, and there's a lot more acknowledgement. I think people don't realize sometimes that the dog park, for the most part, I have a person who's been there for almost 22 years. Every Wednesday morning, does not live in Redondo, but every Wednesday morning is there, and she cleans and she prunes trees and does everything else. But nobody in the city has ever reached out to us. Okay. The thing again also is that we've got the flower ladies. Okay. We've got people that are up in North Redondo that are mowing lawns for free. Okay. And even up people on the Esplanade that are cleaning up dog urine that goes on down there. The biggest thing on this is outreach. is the care and nurturing of volunteers, which is important, okay? They save us probably thousands, if not millions of dollars every year. And I would venture to say a suggestion would be as well, is why don't you get a volunteer to run your volunteer program? If we're in such dire straits with the city, that's how we can end up using more. Now, I come here kind of complaining a bit, but there is a way that we have done already, okay? Being the Parks Commission, one of the things that they have done is they've already implemented 6 months ago an outreach to the community for any and all organizations that utilize the Parks and Recreation facilities. We've met several times with the people, stakeholders, and the biggest things we ask them, what do you need? What are we doing? What are we doing good? What are we doing bad? What can we improve on? The most important thing on that is communication with them, and we have found that that is working well. And we've been doing it already for 6 months, okay? And staff has been advised of this, my understanding. The second thing is acknowledgement. We have just developed, probably 3 months ago, an acknowledgement for volunteers within the city for anyone who does any type of work within the city of Redondo Beach as it relates to Parks and Recreation.
Time.
Motion to extend.
Second.
Anyone opposed? All right, go ahead, sir.
So again, it's in place. It's been in place. It's been written out as far as how we acknowledge people within the city. Not only volunteers, but also we've extended it to city employees who go above and beyond. Somebody who just kind of says, hey, I'll help you out, stays a little late, shows people what to do. Acknowledgement of our people is very important, okay? The website I've seen, I believe we need to do is keep Redondo volunteers in Redondo, not farming them out to LA, okay? And that's important. And the most important thing is that we've got quite a few people. I see on Nextdoor, where can I volunteer? What can I do? How can we do all, and then putting them with the right people to be able to do this. We can save a lot of money. And also the esprit de corps that goes on with our own people, okay? There's a homeless guy who sweeps the street up on Catalina. I don't know if anybody knows about that, okay? He's a volunteer. He's doing something. And that's the best thing is that one of the things I learned after, 46 years in law enforcement, the biggest thing that one of my people have taught me was this. Always ask yourself, what have you done lately? And that's the biggest thing we need to do. So right now with the volunteer, we need to, when in this program, hopefully it goes through, and that when you look at how we treat our people and not wait and say, well, we'll get to it, we'll get to it. I've been a volunteer for 22 years, okay? And sometimes it was very frustrating, and that's why some people just leave. So I say, type of program like this, you need to really concentrate on the people, because then you'll get more. Okay, we're not trying to displace any type of workers, union issues or anything else like that. That's why when I mow the lawn at the dog park, which I'll probably be there tomorrow mowing the lawn, okay, I don't mow it too much because, again, I don't want to displace a public works guy. Okay, they're doing their job as well. But we're working well together now. And that's the biggest thing is the communication is important. Okay, thank you.
It's been a big change there. May I ask you a question?
Sure.
So you sent me an email for employee recognition program. I didn't get the document in there, but that has an outline in there.
Yes.
And I believe when we talked, there was we talked about getting a signature by the president.
The federal government has a program called Points of Light.
Right.
And basically what it is that when you have a volunteer do volunteer programs, X amount of hours, and there's 100 hours, 200 hours, 500 hours in lifetime. So what we're doing at the dog park, as well as my nonprofit, is we're actually a certifying agency that what we can do then is submit those hours to the president's Commission on Points of Light, and then they get a certificate, they get a medal, and I think a couple of other things, a medal and such, signed from the president as being a Points of Light. Again, some people like that. It's good for them. And again, basic recognition is important. So we're also doing that as well at Parks and Rec as a certifying agency, for example, the dog park or Blue Line Dogs. We're able to do that as well until the city decides they want to do that. The outline that we wrote was basically so that any other entity can just walk in, change the name, and do the same thing. And you can be up and running within a week. Okay. I try to go a little faster. I don't.
It's fine. No, I get it. Government.
Yeah. Yeah. 46
One step
years
at a
in
time.
government.
One small step. Okay.
So it's there for you. It's all written out.
I got my
Parks and Rec
motion.
has a copy of it as well. That's basically what the program that we've already implemented.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Anyone else, members of the public, want to come down and speak to this item? Any members on Zoom want to speak to this item?
No one on Zoom and no e-comments on this item.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Baji.
Sure. Thank you to our library services director for helping put this together. And my one comment looking at this website is I see what's available in community services. And when I go to the park, Redondo Beach is a windy place, North Redondo included. We get winds of like 10 miles per hour up to 15 miles per hour, 20 miles per hour on the regular. And it's not that people litter, but trash just gets blown out from one place or the other. One basic volunteer opportunity for the high schoolers who are trying to work up community service hours is picking up trash at the park. And I try to encourage my constituents, my neighbors, to also do the same if they see trash. So we don't see a ton, but you just inevitably, there is some. And when you're with a kid, for example, a toddler, you don't have gloves, you might not have hand sanitizer. It's not as easy just to be like, let me go pick up all the trash here, and you don't have a bag to put it in. So I think that could be one basic thing where, we could keep all our parks clean by basically having a high schooler in the area help pick up trash. And I know that Jeff Rowe, for example, one of the Parks and Recs commissioners, leads a regular cleanup in North Redondo Beach, but there's kind of ample opportunities. I don't know if you want to send them on Artesia, but I suggested to him he expand his cleanup from the bike path to Artesia Boulevard because, again, just a face mask, you'll see it along the boulevard or something like that, or in this intermediate, trash will blow into this intermediate. And it's just, that's just life. So, and we don't have enough public works staff or the budget to constantly be on top of that. So that's all. That's my only request. Thank you.
So actually, two things. What is to stop us from hiring or from finding a volunteer to manage the volunteers? Volunteer coordinator to manage volunteers?
Well, I think that'd be something we could definitely investigate. In my experience in those positions, again, I can only speak from my personal experience overseeing volunteers. There's a high turnover in that and a lot of training and a lot of responsibility. I don't want to say that it can't be done. It's something we could definitely look at, but it is very challenging in that those folks operating at that kind of level and dedication, the time that they have, a lot of times they find other opportunities or they get frustrated. But I mean, it's something we could investigate and evaluate for sure.
Okay, just a thought. The idea, you go down the freeways, you see this freeway is adopted by, adopt the park program or adopt the street program for cleanups. Is that something that we could fit into this potentially long term?
Yeah, I mean, I think we try to memorialize and recognize volunteer efforts for larger projects. There's nothing that says we couldn't create some type of a fairly fluid signage program and coordinated effort to have groups invest in particular locations. That's absolutely something we could look at.
Okay. I mean, I think right now we're a little bit early for something like that. But I think we all talk about the quality of our parks, and we know how much maintenance it takes. So again, we can have somebody be a part of that. To be great. Councilmember Baji.
Sure. And just to that note about eventually getting there, if we look at the police program, the VIP program, volunteer and policing, you have 2 volunteers essentially guiding and ushering in every single class of the Citizens Police Academy coming in. And coordinating then alumni get-togethers and the like without necessarily the involvement of officers, except when they're speaking on something. So I think that could be the eventual goal, but I appreciate where we're starting.
Okay, so I'm going to make a motion to approve the volunteer program and the direction that we're going. Start a coordination program for our volunteer groups to meet with the city. Come back with a budget item to approve the costs for the programs that are mentioned in here. As needed, and start an acknowledgement of services, so volunteer acknowledgement program, something that we could start and go down the direction of, and then direct staff to investigate points of life for acknowledgement for what Mr. Escontridas talked about, who is now gone. It's a website, I'll send it to you. So that would be my motion.
I'll second that.
Okay. Any members of the public want to speak to the motion? Anyone Zoom? Anyone? Oh, it's Councilmember Barron.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. It's been a great discussion, public participation, and some really good points by the council. I just wanted to find out if Mr. Dana Vink, if you had anything to add, if you wanted to address anything that's been said. I know you've put a lot of time and effort into this, and is there anything else you'd like us to consider?
No, I appreciate the feedback very much, a lot of constructive feedback, and I appreciate the opportunity to discuss and take in ideas. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Library Director. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, sir, for taking this on. Really appreciate it. All right, so the motion on the floor with a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? None. Thank you. All right. First two items done. That was quick. Now we are on to item L1. This is a public hearing for the consideration of an appeal of the Community Development Director's notice of an incomplete application dated March 3rd, 2023 for proposed mixed-use development on the AES site. And, oh, look, it's showing up. So since this is a public hearing, we are going to do some ex parte communications to talk about who we've been talking to on this particular item, and as much information as you want to give, that'd be great. I know everyone always loves that. Councilmember Lowenstein.
I've talked to Mayor Brand, and that's it.
All right, Councilmember Kalujedovich.
Staff.
All right, Councilmember Obaji.
Mayor Pro Tem Nierenheim, the mayor very briefly about the letter that we received from HCD and staff.
Okay, and we're going to wait for a minute until Councilmember Barron is back so he can give us his ex parte, and then we can open up the public hearing and continue on with the...
You have your ex parte again.
What?
Yours.
Oh, I can give mine. Yeah, you're right. My ex parte is I worked on this item with Councilmember Baji, talked about it with staff, and talked about a couple of members of the public as well as Mayor Brand as well. A whole lot of conversation on that. And Councilmember Barron, any ex parte on this particular item?
Yes, I have. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I have spoken with the mayor and city staff, and that is it.
Thank you, sir. All right, is there a motion to open up the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, so to start off with, just so everyone is on the same understanding of what we're doing here, order of events for the show, since this is an appeal, we have, and we have no, we're going to have, all right. So we're going to motion, receive, and file the publication, case file, and written correspondence. We're going to do a staff presentation, public testimony, and presentation of evidence. We're going to do public comments and our standard 3 minutes of public comment for each individual. And then we will do a proponent rebuttal, even though the proponent is, proponent is the appellant. And since there's no counter side, we're going to move on to city council questions. And then after all that is done and facts are found, we will go into, we'll close the public hearing and we will go into deliberations, which no point in time with no more facts. Can't really ask for anything more unless we ask to open up the public hearing. And then we'll have debate, discussion, and then we'll have a motion or action or nothing. So we'll go from there. So with that said, Director Forbes.
Yes. So first would be that motion to receive and file the affidavit of publication, case file, and written correspondence.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second? Aye. I'll second that. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and City Council. This is a public hearing for consideration of an appeal on my decision as the Community Development Director of an incomplete application for 1100 North Harbor Drive. I'm going to provide my presentation and then turn it over to our city attorney and our outside legal counsel, Diana Verrett. So if we could go ahead and start the presentation.
Okay, and we have to ask our videographer to start it for us, too. We have the presentation started. There we go.
Great, and we'll go to the next slide. So the applicant for the project is 9300 Wilshire LLC. On August 15th of 2022, the applicant submitted a preliminary application per Government Code Section 65941.1 regarding applications for development projects. Per the section of Government Code, within 180 calendar days from submitting a preliminary application, the proponent shall submit an application for the development project. The official application for this development project was submitted after the business hours on February 6th of 2023, and that was within that 180-day timeframe. The formal applications that were submitted to the city were for the coastal development permit, Planning Commission design review, and environmental assessment. The application was submitted electronically via Dropbox, and no hard copies were submitted. The electronic files were deleted from the Dropbox folder less than 30 days after being submitted, although staff had an opportunity to download those in that time frame. Next slide. The application is for a mixed-use project at the site of the AES power generating plant. This site spans 4 adjacent parcels and vacated streets.
Director Forbes?
Yes.
No, we're not getting your.
The display doesn't work.
Not going to work.
Oh, it's not going to work. Got it. Okay, we have this. Got it.
Yeah, sorry. I think that you have the hard copy.
Yeah, I saw it there and I was like, something's wrong that it's not here. Okay.
So we're on slide 3, page 3. The site spans 4 adjacent parcels and vacated streets. The proposed project would be a mixed-use development to include 2,700 residential units. The proposal is for 20% affordable at low income, so 540 of those units would be affordable. Also, the proposal includes a 300-room hotel and 550,000 square feet of office space. Next slide. The site is located on the PGP generating plant zone and is on a public and institutional land use designation. The local coastal program more specifically categorizes the land use as generating plant. Per the Redondo Beach Municipal Code, Title 10, Chapter 5, Coastal Land Use Plan Implementing Ordinance, residential and commercial are not allowed uses on the site. The project application forms explicitly acknowledge that residential and commercial uses are not expressly permitted or conditionally permitted uses at the site. Next slide. The applicant submitted a preliminary application in an effort to use what they reference as builder's remedy provision of the Housing Accountability Act, or HAA, to bypass the city's general plan, zoning code, and certified local coastal program. The Housing Accountability Act explicitly states that despite the provisions therein, nothing in the HAA relieves the city from its obligation to comply with the California Coastal Act. The city has a certified local coastal program in place, as well as an approved coastal land use plan implementing ordinance, and has an obligation to ensure compliance with both the program and the ordinance. In reviewing the application for completeness, I considered all procedural sections pertinent to the various applications submitted, as well as the designated checklists for each. I also identified applications that were required but had not been submitted. And this particular site is located in that certified local coastal program area, or the coastal zone. Under the coastal development permit application procedures, there are very specific instructions for determining an application complete. Under section 10-5.2210A1, a coastal development permit shall be made concurrently with or following application for any other permits or approvals required for the project by the City of Redondo Beach Municipal Code. Since the application does not meet the land use and zoning regulations and uses, there are 2 ways that the application could be deemed complete if they're addressing all of the checklist items. They could submit an application for an allowed land use per the Redondo Beach Municipal Coastal Land Use Plan Implementing Ordinance, Or for the proposed project, they could submit additional required applications, including the zoning amendment, local coastal land use plan amendment, general plan amendment, and a subdivision tentative tract map application. Next slide. In reviewing the required items for the coastal development permit, most of the required information was not included in the application. The following items are required but were not submitted. The first is the payment of the appropriate fees. Those must be made. Mailing labels for residents within 100 feet of the subject property need to be provided. Proof of ownership must be provided. I had mentioned that the 9300 Wilshire LLC had submitted the application. However, there was no other proof of ownership for the other owners of the property. No hard copies of the drawings have been submitted. As well, the documents that were available at the link when it was initially submitted were deleted less than 30 days prior or after the submittal. The application states that to avoid multiple public hearings, applications should be made concurrently with application for any other permits or approvals for the project requiring a public hearing required for the project. As noted, that would be a zoning amendment, local coastal land use plan amendment, general plan amendment, and a subdivision tentative tract map application. Next slide. For the graphic portion of the application, the following were not included. The all boundary lines of the subject property need to be fully dimensioned. Existing trees with trunk diameters of 6 inches or greater need to be shown. The improvements to the public right-of-way need to be shown. Exterior lighting, the dimensions between the easements along Redondo Street and the residential building A, residential building B, and the hotel need to be provided. Walls, fences, and landscaping and their location, height, and materials needed to be provided on the drawings. Trash and recycling facilities locations, the location, dimensions of and design of all signs, and then a section of the building as it relates to the existing topography where the slope is greater than 4 feet. And these are all requirements for that, for the drawings, the graphics. Next slide. The application specifically notes that for detailed information on the procedures for coastal development permits, it references Article 10, Chapter 5 of Title 10 of the Redondo Beach Municipal Code. So it actually references the code section for these requirements to be met. Per Redondo Beach Municipal Code, Section 10-5.2210A1, the applicant shall file with the Community Development Department a completed application for a coastal development permit in a form provided by the Community Development Department, except regulations regarding in Chapter 7, Title 5. The application shall be made concurrently with or following the application of other permits. So again, the other permits that need to be submitted are the zoning amendment, local coastal land use plan amendment, general plan amendment, and subdivision tract map application. Next slide. Per Redondo Beach Municipal Code 10-5.2210A2, the owner of record of the lot or parcel of property which is to be affected by the application shall file an affidavit authorizing the application on a form provided by the Community Development Department. That form was provided to them. The preliminary application had listed 12 different property owners for the site. However, the formal application that was submitted on February 6th had only one signature for the 9300 Wilshire LLC, and there were no other affidavits signed except for that particular owner. Per Redondo Beach Municipal Code 10-5.2210A3, upon the filing of an application, the applicant shall pay a fee as set forth by resolution of the City Council. That fee was not submitted. Per Redondo Beach Municipal Code 10-5.2210B, the contents of application items must be provided, and those were also what was required in the application, so I had already noted those previously. Next slide. The application specifically notes that the contents of the application must include such other data as may be required to demonstrate that the project meets the criteria of section 10-5.2218 of the Redondo Beach Municipal Code. That section addresses the need for the proposed development to be in conformity with the Certified Local Coastal Program. The applicant expressly acknowledged that the residential and commercial uses are not permitted or conditionally permitted. The application materials clearly demonstrate that the project is not in conformity with the Certified Local Coastal Program, including the adopted Coastal Land Use Plan implementing ordinance. The applications that would need to be considered with the coastal development permit application include the zoning amendment, the local coastal land use plan amendment, the general plan amendment, and any mapping requirements. Next slide. The applicant stated on the application form that there are no historical structures on the site. The property is located at 1100 North Harbor Drive, is most likely historically significant for its industrial architectural style, as well as for its significant role in the early economic growth of the city of Redondo Beach. Per the City of Redondo Beach Historical Context Statement dated September of 1995, the power plant provided employment opportunities for men living within the Redondo Beach community. This in itself was important for the city's economic development. However, the presence of the Edison Company in Redondo Beach held additional significance. By the early 1920s, residential growth throughout Southern California was dependent upon the availability of domestic electricity. Any number of residential subdivisions could be planned, but without proper electrical services, development plans could not proceed beyond the planning stage. Edison's decisions were to concentrate its funding for electrical expansion directly impacted a community's ability to achieve its future expansion and development aspirations. As a result, the presence and involvement of Edison in Redondo Beach was seen by the leaders of this community as vital to their ability to obtain a full growth potential and maintain a competitive edge over neighboring cities. It is a little wonder that Redondo Beach was the first community in California to establish an Edison Club. Throughout the 1920s and well into the 1940s, this club served as one of the city's most active social organizations and was viewed as an important link between the corporation and the community at large. And that was an excerpt from that the City of Redondo Beach historic context related to the site. There are also references to the waterfront in the waterfront FEIR that was provided in 2016 under Cultural Resources chapter that discussed the power plant. Similarly, before any power generation for this property, this was a natural salt lake which served the Native American community. Future excavation would unearth artifacts from that era and from the very early inhabitants. Finally, the Old Salt Lake is a designated historical landmark per the California Office of Historic Preservation, landmark number 373. The application, therefore, must provide a description documenting why the response to this question on the application was checked as no historical structures. The application specifically notes a change of use from an allowed use to uses, the residential and commercial, that are not allowed per the zoning. This would require an amendment to the land use plan element in the general plan and the land use plan map and the local coastal land use plan and zoning. Next slide. In addition to the application requirements for the coastal development permit that were not supplied, there were similar incompleteness issues for the Planning Commission design review application and the environmental review application. I'm not going to go through those since it's very duplicative, but it was a lot of the same things that were not provided on the drawings, same things that were not submitted as far as ownership, fees, landscaping information, sign information. So those are as well deficient in those applications. Next slide. The application was deemed incomplete via my letter dated March 3rd of 2023. The appellant submitted an appeal of administrative decision made by any official of the city pursuant to any of the provision of Redondo Beach Municipal Code. They submitted that appeal on March 9th. The appeal was submitted in the required time frame. It was within 14 days of receipt of the notice of action. The city clerk scheduled the public hearing and sent that notice on April 6th, and the city properly noticed the public hearing for appeal. Next slide. As was noted at the beginning of this item, we're here in the public hearing procedures. The public hearing was open. You accepted that motion. I've done my staff presentation, but I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to our city attorney. Just so you're aware, in the packet, there are two different resolutions. So once you have heard all the testimony and deliberated, there's the possibility that you could deny the appeal upholding the my incompleteness determination, or grant an appeal and overturn my incompleteness determination.
All right, Mr. City Attorney. Thank you, Brandy.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I wanted to address, and I'll turn it over to Ms. Verrett. The council received last night after business hours a letter of technical assistance from HCD. Let me start by saying I have great respect for HCD and their efforts to resolve the issue of the housing crisis in California. However, I have to disagree with them as a matter of statutory interpretation. And I'll turn it over to Ms. Verrett to give the reasons we think that interpretation is incorrect. And then I'll follow up.
All right, Ms. Barrett. Thank you, Mr. City Attorney.
Thank you. Thank you, City Attorney, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. HCD in their letter yesterday indicated their opinion of the procedural requirements for adopting a substantially compliant housing element and how that relates to the date of the housing element's effectiveness. As the City Attorney mentioned, our interpretation of the requirements of Government Code Section 65585 are different than theirs. I think this is primarily a question of a difference in legal interpretation. 65585 is the procedural provision that establishes how the local agencies are to review their housing elements, submit those housing elements to HCD for initial review, and proceed by considering the comments and written findings made by HCD before proceeding to adoption. 65585F1, or rather I should start with E, which requires the City Council, the legislative body, to consider the findings made by HCD prior to the adoption of its draft element. If the department finds that the draft element does not substantially comply, the legislative body shall take one of the following actions: change the draft element to substantially comply with this article, or adopt the draft element without changes, making findings in its resolution for why the legislative body, being the council here, believes that the draft element does substantially comply despite the findings of the department. In this instance, the city adopted two prior housing elements and received comments on both of those. The last letter with comments was in April 2022. The city amended its housing element to address those comments and brought forward a draft element on July 5th, which the city council considered. So at that point, the resolution of adoption indicated that the city council was amending, or rather adopting, the 2021 to 2029 draft housing element, incorporating the amendments recommended by the California Department of Housing and Community Development. So proceeding under F1 to change the draft element to substantially comply. So the city has adopted its housing element. It did so on July 5th. The city received a letter from HCD confirming that the adopted version on July 5th substantially complies with state law. That letter did not indicate that the city council had to subsequently re-adopt the already adopted housing element that it had adopted on July 5th. And in our reading of the law, for a number of other reasons, the city council had a substantially compliant housing element in place as of July 5th prior to the submission of the preliminary application by the applicant here. So where HCD and the applicant refer to backdating compliance, we see it as the city had adopted its housing element as of July 5th, and it was confirmed that that housing element substantially complied by HCD on September 1st. That doesn't mean it was adopted on September 1st. It was adopted and in existence as of July 5th. There are a few other provisions I could go into, but I think I'll stop there and have the city attorney proceed if you'd like me to comment further.
Do you want to give an example of another statute that if the legislator had intended that it wouldn't be compliant until HCD certified it, example of how they would have written it and how they have written exactly that in other bills?
Sure. So in 2022, the legislature adopted SB 197, which enacted Government Code Section 65583.4, which affects the deadline for rezoning in certain instances. And rezoning is sometimes required by a housing element. In that instance, the legislature essentially said that you could have the 3 years plus to rezone if you met a number of things, one of which was the local government adopts the sixth revision of the housing element and the department finds the adopted element to be in substantial compliance within 1 year of the statutory deadline established by state law. So it's clear that the legislature knows how to say when they want to that the deadline has to be both adopted and HCD finding made within a certain amount of time. So we find the language in 65585 does not explicitly refer to the department finding the adopted element to be in substantial compliance. 65583.4 does specifically reference that with respect to the rezoning requirement. But it does not do so in 65585, nor does it explicitly state that type of language in the Housing Accountability Act provision 65589.5 D5 that the applicant here is seeking to use. That simply refers to having an adopted housing element in place that substantially complies with this article, not that HCD has specifically found to be substantially compliant with this article.
And I should indicate, again, I respect HCD tremendously, but it's not just our view of the law. Michael Sy, the counsel for the Council of Carpenters, wrote a very good 38-page opinion letter that's in your blue folder. And starting on page 10, he went on to explain why the project is not subject to the Housing Accountability Act and Builder's Remedy, and that, in fact, our housing element was certified. I'd also, and I don't know, can you put it on the screen, the tweets?
Yeah.
So we're not, there's a professor at UC Davis Law School, and he was one of the first. He wrote the early primers on. We've talked about the builder's remedy and how it's had a renewed life, and he wrote a primer, multiple primers. He wrote one back in March of 2022, and a month before HCD came out with their technical assistance. So he put out, this is in February 2023, and you, I believe, have written copies, and there are copies for the audience, although it's on the screen. Hey, builders and attorneys and California HCD, some people are asking whether cities face the builder's remedy if they adopted their housing element by the deadline, but didn't get it certified by the HCD by the deadline, which is in this case, we didn't have that. If the adopted, this one has an easy answer. If the adopted housing element is in fact substantially compliant, then the city is not subject to the builder's remedy, even if the HE housing element hasn't yet been certified by HCD. And he goes on, but, and I won't read all of it, but there is, I think the last text is tweet. The last tweet, yes, thank you. I've never cited a tweet in a hearing before.
Welcome to the new world. You want it?
What? No. I just want to find the last one, and he's very in favor of housing, affordable housing being written. But the last thing is one further point, and this is the salient point. It's true that HCD has 90 days to review an adopted housing element and make a finding about compliance. But that doesn't mean the housing element is non-compliant until HCD releases its finding. The finding is just a characterization of what the housing element status has been all along, i.e. from the moment of adoption. Just like a judicial ruling on compliance would be a characterization of what the status of the housing element has been all along. So our interpretation based on the statute and the way it's written is you had a compliant housing element when you passed it back in July before the application was filed, and the certification by HCD was just in September, was just an acknowledgement of what the status of the housing element has been all along. That is in fact compliant. Now I will say there's one thing, so that's a matter of statutory interpretation. There's one thing that's just flat out wrong in the letter from HCD, and I don't blame HCD in the least, because it's not in their purview, and I'm assuming they got this view from, I'm assuming it's from the applicant or a proponent of the applicant. It's in the third page of the letter, and right before the bold.
Most recent letter, Mr.
The
Webb?
letter from last night, yeah. Okay. The third page, right before the bold, about the question is, can the project utilize builder's remedy, what we've just been talking about. The line right above that is, the central point of contention between the city and the applicant is as follows. That in no way is the central point of the contention between the city and the applicant. That may be relevant at some point, but the central point is the applicant has not completed, has filed an incomplete application for all the reasons that Ms. Forbes went through. Just to use one, in virtually every application to the Community Development Department, one of the simplest things to prove is ownership, But in this case, you had one of multiple owners involving some sort of tenancy in common, and it's not a majority owner. It is, I think, the testimony in the bankruptcy case is 21%, and there's no other information. I will say it's worth noting that in Mr. Schoenfeld's letter today, who I greatly respect. It's artfully phrased, but there is a difference between the letters that have been filed by Mr. Schoenfeld up till now, which is this office continues to represent 9300 Wilshire LLC. If you note, in the latest letter, it's this office continues to represent 9300 Wilshire and I think it's related affiliates. So we don't know who those related affiliates. We don't know. We know that the person who, this was signed on behalf of a minority owner of the property who's in bankruptcy court that was filed the day before a foreclosure. And that's just one element that is missing. And so that information hasn't been provided. That information could have been provided to the community development director. And then, she could review it for the missing elements. She gave a very detailed response of what was missing. Because I think you've heard in other cases where there wasn't specified enough what was missing, and then it got characterized in the second letter today as, I think, nitpicking. So you can't have it both ways, I think. But that's the central dispute, is this isn't a denial of the project, it's just a determination by the community development director that the application is incomplete. And if the city were to process something that is incomplete under its own rules and conflicts with the local coastal plan, the letter from HCD had a footnote that indicated that what is the law, that there's nothing in the HAA that relieves the city of its duty to comply the Coastal Act. And so in this situation, that is the central contention between the parties. It's an incomplete application under the Coastal Act, under the city's local coastal plan, under the city's own rules. And the city, Ms. Ford's made the only determination that she could under the circumstances. And so that is the central point of contention, and that's the question. And you'll hear from Mr. Schoenfeld, but the central question from you is this a complete application on the appeal? They've appealed it before you, and the determination you're to make is whether Ms. Forbes is correct or whether Mr. Schoenfeld, on behalf of the applicant, has convinced you that it was, in fact, a complete application. And with that, I thank you, and we'll turn it back over to you, Mayor Pro Tem, I guess, Brandy.
Yeah, we're completed with the staff presentation, and so that I believe the next step is the public testimony and presentation of evidence. And the proponent has a maximum of 1 hour.
All right. So, Mr. Schoenfeld, please introduce yourself. Say hello. It's been a while. We are ordering breakfast from Martin McDonald's across the street. Get your order now.
Irish coffees, maybe.
Perfect.
Mayor Pro Tem Narenheim, members of the City Council, it's been a while, but not that long a while since I last saw you, although I welcome the new City Council members to the dais and appreciate they weren't privy to the last discussion we had, which I believe was the Catalina Fund project and then the CLAB project, which is kind of related to this across the street from Harbor Drive, and that was February 7th. So we're here now on AES, and again, my respect for Mr. Webb it's a mutual one. I appreciate his statement of respect for me. I feel the same about him. I disagree with him, however. There's issues that he said are before you about incomplete application, and before you can even get to a question about what should be in an application or not, there's two things. You have to agree that the project in your application is something that can be processed, okay? You have to put it in the hopper, get it going, and then you present the list to the applicant in order for us to continue processing and do this right, we need this, this, and this from you, whether it's, we don't like your affidavit of ownership, which we can talk about that later, whether it's, we need more information here and there. That's what the Permit Streamlining Act requires, or at least sets up a process for doing it. That's not what happened here, okay? And it's on page 2 of Ms. Forbes' letter. What happened here is, we don't like your project, go back and give us a different one. Okay, that's different. Okay, we're not taking your application, we're giving it back to you, and you're gonna have to come back now with an LCP amendment and with a zoning code change, and basically an essentially essentially different bundle of entitlements looking for legislative changes. For us to do that would mean we would have to fall on our own spear and repudiate our own rights under the builder's remedy, because what is the remedy that's afforded in the builder's remedy? It's the ability to move forward without having to get your legislative changes. It's the ability to move forward with a project that might be at variance with zoning, or it might be at variance with an LCP/general plan. That's the remedy. And so that's what happened here, and all of the other issues about what we needed to do make these complete, it's like fishing for minnows on the back of a whale, as they say, about these things. It's missing the big issue. It's an existential issue. And it's basically that we can't proceed here because on page 2 of Ms. Forbes' letter, she said we couldn't. She said, we don't agree that the builder's remedy applies. So end of story. The rest of the pages of this letter are just, it's really just an exercise, as I said, in sort of irrelevant, sort of nitpicking, as I did say, in order to try to rehabilitate a non-rehabilitatable application. We can't breathe life into this because you declared it dead on arrival. That's why I need to take issue with this idea that we're here and we somehow were the ones that we just didn't come forward with the right information when we've got an existential disagreement here on what the project's supposed to be. With respect to the issues of the housing elements, compliance, well, the HCD, I think, is entitled to wait. They're the agency that's charged with enforcing this by the state legislature. And I think their interpretation needs to be heeded and looked at and interpreted, an interpretation that should be given some weight. But that said, even that, we are here under Builder's Remedy 65589.5 subdivision D of the Government Code. And in order for this project to be rejected, there has to be a preponderance of evidence in the written record that the housing element is indeed compliant. Well, it seems the evidence says the opposite. And there is a litigation pending, as you guys might know, challenging the housing element's compliance. And that's proceeding. It's a matter of record that there's a big question hanging over even the current compliance of that housing element. Regardless, that is sort of the big looming issue here. With respect to the Coastal Act, I understand the issues about the Coastal Act, but if you listen to what you're saying here, you're saying we can't take your application because we have an LCP to enforce. That's what you're saying. And I get that, that makes sense, except that the remedy is that the LCP, which doesn't right now envision housing expressly, the remedy is that you can build housing regardless under the builder's remedy. That's the remedy. And whatever Mr. Elmendorf says about it, well, I think his opinions can evolve. He's an academic. He's not a court of appeal judge. And I've spoken with Mr. Elmendorf as well, and we might disagree on this very matter, but I don't think his opinion has much by way of binding precedent on this city. So that's the case we wanted to submit for you. We understand that you would disagree with this, so that's clear, but I think that the standards have not been met here to reject this application out of hand. I think that the assertions that the builder's remedy does not apply are not satisfactory for the findings that are required. It is a burden of proof on the city, not on us. And with that, I think I'll submit. I think if I'm going to get into a little more discussion about Coastal Act anyway, yes, we do believe that the Coastal Act needs to be respected and honored, sure. And not to the extent that it would completely preclude the Housing Accountability Act's goal of facilitating affordable housing by, one, allowing a project to be DOA, dead on arrival, even before it gets into the planning department's files. That's not what the Coastal Act requires. Now, the Coastal Act, in fact, and there's been a lot said about it, and I get that it's very important, but it's actually intended to be harmonized with the Housing Accountability Act. And if we're going to look to the Coastal Act itself, we think that it's pretty clear that even if the Housing Accountability Act talks about nothing absolves you from complying with the Coastal Act, it doesn't say the Coastal Act trumps the Housing Accountability Act. They're to be read in harmony. And on page 10 of my letter, I discussed that to some extent. If you look at the Coastal Act itself, section 30007, it says, and I quote, "Nothing in this division being the Coastal Act, shall exempt local governments from meeting the requirements of state and federal law with respect to providing low, moderate income housing, replacement housing, relocation benefits, or any other obligation related to housing imposed by existing law or any other law hereinafter enacted." I think the big speed bump, the threshold issue, is that the city does not agree that builder's remedy applies. And that's the discussion, that's the issue, whatever else we want to say about 25 items of incomplete. I think that those are red herring. The issue is that the city disagrees. We have differing opinions on that, and I'm on hand for questions or for rebuttal. And I thank you.
Wow, thank you, sir. It's 8:06, I didn't see what time, but I don't think we're going to need that. All right, so we'll give you your time for the end. All right, public comment. We will have a lot of cards here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then we'll take non-card people. And so, Mr. Ray Lawson from Southwest Mountain States Regional Council of Carpenters. And after that, Joseph Goldblatt.
Good evening, Mayor Pro
Evening,
Tem,
sir.
City Council, staff. Ray Lawson, Southwest Mountain States Regional Council of Carpenters. And these are my brothers, also fellow Southwest Carpenters. They live and recreate in the area of the South Bay. We feel that the community developer director's findings should be upheld with the application that it is incomplete. But I want to talk about tax fraud and wage theft. As we can see, with just the problems with them submitting the application and all the problems leading up to that, a lot of times we're in a rush to solve the homeless issue, as we were talking about earlier, with a lot of groups that were coming in trying to help with the homeless issue and solve that problem. But a lot of times we let in contractors and developers that can be detrimental to what we're trying to do when we're trying to solve the homeless problem. Just with the problems that we're having with this permit application with the developer, we just think fast forward in the future, if this project is to go forward, can we trust that tax fraud won't be a problem, that wage theft won't be a problem? A lot of the projects that go on in the South Bay, cities are hurting. City of Torrance, they're having problems, but a lot of the development, a lot of construction that goes on in these cities, there's no accountability when it comes to the construction companies, the contractors that are doing this work. They bring in outside help. They bring in exploited workers that they take advantage of, that they don't pay taxes to the city. They pay them in cash. They're just using these people to get the projects done. And a lot of times the city, in their rush to solve the homeless problem, the housing problem, they allow it. They look the other way. And as we were talking about earlier with volunteer programs and so forth, yes, the city of Redondo Beach is hurting because they're not able to collect taxes on a lot of these projects. You see housing going up everywhere, but the people that are building them, the contractors that are doing the work, the developers are all together on this where they're not paying properly when it comes to the wages, when it comes to misclassification of these workers. They pay them in cash. So all this affects the cities when it comes to EMT services, police services, teachers, and so forth. It's all connected. And the bottom line is, it leads to trying to solve the homeless problem. We never solve it. It's just people exploit the situation. They get richer. Developers get richer. Contractors use the cities and so forth. So we as the carpenters, we want to solve that. So we thank you for just hearing me out today, and thank you for your time.
Real quick, sir, real quick, may I ask you, you are supporting the city's denial?
Yes, we support the denial of the application as it's being deemed as it's incomplete. We most definitely support that.
Perfect. All right, thank you, sir. All right. Joseph Goldblatt.
Good evening. My name is Joseph Goldblatt.
Good evening, sir.
I'm here with the carpenters as well, the Mountain States, and I live in the local area and work in the local area. Should this project ever move forward, the city should require this project be built using contractors that use local hire and train from a California apprenticeship program to benefit the community's economic development and environment. Other cities have not hesitated to apply local hire and trained workforce requirements for private development projects in their city. The state of California is committed towards encouraging workforce development and housing through the Affordable Housing and High Roads Job Act of 2022, also known as AB 2011. Workforce requirements reduce construction-related environmental impacts while benefiting the local economy and workforce development. And then it also builds community wealth here in the city as well. And I'm on a job right now with the labor agreement, and it's changed my life. I no longer have to drive 2.5 hours, 3 hours back and forth to Riverside. I'm able to afford a home locally, and it benefits the apprentices going to school, and they get off the bridge, 9th Street, or the Clipper Stadium, and then some of these guys in the refinery, or as we move into the fuel and carbons, and some of these guys, we would like to have them help with the affordable housing and help with the AB 2011, have some of this work. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. All right, James Matthew, and then sorry, I just got to you, Xavier Haas. After that, thank you, sir.
All right, good evening, Council, Pro Tem Mayor. My name is James Matthews. I am also a member of the Southwest Mountain State Regional Carpenter Council of Carpenters. I'm here to, continue with the agreement that the application isn't complete, and just like my brother Joseph, when he was bringing up about the situation about local hire, I think that it's important to prioritize the employment of local workers. And that would demonstrate a commitment to fostering economic growth and prosperity within the community. Employing local workers will help ensure that the economic benefits generated by money made on these projects, which will remain in the city. Local workers that make that money that they're working here, they'll spend their money within their community. It helps stabilize, it helps stimulate businesses. Especially coming out of COVID, where everything's kind of changed up a little bit and everything like that. A lot of businesses didn't really recoup from the way that they were doing business before. I had to make adjustments. So being able to have local hires with those of us that are already within the Carpenters Union that are working, but it also allows us to be able to bring in new people that are looking for careers, because a lot of people out here are looking for jobs, and being able to have jobs that are having these kind of requirements for local hire that are dealing with state approved apprenticeship programs gives those guys a pathway to be able to have affordable living, be able to pay for the things that we need to pay. Going into a recession that we have coming up, the cost of everything that's going up, being able to have those skills for those that aren't able to go to school, those that aren't able to have a college degree, but still be able to make the money that they can make to sustain the support of a family, to be able to help the community itself that they live in, because being able to stay home and close to home allows us to be able to spend more time with our families, enjoy the things of the community events and everything that's within the communities that's going on. Because if we're spending a lot of time driving way out of town to come back into work, it takes away from that time that we can spend at home, the baseball games and stuff like that, that they'll miss out on because it's too busy sitting in traffic. But if they're able to have a local work that's plentiful within the city, it allows that situation to take place. Plus, also having skilled and trained workers on those job sites allows those projects to be built correctly the first time. A lot of things that we take pride in as a union carpenter is that we have our jobs that are being done, completed on time or completed ahead of schedule, unless there's, weather delays or something like that that prevents that from happening. But it also benefits the developer and the people that are investing in the city themselves.
Time.
Motion to extend.
Second.
So that, thank you for that. So it also allows not only those contracts, those buildings and stuff to be built, it makes the city itself proud to be able to see those structures that are being built. And it also helps you guys out in future investments for companies that might be looking to come in. And if they do have those requirements in there, then they'll be able to understand and say, hey, those buildings that were being done right. So we are willing to make that investment within the building. So thank you for your time and appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
If any of y'all could send me, Mr. Lawson, send me a copy of a law ordinance adopted by another municipality where they approved essentially local hire requirements. I'd love to take a look at that, because when I hear that and when we talk about the next item on the agenda, the inclusionary housing ordinance, we think about hiring, public works personnel, allowing affordable housing to go to local folks, teachers, police officers, public works staff, et cetera. I get concerned that that would be a violation of equal protection under the law. So if you give me an example of what other cities have done, that would help on this item.
Thank you.
All right. Xavier, Haas, and then after that, Javier Cadino. Is Xavier here? Javier? Oh, Javier. Sorry. My buddy always says Xavier.
Yeah, I get called that. Good evening.
Oh, actually, Gadino?
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Haas is not here? Haase?
Xavier.
All right, never mind. All right.
Hello.
Person's back.
All right.
Mr. Gadino, go for it.
Good evening, council members, staff. So I too am part of the Southwest Regional Mountain State Council of Carpenters, and also live in the area. I've worked in various projects where I don't have to drive out as well. As a matter of fact, since I'm able to work so close, I just got through coaching my Little League team. So I take pride in that. I'm able to work with the kids, and I have a lot of the parents and older kids that are going through high school that may not be thinking about going to college. They're asking me, hey, you know what? I see your shirt. Can you tell me more about what you do? And I tell them, and I've told them about a lot of the projects that I've worked on, and they're like, oh wow, you build that, you build this. I take pride in what I do, as well as my brothers and sisters. So just like the other brother said, recently the state of California reiterated its commitment towards encouraging workforce development and housing affordability through the Affordable Housing Act, or Affordable Housing and High Road Jobs Act of 2022, otherwise known as Assembly Bill number 2011, which requires projects pay workers a prevailing wage and hire from state-certified apprenticeship programs for projects meeting certain siting affordability and development standards. I went through the apprenticeship program that they offered us. It's a great program. They helped me out a lot. It's disciplined me. It's helped me have an affordable living, been able to take trips. And most the skills that I've acquired, I'm able to build anything I want to. It's awesome. It's amazing. I do a lot of volunteer work with community centers. I help repair their buildings too. Thanks to the Brotherhood. So yeah, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Appreciate it.
I got a quick question for the Carpenters. You guys were here a few months ago?
Yes.
You were, and at that time you were supporting the appeal.
No, supporting.
No, same position.
Oh, same position.
Same position.
Okay, yeah, okay.
Mr. Vice Mayor, yeah, we just support that the developer, that if this project is to go forward, use a responsible contractor.
Right.
That, once again, just with the problems with the application, we don't think that's going to happen.
Got it. Thank you, sir.
We had a similar letter from their attorney, Mr. Tsai, supporting Ms. Forbes' determination of incompleteness.
Perfect. Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate it. All right. Next up, Benedict Lubin. Lubin, sorry. Jade.
You know, it's French, you know, there's a French town.
I was going to say I'm German, so my French, you know, and German.
No, you know, I'll
little bit
on and all that stuff.
Yeah,
you know.
unless you're from the Alsace region, we get along.
Well, it's a pleasure to be here. You know, thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
You know, I take a great pride in this. I came in to Catalyst, and I apologize for the recall and all that shenanigans. I came in September, but I turned NIMBYs into YIMBYs, and I've gotten quite to know across the street, and yes, you do get more with lemonade than lemons, right? You do get more with honey. So I hope you all cooperate. You know, the community, I've talked to a lot of them. And the historical, you know, just the aquarium. People take a lot of, you know, faith in that. They come by and they see inside and they want to see more. They want to see what's happening. And they're interested in what's going across the street. What's interesting, it's still a generating plant zone. That's crazy. Okay, if we take it back and we find Polynesian artifacts and we designate where the salt mine was, are we gonna tear down some of the harbor? Or are we gonna take away the chart house? Because that's part of the zone too. So there's a lot of cooperation needed and a lot of talk from these guys and from everybody. So again, apologies. I hope we can make peace someday.
Well, I got peace with a 72% approval rating.
Oh, yes, you did.
Good.
Yes, you did. It was embarrassing to be walking on doors and knocking, and you guys have done your work. But the three communities, these beach communities, they're significant. And then they're protected. They're earned. They're protected from what's on the other side of the 450 freeway. And, you know, when there was a historical allusion to the Edison Club, this is a privileged area. It is earned. And there needs to be planning. And this site deserves something architecturally significant. It's a beautiful place. And I've even heard Leo say he likes that front facade. You know, that's historical. So work it out. Work with these guys. It's going to be a headache. But not as bad as the headache that Pedro Nava, who was on the Coastal Commission, who now, after serving as on the Assembly for his 12 years, is now the commissioner of the Little Hoover Institute, which the governor has appointed to study this housing element. And then his wife, Susan Jordan, is the matriarch of the Coastal Commission. So thank God you're not at their dinner table.
Mr. Lubin, let me have a quick question. You have on here that you're from the Jude Benedict and Associates?
Yes.
Is that a PR firm or legal firm or?
It's a lobbying firm.
Lobbying firm? Okay. Are you working for someone?
Yeah. Right now I run a PAC.
Oh,
and I substantiate my PAC, and it's a cannabis PAC to end cannabis prohibition.
Is that the name of it?
It's called theschedulenow.org. It's the move on of ending cannabis prohibition. Thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions?
No, none of your clients are here in this room or part of this agenda item?
They don't pay me yet.
Okay.
You don't pay me yet. You should pay me.
Oh, I'm good. I run really good campaigns.
No, I mean to bring this to the community somehow.
Oh, got it. Okay. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. All right. Anybody else want to come down and speak? Come on down and speak. No more orange cards. All right. Any Zoom comments?
Yes, we have several. The first speaker is Kyle Johnson.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hello, my name is Kyle Johnson. I spoke earlier, but I'm a member of District 1, and I would like to voice my support for this housing plan. I understand that there's been a lot of pushback on the community regarding it. Ultimately, though, I believe that it is necessary for Redondo Beach to build more housing, and this is a great plan that includes lots of housing, lots of affordable housing, connections to bike pathways and to Redondo Beach's metro system. And I think that it would benefit our community greatly if we incorporated it. I understand that there's a historical desire to preserve the power plant, but ultimately I believe that the city of Redondo Beach needs to serve the citizens of today rather than the citizens of yesteryear. I do hope that the council will consider this plan and future plans to make sure that we are compliant with our housing plan per California state law and won't spend time fighting against the housing that we so desperately need, and welcome new members to our community the way that I was welcomed about a year ago when I moved here. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Next speaker is Zach Dean.
Hello, thank you. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Council. I am a Manhattan Beach resident. I'm commenting this evening to support the AES Power Plant Builder's Remedy permit application. First of all, I have no direct financial connection to this project, but I hope you approve this permit application. As a South Bay resident, I'd like to remind you that the housing market does not end at city borders. So the decisions you make on housing issues, including this particular project, will affect the entire South Bay region. Demand that's not met with supply in one city means that demand just spills over into other cities, which increases their housing costs, which then raises the cost of housing for the entire region, and state housing requirements become ever more stringent for all of us. The residents of other cities are following your decisions because it affects all of us. Also, something to note, last year, Redondo Beach was required to plan for 2,490 new homes as part of the RENA program. The new methodology for determining that number includes unmet housing needs. So if new housing doesn't actually get built, then the next RENA cycle could easily be triple that number. I just want to close by saying, I have a friend who lives in Redondo Beach. So obviously I'm not a resident, but they told me that the city council strategy for housing is to try to cram all the new housing into North Redondo. And I hope that's not true, and that each council member here has more integrity than that. But I guess we will soon find out. So thank you.
Next speaker is Matthew Lawrence.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? I'd like to say thank you for your time. I'm a resident of Torrance, California, grown up in the South Bay with family and mentors in Redondo Beach. I'm here in support of the project. I know that there have been valid concerns raised, especially by the Carpenters Union, and I want those to be met and to ensure fair labor standards are on the site. But I also want to come out in support of the project. It's affordable housing. Like Zach mentioned, this is a regional issue, and I hope the project moves forward in building affordable housing for the community of tomorrow in the South Bay. And we support the bike lanes and other active transit that will be proposed to the project in order to create a better community for all of us. Thank you.
Next speaker is Sheila Lamb.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Great. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem Narenheim and council members. Sheila Lamb, District 4. Since 1990, California's Housing Accountability Act has provided a builder's remedy that allows developers of affordable housing projects to bypass the zoning code and general plan of cities that are quote unquote out of compliance with the housing element law. At that time, 1990 and for several decades later, many cities submitted inadequate housing plans for that current planning period. The Department of Housing and Community Development found most of those plans to be non-compliant. Hence, the builder's remedy for housing element non-compliance was put into place. Subdivision D1 of the HAA prevents non-compliant cities from using their zoning code or general plan to deny an affordable housing project. HAA D1 refers to non-compliant cities, which by any reasonable standard does not include Redondo Beach. Redondo has made every effort to comply with the housing element requirement, not the reverse. The key term here is non-compliant. The proponent has provided no evidence that during the 6-cycle housing element process was Redondo Beach considered a non-compliant city. Evidence would show that Redondo Beach made every effort to comply with HCD and through the process was in substantial compliance with the housing element law 65588 and 6589.5 D5. There was a clear degree of certainty that the housing element was substantially compliant upon submission and prior to its certification by HCD. Further, HAA paragraph 1 of subdivision F states that quote unquote, nothing in the HAA shall be construed to prohibit a local agency from requiring the housing development project to comply with objective, quantifiable written development standards, and that includes zoning. The development standards, conditions, and policies shall be applied to facilitate and accommodate development at the density permitted on the site, including zoning. As a result of these aforementioned standards, right?
Time.
All right, motion to extend.
1 minute.
Thank you. The proponent's appeal should be denied. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. All right, anyone else?
Yes. Brianna Egan.
Hello, City Council. I wanted to make sure I could speak on this item. My name is Brianna Egan. Redondo Beach is my hometown. I've been watching this project with a lot of interest and curiosity, just knowing what a blight that the current power plant is to our local ecosystem and our harbor. And so the 50-acre site, it's a really rare opportunity that not many cities have to create something special. So I'm aware that many in the city, including many on the council and the mayor, are advocating for the site to be turned into a large park and wetlands to restore the Old Salt Lake. But I'd like to ask this, a park for whom? A park for the well-off Redondo and Hermosa residents who live nearby and who already have the Hermosa Greenbelt, South Park, Zoolager Park, and the upcoming SCE right-of-way park. So my next question is, what would be the best and highest land use for this space? And to answer this question, I'll point to the double crises of the housing and climate crises in our state. Los Angeles County, and Redondo included, engaged in systemic downzoning of housing capacity since the 1980s, leading to a historic underbuilding of new units, constraining supply, and driving the cost of housing way up. We are now in an era where we have to grapple with the legacy of these past decisions and come to grips with the fact that these housing decisions have driven epidemic rates of homelessness and driven up the cost of living. So we should think how we can be part of the solution and not the problem. And we should be looking to build more homes in high opportunity areas to meet the demand for housing, prevent homelessness, and fuel greater demand for transit over car transportation. Environmentalists who historically have taken on the responsibility of stopping development that harmed communities and the environment are now recognizing that there's a distinction between dense development in cities versus sprawl development and the development of new transit over new freeways. I'd point you to the Sierra Club's platform on housing and land use, which supports infill development and higher densities to reduce pollution and preserve the natural environment. And I'd also point to noted environmentalist Bill McKibben's recent Mother Jones piece entitled Yes in Our Backyards, where he calls for a green building boom. So we can support green jobs and union labor by building large-scale housing, transit, solar, wind projects, etc. Climate change will only make inland areas more unlivable, and we have to build more housing near the coast. So we have an opportunity to do so here. Whether or not this project will move forward, since I know there's many legal and financial uncertainties at play, I do want to voice my support for a vision of dense housing at this site, along with wetland restoration, which this project includes. I have no connections to the developer whatsoever. I'm only speaking on what this project represents to me. It will activate a dead area of our harbor. It will connect existing.
Motion to extend.
Second.
Thank you.
No.
Thank you. It will, oh, may I continue?
Yeah. Anyone opposed? One opposed. You can go for it.
Okay. It will activate a dead area of our harbor, connect to existing hotels, restaurants, and apartments that do run along this same stretch of Harbor Drive. And this project includes a rare 540 affordable units, space for grocery stores, green roofs, and walking trails. People who work at our local hotels and restaurants can find affordable housing here instead of living on the streets, which if you ask our housing navigator, Lila Omura, she's shared at least one couple that work in the harbor, but were living on the streets. And this project would connect to the Hermosa Greenbelt, the Marvin Broad Bike Trail, and could be easily added to a Beach Cities Transit or other bus line. As proposed, I do think it has way too much parking, and so this will not address our climate goals. But as a young person in Redondo, I'm thinking about those in my generation and future generations who will only continue to be priced out of the South Bay if we continue with the status quo. We should find solutions that will set us up for a thriving future.
All right. Thank you. You're done.
Thank you.
Next one.
Holly Osborne.
Good evening. This is Holly Osborne. I'm in District 5, the slandered part of North Redondo, which doesn't deserve to be slandered. But I want to say something. I don't have my numbers all at the top of my head, but you know that I have studied this housing element stuff and arena and density for quite a while. And I would like to point out that people from outside of our city, from Manhattan Beach and Torrance, that Redondo is denser than you. Redondo has proportionally higher RENA than you, and we have built. And I don't like somebody from a less dense city like Manhattan Beach telling us what we should do, and I don't like somebody from a less dense city like Torrance telling us what we should do. Okay? What we have overbuilt in the past. All you have to do is go down and look at South Redondo and look at that Waikiki-like, all those Waikiki-like apartments. And like I said, I didn't prepare this in advance, but please, I support Brandy Forbes' position, and I support keeping it as much open space as possible at the beach. That's what people come to the beach for, to look at beaches, not to look at 10-story apartments, okay? So that's my opinion. And I've been reading Gulliver's Travels, and you know what it says there. Thank you.
Nancy Skiba.
Yes, hi, good evening. Nancy Skiba from District 4. Good evening. I wanted to ask how many of these apartments or units are actually, when they call them affordable, do they mean affordable for purchase? Are these units that will be for sale at a supposedly lower price? Or are these going to be what are called low income units? And are they planning to turn this into some kind of a halfway house-like thing in some of these apartments. Somebody was mentioning bringing people off the street. Just wondering, are we going to be, turning that end of Redondo, which is quite lovely, into something that's not as nice, perhaps, just in order to have a lot of apartment units crammed in there. I'd like to get more information along those lines, because the word affordable is tossed around a lot. And I've read before that a lot of times affordable means it's just simply less expensive to purchase it. Thank you.
I have no one else raising their hand, and the 2 e-comments we received are already spoke on Zoom.
All right. Thank you. All right. No one else in person wants to speak? Going once, going twice. You still get time in the end if you want. All right. So, the proponent, would you like to rebut any of the statements that have been made, asserted, the preponderance of evidence?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Pro Tem Narenheim, members of City Council, Michael Schonefeld on behalf of 9300 Wilshire LLC and related entities. I did want to say that, there were a lot of comments made, and, some of them they're all worthy of consideration. To Commissioner Lamb's comment, the city actually was in a state of noncompliance at the date of our submittal of our preliminary application. And under the Housing Accountability Act, as amended by SB 330 in 2019, the year 2019, those preliminary applications allow the application to proceed frozen in time as of that date. It was August 15th, I believe, was the submittal date. And I believe there's an incorrect reference in my May 9th, 2023 letter that states that it was submitted on July 12th or July 21st. That's on page 3. I correct that for the record. It was August, I believe, 15th. It's also in Ms. Forbes' letter. So I think it's clear enough. But to say that that the city was compliant at the time is actually not technically correct. And according to the HCD, which is the state Housing and Community Development Department, that the agency charged with enforcing the Housing Element Act, the Housing Acts, the housing statutes in general, they determined that it wasn't compliant until they said it was on September 1st. So locked in time, preliminary application then turned into the formal application. And I just want to basically clear the air, because many of the comments made, while worthy of consideration, are not bearing on the essential issue. The essential issue is that the city attorney, and your planning director don't agree that the builder's remedy applies. That's it. We think it does. That's the question, okay? The rest of it, the incomplete items, the ownership issues they're irrelevant in the light of that threshold issue. We disagree. We also don't believe that the city has made the proper findings under the proper burden of proof under the builder's remedy, subdivision D of Government Code 65589.5. So we're here just to kind of call forth that issue. The response from Ms. Forbes that we're here before you on appeal is 2 things. We can come back with an open space project or something that conforms with the impossibly restricted zoning of the AES power plant site, which is zoned for one use only, a generating plant. That's it. We can come back with something that conforms to that, which there can't be anything. Or we come back with a LCP amendment and a zoning code amendment, which clearly is in derogation of the builder's remedy. So it's basically asking us for putting us in a catch-22 kind of disposition here. So that's what we object to. But I think we've made our presentation and our points as clear as we possibly could, and that a lot of the discussion is really just peripheral to that. So again, I'm on hand for questions and appreciate your time. I appreciate your public service, all of you, and we submit on that. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Madam Clerk, my computer has decided to go to sleep and not want to wake up, so I can't see who's raised their hands. If there's someone.
Oh, I see. I'm sorry. Councilmember Obaji has his hand up.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. So Your last comment, Mr. Schoenfeld, kind of caught me off guard. You said that the only thing that could be possibly done there is a generating plant. But I'm looking at the map, the zoning map, and isn't it, and I'm sure it's in the staff report, I should be looking at that. But isn't the property zoned industrial, let's see,
Parkland.
Park and industrial or no? Is it not?
It's a conditional use for utility.
Conditional use for
So it's not.
for power generation.
Power generation.
It could be
utility,
it could be power
utility.
storage, right? You could have like a battery storage facility there.
Okay, Mr. Obaji.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm sorry, did I cut you off?
No, go for it.
Don't want to do that. Councilmember Obaji, I guess we could talk about different interpretations, what the code allows. I think really the zoning is confusing, to be honest, because the LCP designation says generating plant GP.
Okay.
In other instances, it suggests there's an industrial zone. It doesn't matter really for the purposes of our discussion. Let's say it's a battery plant.
So,
Okay,
all right.
I think the point I'm making, if I can finish it, is that the position is we have to come back for something that's zoning consistent, which is very limited. It's not that we can pursue this particular proposal.
Okay.
That's the issue.
By the way, the builder's remedy would, if it applied, would allow you to develop housing, residential housing, right?
Correct.
Not hotels, right?
Well, a mixed-use project could conceivably contain a hotel. We approved one for Legato at PCH and PV Boulevard.
Actually, no, that's
Sure,
not
sure,
true.
but that's not part of the builder's,
Sorry?
that's not part of the builder's remedy. The builder's remedy doesn't allow mixed use, does it? Commercial?
Yes, it does.
Okay, well, is any part of that hotel going to be affordable, or is it going to be entirely market rate, 300 rooms market rate?
The affordable component is part of the residential uses.
Okay.
Yeah. But that's
So-
where it's supposed to be, 20% minimum.
Okay, but none of the hotel rooms are affordable, so we could like put our unhoused population in there for a night or two, or anything like that.
It'd be nice to be able to answer that question, but we don't even have an application anymore, so I can't.
It also is commercial space, according to the application.
I'm sorry?
I believe it's $550,000. 550,000 square.
Now, another question, something that I didn't see addressed is any reference, do you dispute that this property was found to be a wetland in 2015 by the California Coastal Commission? Sorry, in 2013. That this property was found to have 5.93 acres of wetlands.
I'm sorry, you're asking me a question. I'm not going to respond with a question, but it was, there was a reference to wetlands, but they were not waters of the United States under Section 404 of the U.S. Clean Water Act, and it wasn't waters of the state either. So wetlands as defined by the state law, which governs wetland mitigation, or wetlands as defined by federal law, if it is a United States jurisdictional water, which is a hydrological connection to the navigable waters, it was neither.
Okay, so, I don't want to get into wetland law with you, but I can, because I did look at the federal regulations on this, and I think it's 33 CFR 328.3 defines wetlands as water, relatively permanent, standing, or continuously flowing bodies of water, and it says identified in all these other locations and the like. But so do you dispute that there are wetlands on that site?
You say I dispute that there are wetlands on that site, and wetlands is a term of art. It's defined under the State Clean Water Act, Port of Cologne Water Act. It's defined under the Section 404. It's of the United States statute. It's defined in different ways. So it's hard to say yes or no to a question where the terms aren't defined. I can definitively tell you there's never been a federal delineation of waters. There's never been a declaration that there's federal jurisdictional waters under that definition you just started.
But you can see, you do recognize that the government code does the government code that the government code does incorporate the federal definition of wetlands, correct?
The government code relies on a different definition altogether called the waters of the state. So waters of the state has a different definition because they're regulated by two different statutory provisions.
All right.
Neither of which, I mean, I think the relevant point.
Well, it is relevant, and I'll tell you why. But because I'm looking at Government Code Section 65913.4 talks about submission of application, and I'm looking at the subsection, one of the subsection C's, I guess 6C, wetlands. It says wetlands as defined in the United States Fish and Wildlife Service Manual, Part 660, FW2. And so I'm trying to figure out the definition, but ultimately I know that another state agency, the Coastal Commission, found that in a report published in 2015 that there are wetlands there, 5.93 acres of wetlands on that site. And the reason that's relevant is because if we go to, you do think that the government code as to the builder's remedy, 65589.5 is clear, right?
Which subdivision are you referring to? 65589. Subdivision D, which is the builder's remedy?
Sure.
Okay. Yes, I do.
D4 specifically. And that says that the eligibility to claim, that does protect lands that are zoned for agriculture or resource preservation. Isn't that correct?
It doesn't apply here. And if it did, you didn't make the findings that it did.
Okay, I'm just asking you questions. Yeah. I'm not making findings right now.
I'm familiar with the reference you're talking about on the wetlands, and I know more about that than you might think, and that I know for sure that there's never been a jurisdictional water delineation under either state or federal law there.
Well, have you toured the property at all?
Yes, I've been by it many a time. Yeah.
Have you seen like water rising onto the concrete? Ever?
No, I don't specifically recall that.
All right. Going back to.
Not sure why it's relevant.
Well, because it would help us understand if it's a wetland or a natural resource.
I think we have government agencies that help us understand that through delineations. Then they become legally jurisdictional.
I didn't see it addressed in the HCD letter, so I just wasn't sure if they were aware. Like sometimes one state agency finds something and another state agency doesn't recognize that agency did that thing. Okay, so no opinion there. Question.
You have opinions there.
There are 11 owners of this site, right? And what percentage of ownership does 9300 Wilshire have?
These are joint and several owners. We provided an ownership affidavit. I'm not sure why that's becoming subject to the city's scrutiny. It's not subject to scrutiny in other projects.
We have to know whether we have the right party here in front of us.
Yes, you do. And we've presented the affidavit, so that's what your requirements asked for. We complied.
And the petitioner is currently in bankruptcy, right?
The petitioner.
Or the applicant, the appellant is in bankruptcy, right?
The bankruptcy has been proceeding on this, to my knowledge. I'm not a bankruptcy lawyer, and I'm not involved in representing any entity in that.
Okay, so you wouldn't know whether they're planning on reorganizing or liquidating.
I'm not sure why it's relevant. Okay, because we submitted an application prior to any bankruptcy, and we followed the owner's affidavit requirement. That should be enough for you.
Well, you're working here today on behalf of the bankrupt or the debtor, and you would have to have the bankruptcy court approve your employment to service.
Councilmember Abaji, with all due respect, I'm not sure why we need to get into the bankruptcy proceeding in this particular hearing. It's irrelevant.
All right. Let's see. And as far as the Coastal Act goes, when the community development director essentially told you that, hey, you needed to provide a local coastal plan amendment, in order to process this application. She wasn't telling you to change your project, right? She was just telling you to finish completing all the other documents associated with seeking approval of a project in the coastal zone, right?
No, incorrect. So she's asking us to change the project. And when I look at a CEQA project description, one of the things that's listed are the required approvals for it.
Right.
If the project goes from a builder's remedy project to an existentially, as I say, different kind of project, it's a different project, okay? It's a legislative action. It is the grandfather of all entitlements. It's the hardest to achieve because it's 100% discretion on part of the city to get one. And it's a different project. It's a project that requires a different pro forma, a different set of metrics that go into justifying it to lenders, to financiers, or to whomever. And it also, I think most importantly, I've tried to say, is it requires us to repudiate our own rights. And we're going to politely decline the city's invitation to have us waive our rights under the Housing Accountability Act.
All right, so we've had this discussion before on another case, another property, but I'd like to have it on the record in this case. When the city submitted its housing plan amendment as part of our HCD obligations, that didn't change from the time that it submitted it. We voted on it as a council, and it was submitted to HCD for their certification, right?
Yes.
All right. And yes, it did not change, right?
I don't believe there was a change that you guys made.
Now,
it's a matter of record.
Does it seem like it would be fair if HCD was overloaded with all these applications and they just never got to look at our application to allow every single desirous builder in the whole state of California exercise builder's remedies because they submitted these plans right before HCD was able to say certified?
I'm not sure I understand the question, Councilmember Obaji, but I will say that the HCD's made clear, and I'm quoting, the jurisdiction is, quote, in compliance as of the date of the HCD's letter finding the adopted element in substantial compliance.
You're reading the letter of this letter that we got yesterday, right?
Correct.
All right, and that's not an attorney even, let alone a judge or an appellate judge. Isn't that correct?
I haven't heard a judge or appellate judge take your position either. Have you?
No, I haven't. Exactly, but I don't know why I should be listening to this person who hasn't, if we're in a court of law,
yes,
a judge would not even allow that letter to come in because it's hearsay, right? Being offered for the truth of the matter asserted. We don't have an opportunity to examine the person who wrote that letter about her credentials, her investigation of the natural resources there, or her investigation into how this project harmonizes with our coastal plan. Do we?
Councilmember Obaji, you're a lawyer, right?
I am a lawyer.
And you're not a land use lawyer.
No, but I know the rules. I know the rules of evidence and how much weight should be given to unsworn letters by people who are not qualified to render those opinions.
And you should know that the rules of evidence don't apply in land use litigation because it's writ litigation under Code of Civil Procedure Section 1094.5.
Which is why
it's on an administrative record.
All right.
And there's no extra record evidence allowed, and there's no putting on of witnesses on the stand to carry on your kind of questioning. What I will say is the HCD, as a matter of record, was vested by the state legislature as being the agency of the state of California to enforce the housing element law.
Right.
And there's interpretation given to agencies, and they're given great deference by the courts. And you probably know that under lots of different doctrines, including going back to the Chevron doctrine. So I disagree with you that we're going to pick apart the author of this memo. That's just a misplaced analysis. This is a governmental agency taking an official position, happens to be the agency charged with enforcing the housing.
All right, back to me, please. Okay. The letter does include a requirement or remind us of our obligation to comply with the Coastal Act, right?
It perhaps does because it's in the statute.
And we have previously discussed this, but not in this case. We have an obligation as a council to harmonize any application submitted to the city with our obligations under the our local coastal program or the Coastal Act. Isn't that correct?
You have an obligation to harmonize.
Yes, harmonize. All right. But your project, as it was submitted by your client, did not harmonize with our local coastal program or the state's coastal act at all. Isn't that correct?
The builder's remedy, as was astutely mentioned by Commissioner Lamb in her comments, allows builders under certain circumstances that apply here to proceed regardless of what the LCP or General Plan or Zoning Code says about zoning. That's the remedy, okay? So
you don't have any authority for that position that the builder's remedy just tosses out the Coastal Act.
I never, ever once asserted that it tosses out the Coastal Act, okay? I think assertions have been the other way, that the Coastal Act from many positions I've heard taken from the dais and from staff, that the Coastal Act tosses out the Housing Accountability Act. I don't think that happens either. And so if there's going to be a discussion of harmonization, it can't go to the core question of whether you can even build housing to begin with. Otherwise, you had one statute, a super statute though it may be, steamrolling the other. And that's not what the builder's remedy says. Let's go back to your mitigation, your wetlands.
I don't have a question pending to you, sir. So
I thought you did.
Not the one that you're being responsive to.
I'm trying to be helpful and
I
eliminate
appreciate
some
that.
of your questions because you have questions.
And did you submit a subdivision or tentative track map application?
We submitted the bundle of application requests for the builder's remedy.
Did you submit a subdivision?
Yes, track
tentative
map.
track map. Yes.
I think Ms. Forbes kind of listed what was applied for.
I'll take a look.
I listed what was applied for. That was not applied for.
That was not applied for. Okay. And was a lot consolidation application submitted?
It's a matter of record what was submitted, Councilmember.
Okay. Well, besides just developing the record for whatever organization takes us up next, we also have the public that we have to serve here in explaining, what was specifically submitted and what was not. Because we have to ultimately make a determination as to whether the application was complete or incomplete, right?
Absolutely.
All right. And was an application for a general plan amendment submitted?
No.
We already addressed the local land use plan, local coastal land use plan. And no zone change submitted, right?
That's, if you've been listening to the discourse, absolutely not. That's the existential issue here.
All right. And, all right, no further questions at this time. Thank you, Mr. Schoenfeld.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. I got a question for you, actually.
Okay.
Just to state the record clearly, because you were here, Legato. I was actually on that over there. So Legato project was two separate projects. It was not, the hotel was not part of the mixed use, which is why when they applied for 180 units, they did not only get 180, they only got 115 units because only 3 acres of the 4 that were on site. And so therefore, that was not part of the mixed use project. Totally separate project, got different funding as well, as you know, during the settlement negotiations. You said there's 12 entities here that own AES, right?
I didn't say that, no.
Okay, I counted on this sheet here. AES ownership dated 8/9/22, 12 different entities. 9,300 will share, 9,300 will share fee. Out of curiosity, has 9,300 will share paid you yet your $15,000? Or they still owe you that?
I'm not sure what you're referring to, Councilmember Narenheim, so I'm not sure how to respond to that.
Okay, in the bankruptcy documentation, he has not paid his fees to you yet.
I'm curious as to why that's relevant here. I think we're here on a pretty specific issue. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Actually, it's very specific, actually. It makes up a lot of, it's probably why the gentlemen here from the Carpenters Union are here. Ms. Forbes, I got a quick question for you. On your letter dated March 3rd, 2023, incompleteness of determination says things that you have not received yet, have not been met and are required before the application may be deemed complete. Number 1, payment of appropriate fees must be made. What kind of fees would be associated with this particular project application?
Right, so there are application fees in our master fee schedule that's adopted by resolution by the city council for the coastal development permit application, for the planning commission design review application, for environmental review. And you know, obviously I've provided additional applications that would need to be provided because those are required. And so any fees that would go along with those applications. And we receive 0 fees, and we receive no hard copies of any plans, documents. And as I mentioned, those that were submitted electronically via a Dropbox were deleted from that Dropbox before we even got to the 30-day review period.
And roughly speaking, how much in fees would this application be?
You know, I don't have that off the top of my head. Each of the applications actually spells out on it what the fee amount is.
5,000, 10,000?
It's probably, I mean, with environmental review, planning commission design, it's in the thousands range, but I don't have that off the top of the head.
What I was going to point out is there are different determinations of incompleteness under the different underlined sections. And so what the appellant has argued is the one that's listed first, applications needed, makes the rest of it moot. But they have to apply for a project they don't want to apply for. But the others don't have anything to do with that. The question you were asking, incompleteness determination, coastal development permit application, they have all those things that are listed. And then they have a separate incompleteness determination, planning commission design review application. And then they have the last one, incompleteness determination environmental review application. So essentially, the applicant has taken the point that, well, because we aren't or can't or don't want to apply with the first, it makes the other, everything else listed moot. And that's not accurate. It would be different if all the other items, the fee, the other owners signing the affidavit, were been complete, then it might be the central contention between the applicants. But that's not it. Those other things still remain. It's an imperfect analogy, but we've had multiple different analogies. I would argue it's like not exhausting your administrative remedies before going to court.
And if I may, I did want to correct a couple of things. There was the claim that the affidavit was submitted. The affidavit was not submitted. Only 9300 Wilshire LLC signed the affidavit with the application. And the claim of asking to change the project, it wasn't, there was no request of having to change the project. It was just noting the applicable applications that would need to be submitted.
You know, it finally say, I looked on page 2 that Mr. Schoenfeld cited. I didn't find a statement, we don't like your project anywhere. So I think that was creative license or argumentative license. And more to the point, it's not, the project isn't rejected. And I think Mr. Schoenfeld is arguing as a matter of law, it essentially is. But truly, given the lack of very specific missing documents that are required under our municipal code and under the local coastal plan, it is a determination of incompleteness.
All right. So quick question. Do you have like a $10,000 check for a deposit for us for the fees with us? Say you're Redondo Beach, ready to go as a first step?
How much?
10 grand.
Yeah, Councilmember Nerheim, cute question, but let me answer it in a serious way, and that is this. Mr. Webb, I disagree with again, although I respect. Is it asking us to pay fees for applications to be processed that are in derogation of the builder's remedy right? That's a non-starter, okay? I think Mr. Ebb's suggesting, I'll get to your question, Mr. Nairn, in a bit. But I think Mr. Ebb's suggesting, well, you could have paid for the applications you agree with. Well, the question I would have is, you're clearly not going to process a builder's remedy project. So what kind of, if there was ever a futility doctrine would apply in forcing us to cough up fees for applications that are in derogation of our own rights and that force us into a waiver.
I don't think we want to go down.
Let me say a couple.
No, but I'll cut you off there because my point here is very simple.
No, and I'll answer your point.
You're owed $15,000. I don't want the city owed more money. That's just the first step here moving forward. So there's a lot of money. Bankruptcy court shows hundreds of thousands of dollars being owed, yourself included. So yeah, we can't get past the first step. I mean, first step is making a deal, right? Paying some money. So anyways, we'll just move on from there. Thank you. I appreciate that. Do you know what today's date is, by the way?
It is the 9th as I look at my calendar, and I hope it doesn't become the 10th.
No, the year. What's the year?
Oh, 2023.
Oh, got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Do you know if year 2023 comes before 2022?
Councilmember Nairn, can you tell me where these questions are going, please?
Simple question.
I want to.
Simple question.
Okay. Based on my third grade math, and maybe even first, I think so, that 2024 comes after 2023. That's what I recall.
2022 comes before 2023.
That would work too.
Okay. Well, in your letter that you provided to us, you stated in here 5 times, to be exact, July 5th, 2023, the city of Redondo Beach submitted our element, and then it was, let me finish, and then you went on further to state that it was approved by HCD in September of 2023, and I'll just say there was an ending paragraph that the city cannot factually or legally state that the application wasn't complete. And I'll say that factually that statement is wrong because 2023, July 5th hasn't happened yet. So I'll just leave that there. I don't need to respond to that.
Did you want me to respond to that?
No, I'm good. Brandy, I have a question for you. Is there a project in Redondo Beach by the name of Village South Specific Plan?
I'd have to look that up. Do you have the address for that?
It says here, I believe, what is this? Let me look it up for you here real quick. I believe this is the Claremont Village South Pacific addresses. So Claremont, I would assume it's Claremont, California, but there's documentation in here for the EIR that or other facts that they're putting in here I'm not sure why it's in here, why it would make any difference, but the Village South Pacific Plan doesn't exist for Redondo Beach.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, all right, that's it, all I have for now. I don't have my computer up. Who is up next? Is there anyone up next?
No.
Okay. Any other members of you can sit down, sir. Any members of the public want to speak? Anyone else? Any other statements from Good
evening, members of the council.
Before Mr. Solomon speaks,
Yes.
Under the rules, the public speaks and then the appellant has a chance for last rebuttal. So if you allow Mr. Solomon to speak, you should, my recommendation.
Allow him to speak again.
Yes.
Yeah, he's got extra time. Yes, sir, go for it.
I just would like a point of clarification, if we could. If the only applicant who submitted, which was 9300 LLC, is in receivership, is bankrupt, who would approve or be able to pay the fees for an application?
Ask us that question.
Sorry. Or who would be able to pay or submit those fees? Would it have to be approved by a receiver? Would the applicants, how would that function, the logistics of that, should your decision be to overturn Ms. Forbes' rejection of the application, and then the applicant should wish to submit fees? how do those fees get paid on a ownership interest that the application, the only one, is in receivership? I don't know if I'm conveying it accurately.
So
Any other, yeah?
So that was it. Thanks. I'm just curious about that part of it.
Thank you, sir.
If you want, I can take a stab, and then Mr. Schoenfeld can come up and tell you why I'm wrong. But it's a two-part answer. It's in bankruptcy court, the phrase is you can't sneeze without the bankruptcy court's approval. And there you have to get approval to continued hiring professionals to represent you if they want to get paid. And so the bankruptcy court would have to prove it. The reason I paused is if the council were to make the determination the application is complete, the application is complete. It wouldn't be, on the other hand, if they were up to hold it, they could, the appellant could resolve all the elements of completeness, or at least the ones they agree with, and then perhaps make the sole remaining issue, the one that they're arguing is the issue before you now. But it would go back to it wouldn't be after they overturned it, it would be after they upheld it, and then they would resolve all the incompleteness elements, or at least the ones that don't go to what they say is the central issue. But that would be, with a different application.
Okay.
Okay.
And the paragraph I was referring to earlier, I'll just read it in the record. It is factually and legally impossible for the city to prove sufficiently to satisfy preponderance of the evidence standard that the project is not entitled to the builder's remedy because it has adopted a draft amendment on July 5th, 2023, and was not deemed compliant until September 1st, 2023. So that's actually factually incorrect, and so legally not correct. So that's where I'm getting that from. That's from Mr. Schoenfeld's own letter to us. And I'm actually am curious as to how he got the HCD letter that was sent to us last night at 5:30 in the evening. But all right, is there anyone else who has their hand up? I can't have my thing here.
Sure.
Okay, Mr. Schoenfeld, do you have anything to say?
I got a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Schoenfeld, had you had any contact with the author of that letter prior to her dispatching that letter to us? How frequently?
Well, the HCD has a portal. It has a housing crisis task force that's been initiated by governor's office in support with the AG's office. They have portals that you apply for assistance, technical assistance. It's a public process.
So you request the technical assistance that Ms. West provided?
Mm-hmm.
Have you had phone conversations with Ms. West?
Councilmember Abaji, I'm trying to understand the relevance, and I'm not going to.
Because I want to know, this is evidence that we have to consider, that we are considering.
You have to initiate communications with the HCD about your project for them to initiate the enforcement portal.
Okay. So
there are builders all over the state of California doing this.
And I just want to know whether it's written correspondence exclusively, or if there are telephone conversations also that, for example, would not show up in a Public Records Act request that I just submitted to Ms. West.
You're welcome to discover that through your Public Records Act request.
Okay, so you won't disclose in candor to the body that you're applying to?
I just disclosed to you in great candor that we were in communication with the author of this letter. I answered your question, yes, and I did.
In writing and over the phone?
Writing, and sometimes it's over the phone. It does, it could be any manner of mode or communication.
All right, thank you.
I don't know how that's relevant.
I have a follow-up question to that real quick. Who else in your firm or anyone else was communicating with HCD on this particular letter?
Councilmember Narahan, these questions are completely irrelevant.
Actually, okay. The letter is a letter relevant to, no, hold on, yeah. Is a letter you got from HCD, or we got from HCD, not addressed to you, is that a part of this tonight? Are you relying upon that standard tonight for yourself?
What standard are you referring?
Standard to overturn the appeal?
I was here on February 7th, relying on my own
I'm talking about this letter
standard.
that we received at 5:30 last night that you referenced in your letter.
All I say is that the HCD's interpretation is helpful to us because it happens to coincide with ours.
Okay. So going back to the actual question I asked, anyone else in your firm or that you know of having communications with HCD for this particular letter?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, so it's just you.
One question before
Yes, sir.
we close the public hearing, or hear the rebuttal and then close the public hearing. Is it your opinion that we have to make a determination on this tonight, or can we continue this to some other day?
I would hope that you come to a determination tonight.
Okay. Because you're not getting paid.
That's good. Yeah.
Not being paid.
Well,
maybe
with
the judge
respect,
will allow you to
Mr.
be paid.
Narenheim, to your
Mayor Pro Tem.
help, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. With respect to your pointing out typos in my letter, that was helpful, and thank you.
You're welcome.
We'll correct those for the record, like I've been doing. You know, we just happened to be, we had your staff report come in Friday. There wasn't a lot of time, frankly, to find out the position staff was going to be taking. This letter might have a few errant typos, but it doesn't really affect the substance, and to fly spec that is, it's amusing, to say the least.
What other mistakes do you have in this letter? Could you point out one yourself?
No, I'm not aware of any others, but I think you get the purpose of this letter. If I got the 2023 year wrong, that happens.
Kind of a big deal, though.
Typos happen in the
Well, you know what? Luckily, this is in the context of a larger record where you can figure out the right year on your own.
Got it. Yeah. Now you know I was asking you what comes first.
Thank you.
All right.
All
Thank
right.
you, sir. Don't go hunting any whales. All right. Is there a motion? Is there any more questions?
Is the rebuttal concluded?
Yes.
All right. Motion to close public hearing.
Second.
All right. Motion to close public hearing. There's a second. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. So now we are on to our deliberation phase with no new facts. Anyone want to take a first strike on this? I, for one, see a lot of mistakes, and there's no money being given to us. That's the first step. A check would be helpful, amongst many other things. There's notice of posting. As someone who passed Measure C, a local coastal plan amendment back in 2017. It was passed. We started in June of 2016. We went around, and a bunch of us in the community posted stuff around the community. So they didn't even do that. So yeah, I see very little here. I will go with the staff recommendations. There are two, and I want to thank staff here real quick. There are two resolutions in our agenda packet. A resolution to uphold staff recommendations, which I believe is CC 2305-043, which is the first resolution. And then there's the second resolution, CC 2305-043, overturning the director's decision. I do not recommend that particular resolution. So does anyone else have any thoughts on that?
You said 043.
They're both 043, but it's the resolution number 1, resolution number 2. The first one is 4 pages. The second one is 2 pages.
Upholding the community development director's decision.
Yeah.
That's how you need to.
Right. So I would favor that, and if I may.
You may, sir.
All right. So Director Forbes, I do really appreciate all your work on this, and your presentation was really excellent in laying out the issues very clearly. So I thank you for that, because I know it takes a lot of work, and you're also dealing with a lot of other work in the city. So thank you. I did want to address some comments that were made by the public. It's not that we're trying to cram all the housing in North Redondo. We were trying in satisfying our HCD obligations, we were trying to cram all the housing in every single space we possibly could in the city. And what people don't appreciate is that a site had to be of a certain size. I think it was a half acre or larger in order for us to upzone it to 35 dwelling units per acre, because we had to show a probability or possibility, or probability actually, that this site would be developed into housing on some future date. And we had to go so far as to reach out to owners and ask them to submit letters in support. And there just were not that many large parcels in South Redondo or anywhere else. And the wetlands just didn't seem like a place to put housing, unless people want geese and water flooding into their house. We are doing everything in our power, including our next agendized item, to improve access to affordable housing. And we are wholly aligned with HCD on this, but we balance our Coastal Act obligations with our obligations to provide affordable housing, and that's why we support I support upholding the Community Development Director's decision here. Thank you. So
Is that a motion?
if you made a motion, I'll second it. If otherwise, I'll make the motion.
Why don't you make the motion? We'll do some amendments to it. I can add some.
All right. Adopt by title only resolution number CC 2305-043, resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, upholding the Community Development Director's decision to deem the application incomplete for a proposed mixed-use housing project located at 1100 North Harbor Drive, APN 7503-013-014, 7503-013-15, same prefixes -819 and -820.
I'll second that.
Okay. Do we need to add anything to this particular resolution? Any findings that we have found other than what's in here? I mean, there's clearly a lot missing in this application. Anything that you heard today that needs to be added?
I don't know. I mean, it's up to you if you're going to have findings. I didn't see anything where there's additional findings that.
Did you hear anything today that needs to be added to the?
No.
It's, again, you're not supposed to ask us questions, and it's a matter of deliberation now. That would have been.
That's true.
Before your open hearing. So you're the jury. You can't ask one side or the other what you would.
Okay.
What we recommend.
Jurors are allowed to ask questions, actually.
Well, yeah, it's
judges,
not. It's not the other way around. So.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else have any comments, questions on this one? Okay. So there's a motion on the floor to approve resolution CC 2305-043, upholding the development director's decision, denying the appeal. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? All right, motion passes 5-0. Something to read?
Yes, adopt by title only resolution number CC-2305043, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, upholding the Community Development Director's decision to deem the application incomplete for a proposed mixed-use housing project located at 1100 North Harbor Drive, APN 7503-01314, 7503-01315, 7503-013-819, and 7503-03820. Thank you.
All right. Perfect. I just want to continue on to the next item.
Well, I'd like to
Or you want to take a break?
Well, yeah, I'd like to make a motion to take a 5-minute break.
5-minute break. Motion for 5-minute break. We'll be back at 9:32.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Yeah,
I like
sure.
that.
Member Behrens,
Here.
and Mayor Pro Tem Narenheim.
Here. All right. So onwards to our next item. This is item N2, or excuse me, N1. This is the discussion and possible action for possible direction, I should say, for amending our municipal code for an inclusionary housing regulations. So this started in 2020. I know Mayor Brand has been pushing this for quite some time, and you guys we've been seeing each other. We started our relationship on Zoom.
We did.
We did. It was a really good
First time in
start.
person, yeah, with Kathy.
And then
I think it's the first time you've been here in
No,
person.
I came in December.
Was it?
Yeah.
November
November,
at
okay.
City
December.
Council.
Sorry, November.
Yeah.
And then December and then January.
Yeah, no, I was going to say, I've been here in December.
Well, welcome back to our abode.
Thank
I know
you.
you've been here many times for the Planning Commission as well. You're going to tell us all about it. So without further ado.
Yep. So, Vicki, if you could,
It's up. We'll ask Doug to change screens and we'll be ready to go. There we go.
There we go. Just, I'm Director Forbes, Community Development. We've got Kathy Head here from Kaiser Marston. She's our consultant on our inclusionary housing.
Good evening, everyone. So I'm just going to go quickly through a PowerPoint presentation that just reviews everything we've talked about in the past and then what we talked about with the Planning Commission. And I know you'd probably like to make this as expeditious as possible, so I will go quickly. So basically, the first question for everybody to consider is what is inclusionary housing? So the inclusionary housing programs impose affordable housing requirements on new development. So the whole idea of an inclusionary program is to impose affordable housing requirements on market rate projects so that you're spreading the affordable units around town instead of putting them all in single buildings. But you're required by the legislature and by court cases to offer options in addition to producing the affordable housing units on site. So that's something we're going to talk about more fully. The things we're asking you to establish tonight, if you can, is the required percentages of affordable units for rental projects and ownership housing projects. How many units, so how big would a project have to be before it's subject to the inclusionary housing ordinance, so the threshold project size, and then how deep do you want your affordability requirements to be? So you're going to have one set of affordability requirements for apartment projects and another set of affordable requirements for ownership projects, and we'll talk more about that. Next slide, please. The key things that you have to consider when you're establishing an inclusionary housing program are legal standards, which have been set by a variety of court cases that say the requirement cannot be confiscatory, it cannot deprive a property owner of a fair and reasonable return on investment, and it can't be a constraint, can't create a constraint to housing. None of those issues have been defined by the courts or the legislature. So we're put in a position where we have to take a reasonableness stance when we do these financial evaluations, because our whole idea is that we're trying to create a balance between the city's unmet housing needs and the needs of developers, because if the needs of developers aren't met, they won't develop, and then you won't get any housing, much less affordable housing. So that's the whole idea behind the financial analysis. And Vicki's ahead of me. That's good. So then the parameters to be established are target income and affordability restrictions, minimum project size, and then the alternative options that we've discussed before and that are available at varying levels of city council approval are an in lieu fee option, the option to provide the units off-site, or to create a parcel, if you have a large development parcel, to create a parcel within a parcel to provide the affordable units in that. The times you would do that likely are if you had a market rate ownership project and then you wanted to fulfill the affordable requirement with rental units, then you'd split the site and provide the affordable in the one parcel and the market in the other, but they'd still all be in one location. Land dedication, so not my favorite, hard to use, but it's an option that's very commonly provided. And then acquisition and substantial rehabilitation of existing units. The problem, while it's a good goal, it's a good policy goal, the problem with acquisition and rehab is you can't get RENA credit for it.
And so one of the major reasons to do an inclusionary housing ordinance is to get RENA credit. So you can still decide to allow acquisition rehab, but just know that when you do it, it's not counting towards that requirement. Okay?
Sorry, what is acquisition rehab again?
So if somebody bought an apartment building that was occupied at market rents, somebody would buy it and agree to put income covenants on the units to make them low or very low income. And typically that requirement, if it is imposed, is on projects that are in dilapidated condition that need a significant amount of rehabilitation to be livable.
Not creating new units, basically.
Yeah, right. So you're not creating new units. And I'm on the screen too. Wow. Okay. So some issues for consideration and that we thought of when we were talking about putting this together was AB 1505, which was the legislation that allowed cities and counties to adopt inclusionary housing ordinances for rental units. HCD, after that was adopted, and even in AB 1505, there was discussion about limiting the inclusionary requirement for rental units to a 15% standard and an 80% of area median income standard. They didn't say you had to in AB 1505, they just used it as an example. However, subsequently, HCD put out a technical memorandum where they said, no, we kind of meant that. So unless you have a really strong reason to provide more strict affordability or a higher percentage, I don't recommend that you do it. And so if the financial evaluation had come out and said, oh, yeah, you can support a 30% requirement, I might still say do a 15% requirement because of the fact, and it didn't come out that way, by the way, but if it had, was you want to stay away from constraint to housing and you want to stay away from confiscatory. And so you want, in my opinion, you want a program that's ironclad. So if you follow the AB 1505 rules, then you can say, you can point to a statute and say, well, you said we could do this. Okay. The state density bonus, which is in Government Code Section 65915, provides benefits to projects that provide affordable units with or without an inclusionary housing ordinance. But in this case, in the case of Redondo Beach, it should be anticipated that if you adopt an inclusionary housing program, a significant number of projects will opt to use the state density bonus as a means of mitigating the impact.
Okay, but on that point,
yes,
isn't it true that everybody who's applying, who's building 5 or more units is going to use the state density bonus program probably anyway?
It's likely that most projects will. What I will say, even with, like, if you get smaller projects on small lots, if you have to change your parking configuration, so you're going further underground or underground at all, or if you're changing your building type, that the benefits of the density bonus will be outweighed by the additional costs you incur. So it's not every project, but yes, I always tell everybody, expect density bonus if you adopt inclusionary.
Or if you don't.
Okay. Okay. So, and then, okay, so we did the cost efficiency. So the other thing, just this is a technical item, is the density bonus affordable units are measured against the units allowed by state density bonus. I mean, by the sites-based zoning. So if your zoning is 20 units the acre, it's measured against, the affordable is measured against 20 units the acre. But if somebody provides 15% or 1.5 units, in this case, rounded to 2, they get to go to 30 units per acre. So that's how that works. Another issue that was brought up by both the City Council and the Planning Commission is the notion of what, just to consider the densification issue associated with adopting an inclusionary housing program. And so this is why we talk about it so much is, I'm not going to mislead you. I do expect a significant amount of density bonus.
I do want to just point out, and this is something that we discussed at the Planning Commission quite a bit, was the state density bonus law actually changed, 2 years ago?
Changes every year.
Yeah, well, right. But 2 years ago, it changed in a significant way where it went from that, if you for rentals, if you provide 15% very low, you can get a 50% bonus. Before, it had been much lower amount of additional density bonus that you could get. So a lot of projects are going to be moving towards density bonus. I highly doubt that the state's going to make it harder to do density bonus law than it is going to make it easier to do that. So although inclusionary may trigger that, especially in some of those rental projects, whereas the for sale projects will not, don't get that large of a density bonus. There will be some that may take advantage of the density bonus just because if they're already having to do some affordable. There may also be incentives to do. I mean, we just saw a project recently that went for a density bonus law without having an inclusionary component to it.
Right. That was the Catalina project.
Mm-hmm. And the nice thing about having an inclusionary program when folks are already using density bonus is you get a little bit more control over development standards than you do with just the statute. So the density bonus statute itself, for example, makes no requirement that you have to have the same mix of units as you do in the market rate project, whereas we're recommending in your inclusionary program that there be a pro rata share of affordable units by bedroom count to what's in the market rate project.
And we can go through those. There's a slide on those standards. Yeah.
Okay. So next slide, please. Okay. And next slide after that. Okay. So we've now gotten to the city council recommendations that were presented to the planning commission. And that's what Brandy was just referring to. So the discussions that we've had in the past are that the inclusionary requirements would be imposed on all developments with 2 or more units. But that there'd be a permitted payment of an in lieu fee for projects with units between 2 and 9. So that recognizes that small projects get hit much harder by affordable housing requirements than larger projects because they have fewer market rate units to spread the affordability across, the impact of the affordability. So the notion was the council wanted to start the threshold low, but that then to allow that in lieu fee payment. And in fact, it's been recommended that it be a sliding scale so that the really small projects get hit less hard than the projects even at 9 units.
What's the purpose of the in lieu fee? What does it go towards? Providing?
We decided that, right?
Does that go to the general fund? Does it go to housing?
We have a housing fund that the city already has established, so it would go into that. And then that can be utilized for different projects. Then you would establish what your policy and your program would be for utilizing those funds.
Okay.
Okay.
Because most of what we use is Section 8 money from HUD, right? For a lot of those programs?
A lot of those programs. So this would give you the opportunity to utilize these funds for a variety of different programs that maybe you wouldn't, Section 8 is very limited on what you can do with that.
Yeah.
We're
not talking a lot of money, though. We're only talking 2 to 9 units, right?
2 to 9 units and fractional units and then extreme hardship.
Yeah, okay.
Right. It is more of a supplement, but you do have broad authority in creating the allowable uses of your in lieu fee, as long as it's related to housing. Okay.
Thank you.
So the idea with then projects with 10 or more units is that you have to produce the unit. The developer has to produce the affordable housing units. They cannot pay the in lieu fee, except in the situation of extreme hardship. And we've discussed that in the past. That's a constitutional issue. It needs to be put into the ordinance. We created a definition of extreme hardship that's in the ordinance. Because most of the definitions we found were pretty bad. So it's a pretty detailed description, and it is in the council's control. It's in the developer's responsibility to prove economic hardship to you. And it's your decision whether they've proved it or not. If they don't prove it, then they have to develop.
So real quick, to that point, that goes to the financial analysis of the project, correct? So we cannot, Luke?
Could you close the door?
Mr. Smoot, can you? Thank you. So how do we determine the financial viability of the project? Isn't that proprietary information? We don't bring that up in public forum.
If they're requesting extreme hardship, they're going to have to demonstrate how. So it's different than just requesting a pro forma like with density bonus. They're requesting extreme hardship and either having to pay a reduced fee in lieu of or not providing affordable housing. They're going to have to demonstrate that in their project, and because they're asking for some leeway from this regulation. And we made a very tight process for that, and it has to come to the city council. It's going to be at a public hearing. They have to demonstrate it. The burden of proof is going to be on them.
And if I could just amplify that, the other reason is because we've established a program that should be feasible. The whole idea was to create a program that didn't create a constraint to housing, that wasn't confiscatory. So somebody would have to go way out of their way to prove extreme hardship, because factually, they just shouldn't have paid so much money for the land. If it wasn't worth it, they should just pay less. And especially if they're buying it from their brother. So, I mean, I think the burden of proof is, as Brandy said, is on the developer to prove for some reason that I can't imagine in most cases. I think I've used the example before. San Jose has had that requirement for 20 plus years, and the council just routinely says no. So, but it needs to be there, and it needs to be legitimate.
Yep, got it.
Okay. Okay, so the original city council direction for fractional unit obligations, so if a inclusionary requirement was 3.3 units, or if it was 3.8 units, the original recommendation was just to round it down. That was the original city council recommendation. When we met in November, we talked about it again, and there was a discussion then about, well, why would you leave that fraction on the table? And so we discussed then, well, do you want to round everything up? And then that starts to become, especially on a small project, becomes a burden, because then you can end up with too many units in a small project that's when you get into extreme hardship. And so the discussion rounded out to, and this is commonly done, is to allow an in lieu fee to be paid for that fractional unit obligation. That was the recommendation in November. And then when we met with the Planning Commission last month, they agreed that an in lieu fee schedule should be created for fractional units. And so we have slides on that later. Next slide, please. Okay, so now the standards for market rate for sale projects. And this has been a discussion we've had multiple times, and we had it with the Planning Commission as well, is that the inclusionary obligation for sale projects up to 19 units would be set at 9% moderate income. Again, it's because it's a small project, and small projects take more of an impact than larger projects. Because again, you have not as many market rate units to absorb that impact. And then 20 plus units, it'd be a 15% moderate income requirement. The term of the regulatory agreement would be a 55-year covenant. And so that unit would have to be sold and resold throughout one 55-year period to a moderate income household at an affordable sales price. Then once that covenant term expires in year 55, because you've got, in year 54, you've got a lottery winner. Is that then there's a notion that we will create a structure where the city recaptures that original affordability gap plus an equity appreciation share. And we have that structured in the ordinance, in the draft ordinance. The other thing is owner must occupy the unit as their principal place. They can't rent out any part of the unit. They can't sublease any part of the unit. They can't Airbnb any part of the unit. All the things we see with ownership affordable.
Excuse me, sorry to interrupt you.
No,
What
no
does
problem.
recapturing the affordability gap mean?
Okay, so just say, for example, just using made-up numbers, if the market rate price was $1 million and the affordable price was $300,000, then there's a $700,000 affordability gap. So, and that unit that was $300,000 purchased by that household today and then resold at the affordable price, it's never going to get as much appreciation as the market gets, because it's guided largely by two things: changes in the area median income and changes in interest rates.
Okay.
And so everybody who buys for the first 55 years buys at a deeply discounted price. But whoever owns that unit, year 55, day one, can sell it for whatever the market bears.
Right.
And I mean, at that point, it could be $15 million. I mean, because it's 55 years from now. So what this does is it takes the original $700,000 affordability gap, plus then, in that case, it was such a large part of the agreement, or the price, it's like 70% of the price, right? The affordable gap. affordability gap. So it takes 70% of the equity
So
appreciation.
it's a windfall tax, basically.
It's a win, yeah. Well, it's because everybody bought along the way at affordable price, including that person who bought in year 50.
Right.
And then all of a sudden they get to make
Big bucks.
big dollars.
Okay, I see.
Okay. Okay. Where am I? Okay. Okay. Got it. Can't lease it. So then the other option that we're recommending and that the council discussed was in an ownership project, allowing developers to fulfill the inclusionary requirement with rental units. And the reason for that is when you have a 55-year covenant on an ownership unit, and people have to sell and resell at an affordable price, there's some equity appreciation, hopefully, depending on how interest rates go. People who bought in 2015 are kind of sweating it right now in terms of what the affordable price is versus what they paid. But generally, there'll be the median income will go up over time. So there'll be some appreciation, but not a lot. So there's very little upside potential and some downside potential. Whereas if you have an affordable apartment unit, somebody moves in, they rent the apartment, they move out, somebody else rents the unit, they move out. They're not expecting to have made an equity gain in having been a renter. So in some ways, apartment inclusionary is a more balanced way to provide affordable units because there's no expectation of equity appreciation. So,
if I could just interrupt, the only downside would be the renter wouldn't get any equity out of it. They would be pouring money in, but not ultimately becoming a homeowner.
that is correct. That's absolutely correct. And so,
Thank you.
and that's the reason you have ownership inclusionary. It's that balance. And so this was just an option that was considered and offered.
And just to follow up in part of my interruption, under the scenarios you're proposing, is it more likely that developers and home builders will opt for the rental model as opposed to the for sale model?
Only on a big site.
A big site being 10 or more units?
Oh gosh, even bigger than that, because you got to be able to subdivide the site to get a housing project and then an apartment project.
20 or more units?
I mean, I might even be, I'd suggest it be well more than an acre. So I don't.
35 units an acre or?
Well, it depends on where the density is, where they're building. Because you also keep in mind that people building ownership units are building at a different density than people building an apartment unit.
So in larger density developments, there will be, in your experience at least, and you've studied this issue extensively, a push for developers to go towards the rental model in those larger developments.
If they can make it work, yes. And the other reason for that is coming back to density bonus. If you fulfill the density, you by statute in an ownership project can fulfill the affordability requirement. Forget inclusionary.
Yeah.
You can fulfill the affordability requirement with rental units.
Right.
And then that does give you the opportunity to create significantly more density.
The opportunity and the incentive, and to your point earlier on, which you stated, developers are very likely going to utilize the density bonus as a result of this inclusionary housing ordinance.
Correct.
Okay.
Can we put
Thank
up
you.
the presentation? I keep turning to Vicki. I don't think she's making that decision. So I think the point here was if you're going to fulfill it with rental units, now we're requiring that it has to have a low income requirement. So it's not, oh, well, I'm going to do it with rental units and I can hit the 15% with moderate income. They're going to have to go to that, like, they're really going to have to go to a deeper level of that affordability, whether it's on that parcel on the site, or if it's going to, we also had the quarter mile radius, if they can find another location in that quarter mile.
But the other thing I would comment on that as well is there's not as much of a push for additional density on ownership units as there is on rental, because the market really demands in this community lower density. That's more typically the ownership type development.
I just have a quick question, and I don't know if you know the answer to this. How does Prop 13 apply to all this in terms of property taxes?
It's just this, okay, so on a rental project?
Oh, on either.
Oh, well, I mean, it'll be, because this is an irrevocable, no, I can absolutely answer this. Because it's an irrevocable covenant on the ownership units, then the assessor, the LA County assessor, will assess the unit at the affordable price, which actually we've just been going through that on Breakwater Village because they got a new person in the team.
Yeah.
And they misappraised 4 of the units that have recently sold, and one of the women called me and said, well, I can't pay $1 million value.
Right.
So we got in touch with the assessor, and the assessor said, oh, no, we messed that up. They did. And so they're fixing it now with their team who does the affordable housing units. But it's absolutely, like, I'm kind of surprised the other 3 owners hadn't said anything.
What about at the 55-year, when it expires?
When it goes to market, then it'll be assessed at market.
Really?
Mhm.
Even though,
Well, not until they move. So if they continue to live in it, whoever
Right.
lives there, no, until they move, it'll
Until
continue.
they sell it.
Until they sell it,
market
it'll
rate.
continue to be assessed.
just like any other home.
Yeah, exactly.
Because
Exactly.
at that point, they don't have to sell it to somebody who's in that moderate income. They can sell it to.
There's no restraint then.
But as long as they hold it, then they'll just go up at the 2% just like everybody else.
Thank you.
Fellow Genevieve, do you have a question?
I do. Can you just explain why on here, for the first for sale units, you're recommending moderate income requirement? And then for rental, why the low income, like why the difference there?
Sure, because what happens because of the market rate sales prices for ownership units in Redondo Beach, the difference, the affordability gap isn't so far off from my $1 million versus $300,000 example. So getting that kind of a gap for those units, especially if you go to the low income level, is then basically you've got somebody who has almost no stake in the house.
I see.
At all. And so you create just such a large affordability gap. And it also then is, especially if it's in a condominium, then as the HOA dues go up over time and you're living with people with different economic means who, want brass door knockers and, you want to fix your plumbing. That actually happened to be on the first condo I owned. So that is not actually a hypothetical. It gets harder and harder.
Okay. And then for the rental units, any particular reason for the low?
Right. So for what we're trying to do, because we're trying to achieve RHNA, and we actually, when we did the analysis originally, we were at moderate, and then we discussed it with
I
council.
was going to ask, well, because in the staff report at page 207, it says for sale units, for rentals, low income.
Right. And so what we discussed then at the time, because we were using, when we did the analysis originally, we were using the standard that sets rents for low-income units at 60% of area median income, which is there's a California Health and Safety Code statute that uses that, which is why we used it. But then when we met again in November, there was a discussion about, well, so instead of doing moderate, can't we get to some kind of low? And so we collectively created a modified low, which is set at 80% of area median income, which is still low, and it's exactly what AB 1505 said. And so, but it's not in a statute per se, that's why it's modified low.
Okay. In the staff report, it is moderate. On-site rental units within market rate rental projects up to 19 units, 10% moderate income, 20 plus units, 15% moderate income. So is that the same as this low? Essentially, it's a modified moderate?
No, but I think what we're going to ask you is what you want to do.
Okay.
So this is all what we talked about at the previous meeting, and then I'll get to a slide where I show the difference between modified low and moderate, and then it's going to be up to you.
Well, do we know where our staffs in the city, ranging from public works to teachers to police officers, probably on the higher end, firefighters even higher, but do we know where they would fall in?
Well,
we haven't done that analysis.
That have combined income.
Oh, yeah, combined income. versus-
Okay, I was going to say you have combined incomes, and I'm just going to pull up what the incomes, where the income categories are, just a second. Because it's actually, the median's gotten pretty high in LA County, even though LA County
The
tends.
income, are you saying household income or individual?
Household income.
Okay,
It's like over
so
100,000?
Redondo Beach is like 200,000, isn't it? 100,000 per person?
But all of these things are measured on county median income.
It's by the county.
80 grand is a county median.
For what size household?
Two income, 2 people, right? Or 4 people?
When we were talking at the planning commission, we did, I think, a 3-person.
A 3-person median is 82,000.
82,000.
4-person is 91,100. But everything's measured on LA County, not on city. And I really
This is gonna be
strongly.
lower than Redondo Beach.
Correct. And I really recommend using county data just because city data is not as reliable as the
Right.
county data.
County's always running its data, right?
So, and it's published by HCD, and it's a good source. I have some cities who
HCD is
tried.
a good source? Easy.
Okay. I know, now you're going to confuse me of being friends with them. I know. That happens to me a lot. Anyway, I've had some cities who tried to do it off city incomes, and the cities who've done it, who I've worked in, have ultimately changed back to county. Okay, so, but anyway, the point is we ran modified low. I have to get back. Okay, so now this is going to be the part where Councilman Obaji proves me wrong, and where we say, yes, we recommend a 10% moderate income for apartment projects up to 19 units.
Next slide.
Oh, sorry, next slide, yeah. That's up there now.
There we go.
And 15% moderate income for 20 plus units. Now, one thing that we talked about when we were talking about it before is, and this all comes back to density bonus, is any project that uses density bonus
He's going to eviscerate these requirements.
is very likely, that wasn't what I was going to say, is very likely to use very low income as their standard. And then you have to accept the very low income to fulfill a moderate income requirement, because that was the Napa case. And so even if you set this at moderate ultimately, then you'll see a fair number of very low income units instead.
And that's because with the very low income units, they hit the 50% density bonus much earlier.
That's
correct. As earlier as, I want to say 15%, but.
Yeah, 15%.
Yeah.
But it's all, and here's the problem with the state trying to do math. And that is, when they set up the density bonus restrictions, they set it up as 15%, very low income gets you a 50% density bonus. A 24% low income requirement gets you a 50% density bonus. But the way rents are calculated, as I just said, very low income is calculated at 50% of the median, and low income is calculated at 60% of the median. So you're mathematically dramatically better off choosing the very low income option. I've seen two examples where somebody used low in a situation like that, and it's because another program had them doing low income. But that was the only reason.
Well, in the very low incomes, you get 135 in a project of 100 units. You get 135 market rate units versus if you went to low income, you'd end up with 126 market rate.
That sounds right.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And based on the numbers we've been discussing for very low income, that wouldn't be teachers or service workers here in the city necessarily, or would it?
Well, very low income for a 3-person household in LA County, is $53,600. Low income, and this is where this is a weird LA County thing, and I don't know how much I want
to. The person per household count children?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it does. So this is how we got into the whole discussion of modified low, because there's also this weird LA County thing that's been going on since 2002 in the way incomes are reported. And this isn't really inside baseball. But so right now we have a situation where the top of low income qualifying incomes are very close to the moderate income. So for example, in a 3-person household, the top of low income is $85,800. The top of moderate income is $98,350. So it's not as big a difference as it would be if it was really 80%, because 80% would be, hold on. $65,600. Oh yeah, we have a slide on that later. So this is just a weird thing with the way they do incomes from the state. The very low and the low are given to you by HUD and they're just published by HCD. Then the median is an unadjusted median. And so the moderate is just 1.2 times that median. Last year, 2021, I don't want to get mixed up on year math again, but the last year they published income, which was 2021, a year ago, never mind. It was, the top of low was 118% of the median. There was literally a $400 difference. between the top of low and the top of mod. It got adjusted out this year, so it's not as bad, but there's still a significant difference. And that's how we got in the discussion of modified low. Is to actually modified low. So we're actually serving, because effectively low income people and moderate income people by the chart are effectively the same households, but they get a dramatically different rent calculation or a dramatically. And so what we were trying to do when we talked about this was say, okay, moderate makes sense from the financial standpoint, and we'll probably get very low income. But if you really want to try to get this, 80%, real 80% of median, the 65,600 person, then you'd create this modified low category. We did it in Claremont. That was the discussion that we had.
We called it the Claremont Low.
We did call it Claremont
saying,
Low. Well, we call it Claremont Low in Claremont.
Right.
Oh, and by the way, the South Village is a specific plan in Claremont.
Yes.
I worked on it.
I figured that one out a long time ago.
Yeah, I did work on that, so.
That's unbelievable.
Anyway.
Random facts in here.
So we're back. Okay, now. All right, let me get back to my page here. Okay. So we're going to talk more about this modified low as we go on. But we then said, if you're offsite, if you're going to fulfill the obligation offsite, then we were saying, we're going to require 15% low, and that real low, that one at 60%, the rent calculated at 60% of median. It would have to be within a quarter mile of the market rate project. Again, we're going to say this every time. You have to let a developer overfill the requirement if they want to. So if they want to provide very low income units to fulfill your low income requirement, you have to let them do that. That was a court case. Okay. And then the covenant was recommended to be as long as the project or the site is developed with a residential use, but no shorter than 75 years. Okay. Next slide, please. Then we had standards for all residential projects that we had talked about. The affordable units have to be provided at the same time or before the market rate units, and they can be phased in a phased project. They have to be comparable in construction quality and exterior design. The interior finishes, they have to have comparable interior finishes to the market rate units. And this slide we probably should have changed. Let me just say this. What we talked about with the council was that they had to have interior finishes that met a defined quality standard, which we used the tax credit because they defined them. Planning Commission recommended that they have to have the same standards. Okay, so we'll get to that. That's in the Planning Commission recommendations later. Okay, everybody has the same right to use the amenities. If parking is provided free to market rate tenants, then you have to provide parking free to the affordable tenants. If you make people rent parking, so you make them pay for parking, then that's part of the affordable rent. And so the total amount that the tenant pays can't be any more than that affordable rent. Any mandatory cost.
I guess this wouldn't apply if none of these projects are in the coastal zone. Yeah, never mind.
Okay. You want to think about it and come back to it?
No, well, if it's included, what if you're short parking and people are, and there's paid parking around?
Yeah, anything that's an optional payment is not part of
the
rent.
Streets.
Yeah,
It's
no.
not part of it.
Yeah, so if somebody just, if you create a situation where they don't have to take parking, then if they choose to take parking, that's not part of rent. But if they have to take parking, they have to pay for it, then it's part of rent.
Oh, I see the difference. Okay.
Okay. Okay, so the units would have to be reasonably dispersed throughout the development so they can't be clustered. And then we suggested to create, again, this is one of the points I was making about density bonus doesn't include any requirements. You could fulfill all the affordable units with singles or studios if you wanted in a density bonus project. But when you layer in inclusionary, to achieve the affordability required by both the government code and by your inclusionary, you have to meet the stricter of the two, no matter which one was stricter. So you have to look at each component and take the stricter. So the fact that we're saying we want the bedroom mix to be proportional to the market rate units in a project. And then we're also saying that for rental, the affordable units, no more than 15% can be studios, and at least 40% have to be 2 or more bedrooms.
And if I may, when we were at the Planning Commission, just timing wise, we had just had this conversation about inclusionary 1 week. The following week was when 100 North Catalina came back. It's not an inclusionary project, it's only a density bonus project. All of the affordable units were 2 bedrooms. It was the smallest size of unit that they had, and they were all in like a lower level. It didn't necessarily have the best location for those. We couldn't require it to be dispersed throughout, and we couldn't require it to be the mix of bedrooms. If we have the inclusionary ordinance in place, and yes, they go for density bonus law, now you could require those things because that's the stricter of the two.
It's one of the benefits.
Yeah.
And then any extreme economic hardship request has to come through the city council. Next slide, please. I have to do next slide myself. Okay, so this is where we're going to talk about modified low. So in November, we talked about looking at, as I mentioned, an 80% of area median scenario. Previously, we talked about using moderate income as the rental. So when we updated the financial evaluation in 2022, we did a whole new update of the financial evaluation because the one we'd done before was almost 2 years old. And so year and a half old. And since there'd been enough questions, we just updated the whole thing. So we had the new incomes that the state had provided. We had new market prices. We had new rents. We had new costs, et cetera, when we did it again in December. So we did that and we presented, we were at the city council on December 15th. I told you.
No. Oh, I must have put it wrong. It was December 15th with Planning Commission.
No, well then, okay.
Sorry.
I thought we saw you in
There's
December.
There's a typo on page 11.
No.
Was it 5 times?
In the second to last bullet.
Okay, but if it's 5 times, we're going to have issues.
He's going to call you out on it every single time.
This is mine. I put this in there.
That's all right.
Ask her tell him what you later on.
So on December 15th, we went to Planning Commission.
Okay, we went to plan. I've been to see you all a bunch of times. I've been to see them a bunch of times, so I'm a little confused about when. I'm sorry. Okay, so what we found when we redid the analysis in November and presented in December to somebody, the changes in construction costs that had occurred since we did the original analysis, the changes in market rents, and the changes in area median income had all changed so much that at that point, the modified low income actually mimicked the results of the low income that we'd done at the original analysis. And that's the next slide, please. Okay, so as you can see on this slide, when we figured out what the percentage obligation that could be supported was, when we looked in November 2021, which in the report had actually been written in August, but when we met in November 2021, we supported an inclusionary requirement for market rate apartment projects of a 9% moderate income or a 7% low income at 60% of AMI. As you can see, the difference of what the incomes were at 60% of AMI versus 110% of AMI, which is just rent setting. It's not actually household income qualifying. The difference was $79,200 versus $43,200. So one of the things we'd been talking about was who's the audience that we're serving when we're looking at these rents and categories. So then when we looked at it again at the end of the year with the new incomes, as I mentioned, the moderate income for a 3-person household had gone up to $90,200. From $79,200. every county in California had a huge increase in median income. It had to have had to do with the census data coming out, because, I mean, it was every county. It just wasn't LA County. And then, so this modified low income at 80% of area median income was 65,600. And so when I redid the whole financial evaluation, then it came to a supportable moderate income requirement of 8% or a modified low income requirement of 7%. So that's not markedly different than the low income at 60%. So that's a lot of numbers, it's a lot of words. So the question becomes, I think, twofold. One, if you're going to change it to a low income requirement, I'm suggesting you change it to the modified low income, or you leave it at moderate and expect very low income from the density bonus.
Yeah. Question. Yes. On the for sale stuff, assume you're basing the ability for the person to purchase based on their income. What does that do to the price that the developer is receiving?
Well, it's not each individual household. So it's based on benchmarks. So the affordable sales price is based on a fictitious household size. So a benchmark household size, which is 1 plus the number of bedrooms. And this is just formulaically, just for calculation purposes. Doesn't have anything to do with who qualifies to live in the unit. You do that as a separate test.
But for sale price, determining sale price.
Sale price is just done on a benchmark household size of 1 plus the number of bedrooms.
Yeah.
Then it's based on 110% of the area median income for, let's just say we're using a 3-bedroom unit. So it's 110% of the median for a 4-person household. Okay? Now, somebody could live in that unit who earned anywhere between 80 and 120% of the median, but it's all benchmarks. That's so you don't get a different sales price for every single household. So there's a 3-bedroom moderate income price in a project.
Okay, regardless of the square footage.
Regardless of the square footage, it's all done on bedrooms.
Okay.
Okay.
We had a discussion early on as to whether they should be the same size or different sizes as the market price ones. What do we have it as currently?
I think you can do the smaller, you can do, say it should be a 2-bedroom unit, it can be a smaller 2-bedroom unit.
Okay, it can be under a current proposal, okay.
Correct. So, but the situation there is, it'll change, it varies from project to project, but not from within a project.
Okay.
And that's largely because of homeowners association dues.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, so anyway. That's that.
Even over time, the price stays the same, or over time it adjusts with inflation?
It adjusts.
It adjusts with changes. It adjusts with all the affordable sales price calculation terms.
Okay.
So the 2 primary ones are interest rates and changes in the area median income. But utility allowance changes, HOA dues change, but the 2 big ticket ones are mortgage interest rates and area median income.
Yes. Utility allowance for the affordable units, that's governed as well under this?
It's just for setting the price. Then they can spend whatever they
price,
spend.
got it, okay.
Yeah, they're all just benchmark numbers to come to a standardized price. Then whatever they spend, they spend. They could spend less, they could spend more.
Okay.
Okay. Next slide, please. Okay, so the in lieu fees, what we've done since the last time we met was created a discounted in lieu fee schedule for projects with fewer than 10 units and an in lieu fee schedule for fractional and inclusionary unit obligations for projects with 10 or more units. Next slide, please. So the first one that we're showing you is the in lieu fee schedule for projects with 2 to 9 units. And those are the projects that can pay the in lieu fee by right. And they're measured by the total square footage in the whole project. So it's either the total leasable area or the total saleable area in the whole project, because there are no affordable units. So you're just, so that's, it ends up being the same number no matter how you do it. But I think per square foot is a more equitable way to do it so that small units pay a smaller fee and larger units pay a larger fee. Where if you do it by just units per unit, then large units get an advantage and small units get a detriment because the fee is too high. So per square foot takes care of that. Okay. So as you can see on the
Before you go
table.
on, Ms. Head, if I may, what impact, if any, could that have on the incentive for home builders to build larger units? Have you had an opportunity to look at that in light of the increased graduated
Well,
in
I
lieu
mean,
fee?
I was.
And if you haven't had an opportunity, that's fine too. I know
No, in my opinion, though, what happens with the larger units is they sell for dramatically more money than the smaller units. So the payment of the fee should be essentially linear because it's the affordability gap is what it is. And it's just measuring it whether you take the whole affordability gap is a one number or you measure it per unit per square foot. Hopefully you're coming up with the same price because you're trying to create an equitable and I think an equitable situation, and I think square foot is the most equitable way to do it. Okay. Okay, so anyway, it tops out. So you can see the 10 plus, that's the one that nobody can use unless they have extreme hardship. That was the fee, that's sort of the equilibrium fee for a market rate project. And then 2 to 9 is the discounts to account for not having as big an impact on small projects as you do on large projects. Next slide, please. Okay, so then the next one is the fractional unit fee. And this one always gets a little complicated for people. So I've tried to make it not, because there's a lot of sticker shock when you look at the fractional unit fee, because you say, oh my goodness, the fractional, the in lieu fee per square foot of a 1 unit project is $595.90. So that's kind of scary. But what you need to look at though is, if you look at the bottom here of the 0.1 to 0.9, you can see what the total amount of that fee is until you get, so when you get to 0.9 units, that's a requirement, the affordability gap of that unit, of a single unit, so the affordability gap between the market rate price and the affordable price is $578,000. And so if you're paying for a fractional unit, you need to be paying a fraction of that $578,000. Because again, you needed to provide that 1 unit, but you didn't. You provided a fee for a fraction, and that's how that comes out. So you see, it's linear till it gets down to actually the affordability gap once you got to 1.0. Okay. Next slide, please. Okay. Now we're getting to the Planning Commission recommendations. Do you want to do this one?
Yeah, I can do this.
That's what I thought.
So the Planning Commission reviewed this. They took into consideration the items that the City Council asked them to consider, that fractional unit, the moderate versus modified low, and just looking at how this would impact density. So the first one is that amendments to be revised, and they suggest include the in lieu fees for the fractional, inclusionary unit obligations. They found that the ordinances are exempt from CEQA. They are consistent with general plan and housing element and local coastal program. They did request that the city attorney verify that the code amendments do not require a vote of the people under Article 27. It's not changing the density. Even if it, the conversation at Planning Commission was, this may have more projects might go towards density bonus law. They could do density bonus law anyway under the code we have. So it's not changing what the density could be of a project. In the procedures, they suggested that when, after this is adopted and then we're working through those procedures and the program, having an appropriate minimum and maximum household size be established based on the number of bedrooms in the unit. And I think that there are some guidelines on that already in programs. This is where we talked about the finishes. I know this is really getting into the minutia, but the finishes for the affordable rental units, we had in there that it was comparable to the California tax credit requirements, and they just put that it would be the same finishes as in the market rate units for the rental projects. And Kathy, I know that you had talked to them about that a little bit, about what California tax code, if that's a little bit, if it's going to require a little bit more or not, or if this makes a difference
It'll make some difference, especially in an extremely luxury project, because the interior finishes they'll be upgraded. But I don't have a problem with that suggested change.
Okay. And then the next was city council should consider limiting inclusionary housing to certain portions of the city. And this went back and forth a little bit. Some planning commissioners felt like, let's put it where the sites inventory, like the residential overlays are in the housing element. That's kind of where we were focusing, wanting to have affordable housing, and maybe starting there and maybe not applying it to the entire city to start. It doesn't mean that you couldn't add that later, but that's a consideration. Now, interestingly, there were other commissioners that felt like put it everywhere but where the residential overlays were. So ultimately, they just left it for city council to have that conversation.
You want to elucidate a little more on what was the reason for that divide, what the concerns were each way for those who weren't there?
Where's you there?
Wait a second. I think I saw you a few hours ago. Another video.
Well, I'm giving, because, Brandy, the opportunity to speak to the group on this.
You can give the opportunity right back to him. Say, Councilmember Barrett, why don't you do that for us?
You were there.
Certainly fill
Just so everyone
in.
knows, understands real quick, the joke about it is Councilmember Barrett was on the Planning Commission discussing this very item on March 16th, 2023 of this year, and as well as many other previous times as well. So you know,
So as the city manager would say, he's very well practiced at the subject area.
Yes, very much. So for why to put it in the residential overlays, what I mentioned, that that those are the locations we were looking at, really wanting to make sure that we could hit a density that's going to hit affordability requirements. They're most probably going to be apartment for rent developments anyway, so they would likely be pursuing density bonus law. That being said, the other side of the argument, and correct me if I'm wrong on this one, the other side of the argument was the concern that that's going to create even more density there. Well, they do have density bonus law available to them anyway. It's likely going to be a rental project anyway. And with, like I said, the state isn't going to make density bonus law harder for people to develop. It's going to, if they make more changes, it's probably only going to make it easier or more opportunities for density. So, but the other concern was just that that's already going to have a lot of density in those locations already. Maybe we just have it in any areas that's not a residential overlay. So those were the arguments that, if I'm recalling correctly, of the two different sides. And, you can work with it. See if, think about it. Like, truly, I think that you're going to see these projects as rental projects just because they're on properties with other commercial uses or industrial uses, that they're not as likely to be condo projects. They're likely going to be rental projects. If they're rental, all they have to do is hit the 15% very low, and they're going to get a 50% bonus. That's what we were talking, what Councilmember Obaji was mentioning with, if you had 100 unit is what your base is, they provide 15% very low income. Now they can have 150 units. Of those 150 units, 135 of them are going to be market rate. Yeah.
So it would be also safe to say that the majority of these projects that would really be under this ordinance would be larger size plots, acre or more. So it wouldn't apply to smaller size projects. We'd just be getting the in lieu fee to begin with.
Yeah, I think where we don't have a lot of locations that are going to be those the larger size that are outside of where we have those residential overlays. Those there might be a spot here or there that might be in say a mixed use or a higher density. When I say higher density residential, I'm talking about just hitting the 30 dwelling units per acre. They're not even going to necessarily be larger sizes. We're talking about properties along PCH, properties along 190th, not including like the Marianne area. That is a residential overlay. So we're looking at, that's going to be so much more infill, smaller sites versus the residential overlay are those larger projects that we expect are probably going to go for density bonus anyway.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So on to the next recommendation, next slide. Going to that whole point of the density bonus, there was a concern that there will be more developments that will take advantage of density bonus law than without the inclusionary ordinance, and there would be an increase in density as a result. Certainly for rent, you're going to see them make that choice just because they can get a much higher density bonus than they can for the market rate. For the market rate, if they are looking at moderate income as our requirement for inclusionary, they're not going to, if they move that down to a very low, they're not going to get that 50%. So it's not going to give them that bonus that for rent will. So I don't think that you would see this being utilized in a significant way for a for sale project. It'd be more for the for rent projects. But we just talked about that. That's right. Mainly because of what the incentive that the density bonus law provides. Yeah. So, go ahead.
So real quick, part of that number that we just talked about, 100 units, if we have 15, highly affordable, that gives you 150, 135. You're just talking about here in some of these areas that we've have the overlays, like the CR zone. Does the commercial aspect of the project, like the Catalina project, how will that play into the affordability aspect or the ability? Is it just purely the residential, not commercial at all? Like if there's mixed use portion?
Yeah, it wouldn't, because that zoning is, we're creating it, right? So we're having to write what that residential overlay is. It's more what they would be coming in with a project that the commercial's already there. And it would be, because remember we looked at sites where it's building the residential on where the parking lots are. So, yeah, I mean, if it's the same ownership, and they're going to own both, both the commercial, you'd look at that for the financial, but ultimately
wouldn't affect the numbers.
I don't think it's going to affect the numbers because they aren't, the commercial's already there. And the commercial doesn't need the redevelopment versus the 100 North Catalina project was all of those buildings need to be completely renovated. Yeah.
One project.
Mm-hmm. So the next was City Council should consider other options for achieving affordable housing, such as using the South Bay Housing Trust and other funding to develop affordable housing directly. I think that this wasn't in place of. I think that there was some conversation about it being in place of, but ultimately this is what the recommendation was. Just considering that the South Bay Housing Trust Fund was just approved by the state to be created, but I don't think that there's that funding in place yet for that, and when that would be available to create affordable housing projects. But there are other funding opportunities out there. It's just this is suggesting that the council consider those other options and not just be one and done. We adopted the inclusionary and we're done considering affordable housing, rather looking at some other programs.
And on that topic, Brandy, have you had the opportunity or your staff to look further into the South Bay Housing Trust or other modes of funding for affordable housing in Redondo Beach?
I don't think that that's been funded yet. I know that the South Bay Council of Governments had requested that the state consider funding for that. But I can get more information on that just so that we're not losing sight of this recommendation.
But hold on here. We have our own trust. Just so you know.
Right.
So we can just put the money in our own trust. We don't have to go to outside.
Right. But the point of this particular recommendation was looking at other ways that we could be providing affordable housing as a city. So are there other funding sources? Does the South Bay Housing Trust Fund have funding where we could apply for funding for affordable housing to be developed?
Mr. Barron?
Nothing further has been looked at since the March Planning Commission meeting is kind of the answer, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was just going to say, we could modify the ordinance when it gets up and running to direct the funding there. We really want to, right?
You could direct the fund, or it's more about applying for those funds. So once the South Bay Housing Trust has funds that, like, maybe there's some cities are contributing towards it, so that's their way of contributing toward affordable housing. And then the other cities want to, borrow from it or utilize the funds to build the housing. So I think it was more on that latter part of us looking at ways that we could utilize the funds
here.
And tie it maybe even with our own funds for some of the things that we're working on. But as that develops more, I'll make sure that the city councils kept updated on that. City council should consider an in lieu fee payment that should be applied.
They want to get rid of it.
Yeah, should consider if an in lieu payment should be applied to projects of 2 to 4 units. For density bonus, the state's threshold is 5 units or greater if somebody's applying for density bonus. So I think it was just like, are we going to put this on the 2 to 4 unit size projects? That being said, having a conversation with Councilmember Kalajarovich, thank you. It was recognizing that SB9 is the 4 or fewer, right? So do you want to have that require? And I think that's when we were originally looking at the 2 units or greater was on the SB9 situation when City Council first brought that up. So, that's just something to consider. Suggest setting the affordability level at the modified low income category, but I think that's something that you guys as a council really want to discuss a little bit further. They didn't go into it, they went into it, but they didn't grasp, I think, what you were looking for or what the advantages were of each. And then that the city council should consider the consequences of not adopting the inclusionary housing ordinances, since it's an identified goal in program 3 of the housing element. So it's, I'm sorry, we're on. So in our housing element, there are set goals, and it's the housing plan. And these are the goals and the programs that we have to report on every, when we have that annual reporting that we do to HCD on the housing element and on the general plan update. We have to put out there what are the latest steps that we've done on each of these programs. Program 3 is specifically adopting an inclusionary housing ordinance. So it does, now that being said, it doesn't say exactly what the parameters are going to be. It doesn't say it has to be citywide. It's just that, so those are things that you can consider as you're looking at the Planning Commission's recommendations for you and considering those final parameters. And council, where we need we definitely need the council direction just on the fractional unit if you want to do the in lieu, the depth of affordability if you want the moderate versus modified low, and then any other, the recommendations from Planning Commission if you want to incorporate those.
That it?
That's all.
It's only been like
18 slides.
That's amazing presentation. I watched the Planning Commission one, 1.5 speed.
And Kathy already speaks pretty quickly.
I do.
You are in a class of probably, a handful of people that know this as well as you do in the state, as you stated during the Planning Commission in March.
I do a lot of it.
Yeah, that's fine. You have an expert. It's good.
Thank you.
So I think to the city council, I think what we should be doing tonight is kind of digesting this. We don't have to finish this tonight. I know Councilmember Lowenstein needs to get out of here. There's a lot, I think we should kind of give direction for the next time we meet on this. I don't know if we're going to be ready to necessarily go forward with this all. I don't know how you guys feel. I talked about this with Councilmember Baji earlier today, And we had some good thoughts on the planning commission recommendations. I think we agreed on the planning commission recommendation with the, what's it, going to.
Applying it to the housing element sites.
Yeah, housing element sites, exactly.
You agreed with it or you disagreed with it?
We agreed with applying it to the housing element sites as a
The
beginning.
residential overlay sites.
Yeah, the housing overlay sites and the general plan amendments as a way to understand how it's going to impact. But and then we could always grow it and expand it to the rest of the city afterwards. But my question to you, Ms. Head, is are you familiar with the housing overlays that we put in our housing element?
I'm generally not.
Okay. They're large sites, right?
Right.
They're large commercial sites that sometimes blank sites, nothing on them and so it's not really likely that any of those would actually abide by our inclusionary housing ordinance. They just use a state density bonus law, right?
Well,
The stricter one.
they'd provide the stricter standards, so they'd provide deeper affordability than your inclusionary, but they would meet your unit quality standards. They would meet your unit mix standards. They'd meet your non-clustering standards because they have to.
Because that would be new. That's not already discussed by the state law. Okay.
Correct.
I appreciate that. So yeah, I would. Well, actually, let me back up. The other thing that really is important to me in this is to the extent that we collect in lieu fees, that we have the widest discretion as far as how the city uses it for affordable housing, including, for example, to fund any portion of the liability associated with the pallet shelters or expanded pallet shelters, because that is affordable housing or free housing, actually, that we're providing to unhoused folks. And maybe if there's a developer who's building a development.
Councilmember Rodgers, let's stop there for 1 second. If we put the money into a trust, our trust, Redondo Redondo Beach Trust Housing Authority Trust, we could use that money for things like pallet shelter, correct? Kathy?
As long as you set your guidelines up to say that, yes.
So and put it in our guidelines, not necessarily the ordinance, but in the.
Right, it'd be in your guidelines.
In the guidelines.
I mean, do we need to amend the guidelines for the housing trust or just the guidelines for these monies as part of the housing trust money?
You could do both.
Okay, well,
I mean, keep in mind, though, that your housing trust includes old redevelopment money, although most of that has been spent. That has its own set of rules from the dissolution.
Right. So I just would want the rules applying to these new funds to the extent we receive any. But I guess that's my question is, in our housing element, because these are large parcels, we wouldn't receive in lieu fees.
Except for fractional.
Okay, fractional. Got it. Thank you. Okay. So yes, I would favor being able to use the in lieu fees for our broadly, including whether to partner with a private developer who is not going to provide any affordable, and we say, hey, we'll get you, or they're going to have to provide some affordable under this ordinance, but hey, we want you to lower it from moderate to low income, and we're going to pay for that difference or something like that. That's something we could do, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'd want us to have broad discretion on that. I would like to start with the housing element overlay zones that we did. I also am inclined, but I'm happy to hear pushback on this and hear what your concerns with were, Councilman Kalajerovich, were on the SB9 stuff. But I'd like to apply it for units 2 to 5 anywhere in the city. And the reason why is because a lot of the redevelopments that's taking place, new development that's taking place in the city is taking place, in the areas that are zoned R3, R2, and that's a good way for us to.
Now R1.
Now R1s are switching to R2.
SB9.
Right, there you go. So then we could still capture in lieu fees that we could use to apply towards affordable housing.
But remember, when you do that, and I would agree.
Does that violate SB9?
Oh, I'm not going to get into SB9.
SB9 is technically speaking, you're talking about net new development. So 2 or more wouldn't technically speaking fall in it. It would be net 1 development,
Unless
right?
you lot split, right?
Well, you can do a lot split. It's not net new 2, it's net new 1, right? So my question is, if they do an ADU and do a separate lot split for that, would that be considered net
That's,
2?
I think, the question. And then I think there's an SB9 question about whether you can apply inclusionary to SB9. So that's something that hasn't been
Okay, so
adjudicated.
maybe that could be the direction that
adjudicating that,
we're
actually.
leaning towards
Yeah.
that, but we want to get more info as to whether it's
Yeah.
going to be permissible or not. And then just have that come back, assuming that we're okay with kind of everything else, if everybody else.
Yeah,
is.
we'll go by one.
Can I just say this about
you
the
may.
in lieu? I may, thank you. I do see the value of it, but the other side of it is, if, let's say you're building a 3 and a lot, right? Or a 2 and a lot, let's say you're building a 2 and a lot, and you have a 0.1 fraction. So that's an extra $136,000. That's going to be absorbed by whoever it is that's buying it. It's not going to be the builder, it's going to be whoever it is that's buying it. And in some ways, you're kind of defeating the whole purpose of having affordable housing, because you're adding that on, plus you got Quimby fees, another $25,000 in Quimby fees. You know, I mean,
I think you're discouraging somebody from doing the lot split.
Yeah.
No, I do. I mean,
Yeah, which actually I could see the benefit and the disadvantage of
But
it.
keeping in mind now, if somebody does the lot split or uses SB9, there's no affordable requirement at all.
Right.
Right.
So,
Right.
So you're
Now
just
we
getting
would be
another
getting
unit at above moderate.
Yeah.
And we got money into a fund to do something.
Yeah, so there's a social good to it.
Right.
Well, I don't want to say social good.
But, and
Well, the money.
You don't like anything that has the word social on it.
No, unless you're a socialist.
Okay.
Just kidding. I'm just joking. Yes, sorry.
council member, I'm sorry, please go ahead. I insist.
I just wanted to make a comment about only having it in the residential overlay areas. I think it can be perceived that, that area is already kind of feeling a burden for the city, whatever the reason is, those are the bigger lots. And I think the intent is that these areas, we're going to encourage more income restricted housing, whether that's moderate, low, or whatever. And having it only there, I think, would leave a bad taste in the area. So I think, to your point, if we're going to do some kind of like 2 on a lot or whatever, they're not going to be providing actual affordable housing, but they're going to be contributing also into that fund. So I think it's better that we do it the whole city.
And 2 to 5.
2
to 4? Or 2 to 4?
Well, I mean, because they wouldn't be in the whole city, it wouldn't be the 20 plus units. Like, you're
Right.
only talking about.
But you're talking about the in lieu fee for the 2 to 4.
I'm talking about, well, I mean, we could just apply the whole thing to the whole city,
I mean, the whole ordinance?
the whole ordinance. Why not?
Okay, because
no.
there are concerns that what this could lead to and is increased densification.
Well, there's that, and there's also the law of unintended consequences, right? This is something it's really difficult to walk back. So you want to kind of take baby steps in.
Once you upzone, you cannot
Yeah,
downzone.
because the last thing, the state, for instance, the state only taketh, they don't giveth when it comes to zoning, right?
And housing, zoning housing.
And particularly zoning housing. So be really careful.
City bonus applies everywhere already.
Right.
Yes, and those spots that you're talking about primarily are going to be large lots, or really only large lots to begin with.
Right.
And the only places that we've actually been doing affordable housing projects in the last 5 years that you've been here, in fact, the only I can remember, in fact, is in the coastal zone, where they 10% or 10 units or more, 10% affordable.
Yeah, but if somebody builds on the South Bay Marketplace or the Galleria, they're gonna make use
That's
of
a
density
massive
bonus.
project.
Yeah,
Well,
those
we
are
already
massive
have it in there. We have
projects,
20% in there.
Yeah, and so it's not changing anything about that project except requiring the payment of in lieu fees for fractional and all other things
And
we
then the
just discussed.
standardization of what
Right, yeah. So I don't think it's putting a burden as much as kind of ensuring that the city's interests in equitable, affordable zoning are heeded.
Yeah, I would agree.
Councilmember Barron's burning.
Councilmember Barron.
Not at all. I mean, I'm enjoying the discussion and hearing.
Yeah, you're just cruising over there.
Diplomatic. I appreciate
What's in that water? I get some.
I mean, I did have a few thoughts, if I could be recognized for a moment, Mayor Pro Tem.
You may. I'm flying blind right now. I have no computer. So.
Okay. I just want to say, I,
apologize.
like everyone else here tonight, and our mayor, and certainly our community as a whole, am a strong supporter of affordable inclusionary housing in Redondo Beach, and I recognize the importance of our commitments and our housing element to providing it. And I want to thank our staff, Director Forbes, and our consultant, Kathy Head, who's literally been here since day one on this topic. Yeah, for all of their hard work and good work. So thank you. I, like others here on the City Council, have had the opportunity to review all the materials we've been provided, including tonight's presentation, the prior City Council materials, and I've reviewed the videos of the 5 prior City Council meetings that were conducted. And as has been pointed out, I participated as a planning commissioner in multiple meetings on this issue. I've also taken the additional step of reviewing many of the studies and publications on the actual effect and impact of inclusionary housing ordinances, and have spoken with 2 PhDs in economics on this topic who've studied it closely and have written on the issue. That's Professors Emily Hamilton of the George Mason University and Tom Means of San Jose State University, and we heard about San Jose earlier tonight. As well as many residents of Redondo Beach, including District 5. That would also include Dr. Holly Osborne, who spoke here tonight and has been an active participant on this topic, and many others. And I do want to mention I also connected with Ms. Julie Young, who I'm proud to say has been a friend of mine for many years, and who actually lives in affordable housing in Redondo Beach, and previously provided input to the City Council, and I thought that was very helpful. And I've also taken the opportunity to explore the real world potential impacts of this proposed ordinance with Redondo Beach home builders and developers who are on the ground providing homes and housing in Redondo Beach, some of whom have been here for decades and decades. And my concern, my number one concern, completely aside from any potential use of density bonuses, which, by the way, it's the law and policy of the state, and we're going to follow that as it exists right now. But that will result in, more density in places not necessarily preferred by the city. And it's going to result in concessions to developers, which means what? Taller, more massive, multi-story buildings, more encroachment into setbacks, less parking, and more traffic. And a potential watering down of development standards, which we haven't spoken to. But again, I'm putting all of that aside. My number one concern is that based on the studies and analysis and the experience of experts in the area, is that this proposed ordinance very likely over time, if not sooner, is going to increase the cost of housing in Redondo Beach for market rate units. And that's what the majority of people in our community are eligible for, market rate units. And that just creates more housing unaffordability, and that's kind of the opposite of what we're trying to achieve. A citywide requirement for home builders to sell or rent homes at less than the market price is going to force home builders to make up that lost revenue, cover their cost, and make the return on investment by increasing the price of the market rate units. And on the macroeconomic level, and we didn't talk about that tonight, but I think we're in agreement on a macroeconomic level, it's going to reduce the supply of market rate housing because it's replaced with non-market rate housing. And when you reduce supply, you're going to push up the price. The cost may also go up or quality go down for housing in Redondo Beach for those developments that can't take advantage of the density bonus law to offset costs, especially, we're speaking of where there's less than 5 units in play. Density bonus law is not going to apply, not going to help the developer at all. And any required in lieu fee for developments of less than 10 units will also likely act as an additional cost and tax on home building, which will likely result in home builders, and this was a great point raised by Councilmember Lowenstein earlier, home builders either paying less to Redondo Beach residents for their properties in the first instance, or the developers are going to pass that in lieu fee along to the buyers, which will increase the cost of homes, or at a minimum, could cause stagnation, and we didn't get into that tonight, but I think that's been agreed to. So just for me personally, I'm 1 out of 5. I'm so happy to be here. I'd rather further explore and hear more about other options and tools for increasing affordable housing. which may not have these unintended consequences of raising cost and price of market rate housing in Redondo Beach, whether it's the South Bay City's Housing Trust Fund or other funding to build affordable housing, especially, but not exclusively, for those who currently work and contribute here in Redondo Beach. You know, the folks that I think we all can agree are an important part of our community. So for those reasons, this proposed ordinance does give me pause. Overall, I'm keeping an open mind, and I look forward to further discussions on this topic. So thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, for giving me the opportunity to speak.
Yes, sir, absolutely. So let me ask you something.
And it is 11 o'clock at night, so I'm just going to say right now, I mean, my brain's not processing great, so I don't know how many questions you have for me.
I've only got about 10 or 12. And, you know, they're very detailed oriented.
Than usual.
Yeah. No, we have a certified housing element, and when you say willing to explore affordable housing options as a whole in the city, the amenable portions of what you're talking about, do you think the in lieu fee for 2 to 4 is something that would go into a trust fund? Do you think limiting the housing ordinance, inclusionary housing ordinance, to specific parcels would be more beneficial? Larger parcels, the largest ones we have, or specific parcels, or specific zoning?
I'd like to discuss that further. I know it was raised tonight. You know, should we do specific, put it on the housing overlays, or are there specific areas? I think you made the good point that this is a big deal. Should we do a trial run of sorts? Councilmember Obaji also pointed out you can't roll this back.
Right.
So, you know, I would recommend any approach that's ultimately taken, and I know we're going to discuss it further. We move cautiously, we move prudently, and I think that's kind of what you're laying out with respect to, and I don't know if Councilmember Lowenstein wanted to jump in on the in lieu fees. My concern about that is it would likely act as an additional tax and cost on home building that would have a negative impact on residents of Redondo Beach who wanted to sell their homes. It would depress the price. It could cause stagnation, or it would just be an increast cost passed on. So that was my concern, but
okay.
Yeah.
Let me hold on.
I gotta go. So I was just gonna say.
One question and let you go. So to the point of cost, does this increase, how does this affect the price of the house at the end when it's being sold from the developer?
Right, so if you're dealing on a micro level, then it doesn't. I mean, because people charge the market rate price for a house. They don't say, oh, I got enough money, I'm going to stop. So on a micro level of just any specific project, what the council member is discussing is over time, if there's less supply, then prices are pressured up. That's the macroeconomic discussion.
Okay. Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt you.
It's all right. Okay.
I'm really glad you brought this up. I think we need to look at this. I was kind of gung-ho about going forward with inclusionary zoning because on the surface it looks good, but what you're mentioning is kind of, if you put in the word Santa Monica with rent control, that's exactly what you've gotten. Santa Monica is not a cheap place to live, and for many reasons it's because of rent control over many years. Manhattan is another place like that, right?
Manhattan doesn't have rent control.
They used to.
Not anymore.
No, Manhattan, not Manhattan Beach, Manhattan, New York.
Oh.
Unless you know something differently than I do.
Sorry.
Yeah. So what you're talking about, when you were saying that, I thought about those two places specifically. And it's really good that you brought that up. I think we need to take I'm not going to say belt and suspenders approach. No. I think we need to look at this. And I think maybe Kathy, if she could provide any type of detail in terms of places that have gone to this, what effect it has had macroeconomically on the housing. I don't know if you can do that or not. That might be a lot, but.
It's really hard to do because of the fact that so many things influence price over time. So I do have, and I think I've discussed this with you before, is I did do an informal study of 4 cities that had inclusionary housing 10 years before and 10 years after. And there was no discernible change in pattern of how much housing was built. I think that, and some of the, and there's been, and I'm not debating that there have been all kinds of studies about how inclusionary housing is the end of all development in the world. But over 170 cities in California, jurisdictions in California have inclusionary housing. They're still seeing development. The key is to make a and that's part of the reason we're so conservative in our approach, is to minimize the opportunities to be a constraint to housing and to not stagnate the development market. The points are all appropriate to discuss, but the whole idea of this study and the fact that it's a plus and a minus is that density bonus goes a long way towards mitigating the impact. And if people are starting to use density bonus in this community anyway, it's sort of double-edged. One, you can say, okay, well, we're going to get our affordable because people are using density bonus, but you lose that element of control then over development standards and mixing units and clustering, et
Well,
cetera.
remember though, I'm really thinking about most of the housing, I would say, in Redondo Beach is, single family to 2 and 3 lots.
Sure.
So that's really where the impact I'm worried about. I'm not worried about the ability to absorb it and amortize it over many units.
Right.
I'm really worried about what this is going to do to, and when you say market rates, well, is it market rates in the basin? Or is it market rates in the South Bay? Or is it market rates in Redondo Beach? And that's why I ask, what's this going to impact macroeconomically?
If you constrain supply, then prices will go up. That's absolutely correct.
But
I just don't think you're constraining supply.
So
you don't
to that
they're still going to build.
Point that's being brought up, and I'll get to Councilmember Baji, is that hit, so to speak, is a one-time hit. It's not a continuous hit, the in lieu fee, correct?
Right.
But it still drives the price of the house.
Yeah, right in the beginning.
Just like
again on the macro level, I've had this discussion multiple times. If you put an inclusionary housing requirement in today, and somebody just finished their project, and they were just starting their project, right?
What you're saying compared to existing housing versus new housing.
But I'm just saying. Well, the point is that somebody who's building today is going to get the highest price they can get on the market. Not because they got a new cost. Like if you add a park fee, it doesn't raise the cost of the house directly, because no developer has said, oh, I made enough profit, so that's enough sales price for me. If the market will pay it, they will charge it.
Right.
Right. So on this level, on this very specific level, if somebody was to be building today and you had inclusionary, it wouldn't change the price they could charge. The appropriate point is, over time, does it create a situation where folks stop developing? And if development does stagnate, then in fact, what would happen is supply would be minimized and prices would go up.
Right. So if somebody's built, I'm sorry, did you want to?
No, I was just going to say, I get what you're saying. There's been no limitation on the ability of people to keep paying higher and higher prices in this area.
So,
because these are macroeconomic jobs. So let's whatever it might be. So anyway, this is a really long, deep conversation that we probably shouldn't be having at 11 o'clock at night.
Councilmember Lindsay, I know you want to get out of here, so give us some things that you want us to direct staff to look at.
I would like us to look at, maybe 10 locations, municipalities that have done this, and maybe that
10 cities,
cities, municipalities, whatever, that have done this over the past.
Done inclusionary housing?
Yes, over the past 10 years.
And what do you want to know?
I want to know what effect it's had in terms of compared to places surrounding 10 neighboring cities. So what I want is apples to apples, like for the places that did it versus the place that didn't do it. What kind of an increase in growth did it cause? And you follow what I'm saying?
I do.
Because, and I take what you say for your word, it's not a huge sample size, right? And it's also, you just said they're very different, right? But 10 may give us a bigger sample size to get an idea of what this, because I really take what Scott said to heart. I think this could be a potential impact on it. But I also understand why we're doing this. And I'm really concerned, like I said, about the smaller developments than I am about the bigger ones in the inlet.
If I may, just going to that point, because that seems where it feels like it would have that more, even if it's just that first sale, where it would have that bigger impact on those, even with it being a fractional, or a discounted in lieu proportional amount. When we first were looking at this, I want to say that the parameter you guys were looking at was like 8 or greater or 10 or greater units. And so maybe that's something where I mean, you're not.
Maybe that's the compromise.
Yeah, maybe you're not going to get that.
Because I remember that discussion. When are we going to do it? Are we going to do it in something so small that it's going to be hard to absorb?
Yeah. It's kind of funny because we did actually recommend 8. In the first shot through this, because that was the median of what in my sample, in my survey, that was the median. And then there was a whole discussion about wanting to capture the smaller projects, at least in some way. And that's how we got to the in lieu fee.
But the other option is lowering the in lieu fee.
You can absolutely lower the in lieu fee.
Like because those are all going to be for less than 10 units.
Yeah.
You could say, come back.
There's nothing set in stone that we have to have.
No, not at all.
If we started down this path, or we went down this path, and then we realized that we are causing stagnation, we could either lower the in lieu fee, we could lower the in lieu fee at that time too, right?
Or absolutely.
Or we could raise the affordability, like move it from moderate low or low moderate to moderate high, right?
You can, and I mean, I do definitely suggest to everywhere I work, look back at this after 3 to 5 years and see what's actually happened during that period, and then adjust. I mean, I'm sure I've told you this story, so I'll just make it short. We did inclusionary in Claremont the first time in 2007, and then the global recession hit.
Right.
So it wasn't because there was inclusionary that development stopped. It stopped because of a global recession.
How do we know that Claremont didn't cause the global recession?
Well, they might have. Nobody really thought of that at the time. But you're
right.
right.
I have 2 points for you for our motion we're going to make moving forward.
Sure.
Other than the fact that we're going to pass this tonight when you leave.
Typical.
10 cities have been done inclusionary housing past 10 years. What effect has it done to compare to surrounding cities? And a recommendation on.
I mean, isn't that a dissertation that you'd find in a university somewhere?
Is that something you've done already?
Or is that,
Well, I mean, it all depends on timing because I mean, there's a lot of these things. There's this.
Just to.
We'll amend this after
What
he
does Scott
leaves.
have to say?
Well, we had for the planning commission, we had looked at some of the studies that had been prepared on this topic,
But
and
they were old, weren't they?
actually some of them were quite new. So it depends on your definition. Of
Okay.
But to that point, if you have some newer studies, Ms. Head, I'm sure we'd like to look at.
It's not that. It's just I think that the whole idea that what's happened with inclusionary over time.
But just
is a
my
couple
point is
things.
we could, at a minimum, provide those materials that Director
And
Forbes
the only
has
reason I
as
say
part of the-
10 versus 5 is just the sample size is much bigger. You're not going to get wild swings. You'll get a trend.
Let's see.
But they have to be. But I mean, it's like you don't want to compare Santa Ana to Newport Beach.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, that's so. How do you make that? How do you make those comparisons?
Okay, how about 10 similarly sized cities?
Well, not similar size.
To Redondo
I mean, it's
Beach.
not, it's socioeconomics.
All right. Councilmember Barron. Anything else?
I don't have anything.
Just don't do anything I wouldn't do.
Okay.
Can we see if there's public comment? Then I have some questions, and then I'll make a motion.
Okay. Public comment from anyone out there? Anyone will come on down? There's so many of you. Don't come all out at once. You're all.
There's no one on Zoom, and e-comments,
No
we
one.
have one that's neutral, that took a neutral position.
Neutral. Okay. Oh, I should read that. I wonder if Brianna Egan's there.
Read it. All right. So one question, Kathy, is why is it we're looking at 2 to 10 for in lieu fees rather than 1 to 10, for example?
You guys decided that. That was it. This is like
Because we're talking about new units. So somebody takes a new residential single-family home in D4, a D5, and turns it into, because it's an R2 or R3, turns it into 2 or 3.
Right.
If they turn it into 2, that's only netting 1 new unit, so they would not be subject to in lieu, and there'd be nothing.
right.
Okay. So I would like to actually make that 1 to 5 rather than 2 to 5. I hear your point, and I think your points are valid, Councilmember Barrett. We did just experience, Alex, just doing some Redfin research. I feel like we just experienced it. They say Redfin says we had a 20% to 30% drop in real estate prices over the last year. Now they did spike recently, last year, but now interest rates climbing are bringing them back down. Maybe this is the appropriate time to bring this up. I do think it will have an upward pressure on prices, but there's an upward pressure in the South Bay on prices anyways because there's not a huge supply. And why you get a lot more young families in District 4 is because it's cheaper, smaller places, 3 on a lots and 2 on a lots. And so what this is saying is, look, there's not a whole lot of supply, but rather than have everything be market price, we're going to do something to allow people to get into here at an affordable rate. And I think that's the difference. The market forces are always going to push the prices up in time. I think here we're saying, hey, we want to have some protections for affordability above and beyond what the state's doing with the megaplexes. What I would do is, what I would ask is that we move forward with.
Make a motion to.
We make a motion to, make a motion to move forward with preparing. We're not authorizing the ordinance, but preparing the ordinance that applies the in lieu fees to units 1 to 5, unless they actually want to build the moderate income ones. We had settled on moderate income. Was that what?
For ownership?
Yeah, for ownership and rentals, for that matter.
No. That's not settled. That was one of the questions on the last slide.
Whether it should be low.
Moderate for ownership, but then whether it's moderate or modified low for rental.
Modified low being higher than regular low.
Correct.
I would think we'd wanted to go with moderate because, so my thought, maybe this is not right, Kathy, you can tell me, is that if going to very, very low is very expensive for a developer, going to moderate's not as expensive, I want there to be appeal in going with our inclusionary housing ordinance rather than buying whole hog the state's density bonus law.
They can choose to go lower.
They can,
No,
but.
I mean higher.
No, but I think what Councilman Abaji is saying, and I get it, is saying at the moderate, like the moderate income rent is this much.
Right.
And the very low income rent's this much. So does the 50% density bonus mitigate? Whereas if you're doing low versus very low, it's not as much of a choice.
Right.
So you might minimize the amount of density bonus that's done.
I want to minimize the affordability gap or whatever it is.
You want to maximize it.
Maximize.
Right. And also then prevents the state housing density bonus law from coming into effect. We can then control the inclusionary housing, right? So
Yeah, and another thing that moderate income does is, remember that last slide was like, for the December update was like 90,000 for the 3-person. I mean, it provides for a little bit more versatility of who can
Because almost any
access
member
it.
of our staff, if the two members of the staff are married in the city, they're going to make over, I think, 90,000 a year.
Staff would disagree.
What's that?
Okay, continue on.
And then we'd move forward with those and keep everything else that we had the same unless you had other questions. But I also want to task staff with seeking technical assistance from HCD as to whether they believe that this inclusionary housing ordinance would infringe on SB 9 or violate SB 9 in some regards, as well as conduct our own analysis. I mean, I'm not going to trust them wholeheartedly.
Do we really want to bring them in? We have our own expert here.
Mm-hmm. I'm not an SB 9 expert.
For SB 9.
Yeah, on SB 9.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't know that anybody at this moment is an SB 9 expert. It's too.
Yeah.
It's too new.
What would be the best direction provided so we can get a clear answer on that? Or do we just go forward?
Well, outside counsel, I know one firm that deals with a certain SB 9 lawsuit.
We might have
some direct experience.
So let's just direct staff to come back with. I'll second your motion.
Wait, real quick. Moderate income, was this just for the residential overlays?
This is just for the residential overlays, the moderate income requirements. Their inclusionary housing applied just in the overlay amendments to the housing element, as well as 1 to 5 new units citywide.
Citywide, okay.
I have an issue with that. I think because of the fact that inclusionary has a bigger impact on small units, small projects, than it does on larger projects, to then segment it to a part of town where arguably you just don't want development is a constraint to housing.
It's not to say that we don't want development. I don't care. Lower the in lieu fees.
Yeah.
Okay.
So a greater discounted in lieu fees.
Yeah, greater discount in lieu
Councilmember
fees.
Lowenstein said, yeah. Okay.
Figure out a schedule that works for units 1 to 5 or 1 to 10. But I mean, nobody's.
Why don't you just exempt those areas?
Because we generate revenue for affordable housing.
Into a fund that we can use.
Or why don't you let everybody pay an in lieu fee in those areas instead of producing? no matter what the project size.
Right, I thought that's what we're, that's
No, but
what
I
I'm
mean,
saying.
even above 5, just like any project that comes in that area, if you pay a fee, you can't use density bonus. So if you created a discounted fee for any project size in the areas that aren't the overlay and fee by right, I promise you, if you do a discounted fee, every single person will pay the fee.
But then are we going to be,
It's a one-time hit.
right, but then.
So if somebody remodels their own house?
No.
It's a net new.
Net
This
new.
is net new.
Net
new.
It's net new.
Okay,
But that way, at least, see, I'm just worried about the optics and,
Yeah, I am
like
too.
you're
I agree.
hitting the small projects,
No, I
and we
appreciate
know the small projects are the ones with
I
the biggest problem.
appreciate that. I'm okay with a net new fee, net new fee that goes into the housing trust, so we can
But like we did that in Pasadena in 2000, 1999, 2000, 2001. It took us a long time to adopt. Sound familiar?
But it worked.
Well, what they did is they had an area in town that felt like, and because it was true, that they were getting all the affordable housing dumped on them. And so, but it was a low income area naturally as it was. So when we did the ordinance originally in 1999, we said you can pay a fee by right for anything, and it's $1 a square foot. I mean, it was just, it was 1999, so dollars were different. But and so then everybody paid the fee.
I didn't think, in thinking about the 2 to 5 or the 1 to 5, I didn't think anybody was going to actually choose to build a moderate income in the R3 or the R2 zone. We're still going to get the new units. I figured it was going to be all fees anyway, so I'm okay with just collecting a fee.
I just think it's more equitable if you just say it's for any project size.
Sure, that's fine.
But I do, okay.
Wait, for any project size?
In those areas.
In the non-housing element.
Correct. And then we can make it a discounted fee so that people, their natural inclination will be to pay the fee rather than using density bonus.
So most of them are going to be those 2 to 3 on a lots, right? But there might be that random one that's like, here's a 10 unit or 12 unit project. They're still probably going to choose this in lieu fee rather than having to provide the affordable
Once we
unit.
discount it, for sure.
Yeah.
And I want to make sure, part of that motion, we can include the impacts to SB 9 and ADUs, because ADUs are specifically supposed to low-cost housing, if that's going to include.
And you can count them for arena as such.
Right. Exactly.
And that the motion includes my broad authority
in lieu
to
fees.
use the housing trust funds, including for serving our own housing, unhoused population.
Well, that comes later.
Brandy looks concerned.
She's going back to my
jumped to
SB
3
9.
topics while I was
She's going to my
giving
SB
you a
9
stare.
Right, ADUs.
So, it was on the ADU, because the ADUs, SCAG had already created a methodology that the HCD approved that it's like 63% of our ADUs can count towards affordable anyway. So we don't necessarily have to do anything to make those qualify as affordable. Or are you talking about having them have to provide? I don't know.
If they break off the ADU into a separate parcel, which they can do now, that's a net new unit. So if SB 9 gets enacted, you now go from 1 to 4 units.
I think it's 2 questions, though. I think the one question.
Okay, so if we can just go down the path and get information, we don't know, right? And I want to kind of just move this along. I don't want to get stuck.
No, I understand. Yeah, it's just a matter of right now, ADUs, as Brandy said, SCAG did the study and it's like 17% very low income. It's like, and they said you can use it. In fact, you did use it in your housing element. And so all your ADUs that are coming in now, the vast majority of the ADUs that are coming in are being counted for RENA at some income level.
Right, okay.
And so you're getting the bang for your buck of affordable on those ADUs because HCD is letting you count them for RENA by doing nothing.
Right.
By letting somebody.
But we're not talking about RENA, we're just talking about doing inclusionary housing for an in lieu fee to go to our housing fund.
Understood. That's the second question. So the first question was, how does it stand on affordable? The second question is, do you want money?
Yeah. Okay. I just.
And just real quick on ADUs, I think you can only collect a proportional, so it'd be a proportional of a fractional fee. because ADUs, it's a proportional with the square footage.
That's fine. Air conditioning is expensive in pallet shelters.
One question, Mr. City Attorney, you're here. Do you have any concerns about what we're suggesting?
Well, our trial is set for September 5th on SB 9, and we're challenging whether it can even apply to charter cities. So you may want to break off. If you're going to do this incrementally, you may want to defer any analysis of SB9 or application that could possibly apply until after our court date on the day after Labor Day.
That's fine. This is not going to be, yeah.
Right. So you may just want to defer all that until after.
This direction will have it come back after you talk to the city manager, but have it come back in October, for example.
Okay. Well, it could, like, I think we were just discussing, they were planning on bringing it back sooner. And so maybe defer the SB9 until
But the
after.
SB9 was just an analysis of whether we'd be essentially.
Yeah, we don't.
I'm just saying, we may want to wait on that till we find out if it even applies to us. As
It might not even affect.
So
I'd say we move forward,
I like the
apply
confidence.
to it, and then if we need to make an adjustment because of a determination of a court, we can do that later
Okay,
on. Yeah.
all right.
Okay.
And then the last point is on the discounted in lieu fee. You know, I calculated the in lieu fees. So in the R3, every unit, most of the 3 units are each 2,400 square feet. So that comes out to it for own, and most of them are being sold to own rather than rented. So that comes out when you multiply it times the $15.73 to $113. It's $113,256 is what the developer would have to pay on after developing 3 units, or actually less than that because the total number of new units would be 2. So it's probably like 70,000. I think a developer could probably totally absorb that. But if you think it's a hindrance to development, then by all means, let's discount it so that it's not.
Yeah, that's the discussion you're all having. So that's.
But we're not the experts on what is going to hinder development
Right.
versus what's not.
So I already discounted it by
Okay.
doing that linear schedule.
Okay.
But you can discount it more. Because especially if you're trying to ensure that people will pay the fee, then you're going to want to discount it so that people pay it.
I mean, I'm
without
okay
thinking.
with them developing the affordable unit too for moderate income folks.
No, I understand. I'm just saying, because we have a number of
All right.
conflicting goals going
Yes.
on here.
Okay.
Getting
Yeah.
money for the trust fund. So it's,
Okay.
and I'm not impugning any of the
Yeah, yeah,
policy
yeah.
discussion at all.
And that was the discussion we had earlier about the in lieu fee, whether it's 70,000 or 170,000. It's not the developer paying it. It's either the property owner getting a lower price or the price of the home going up and raising the cost of housing in Redondo Beach. And I know that's a policy issue, but I wanted to.
No. And the
Put a
first
finer
sale,
point
you're
on it.
100% right. It's the landowner who takes the hit.
So just,
When it's first adopted, people just offer to buy the land for less.
Which, to your point, and you made it frequently, could result in stagnation. And
It could.
We
okay.
don't want that.
So
But again, I mean, look, this is, no, please go ahead.
Yeah, I want to include, so as Councilmember Lowenstein had in here, the 10 cities, including inclusionary housing for the past 10 years and the effect it has surrounding cities. I also actually want.
Gotta have similar real estate. That's the thing. It can't just be.
5
like-
coastal cities in the.
Yeah, as long as they're all the same types of apples, like Honeycrisp and Golden and Red Delicious, not like, oranges.
Right. I mean, that's gonna be the magic.
Okay, and I also want to add to, okay, so you guys, I don't want to get too far in the weeds. I just want to say that the coastal zone has had this 10% affordability for the Mills Act. I don't know the Mills Act, the other act.
Yeah, the other one.
Yeah, the other one. Forever. And we've developed a lot of projects in the coastal zone, in District 1 specifically. Has not increased or decreased the price of housing anywhere. I'll just say that. So I think if we can include that as part of the research, because that's a great case study for our own city.
Those
10%.
are just going to be project-based, but we can definitely, I'll make sure you have the information.
Yeah, we'll get on that.
It's not going to be city, I guess,
No,
the
it's
city's
fine.
impact.
We just want to get some information so we know what we're doing here. This is a big step here.
It's a good question.
Yeah. Recommendation number of units in lieu fee, moderate SB9. What else did this planning commission here have here? If there's any other options for affordable housing, maybe an update for the South Bay Housing Trust, where they are with that as well. And then you said setting affordability level, Councilmember Rabaji, to the moderate. Perfect. That's what I had. Perfect. And then amendments to.
And did you want the finishes to be the same as the market rate?
I would say no, because that goes right to the point of increasing the cost of the house.
So back to the
Tax credit
California
standards.
tax credit.
Yeah. Yeah. And then,
I agree with that.
let's see here. And I also would like the financial, we actually don't need to deal with the financial analysis, correct? Because that's not going to be, we talked about this earlier today regarding the financial analysis, but that's only if they're going to say it's due to hardship, and we're not going to be facing that in this ordinance. Okay.
You would, if they wanted to apply for it in those residential overlays, but
Yeah, it's not going to happen.
they have to provide that documentation to you as a city council.
Right. That's a whole nother, we're not going to get into the ball of wax. Okay.
Can I read back what I'm
Yes,
hearing? Okay.
absolutely.
So prepare an ordinance that applies a greater discounted in lieu for all projects of one net new unit or greater citywide. And then for the residential overlays, having moderate income with the existing parameters. Want an update on the South Bay Housing Trust and research 10 cities with similar situations to see impacts on growth, keeping the California tax credit comparison.
I would amend one thing of not prepare an ordinance. I don't want you to spend time, unless it's carbon copied.
I mean, that's kind of our next spot.
How many people,
Like
we do a straw poll, how many people want them to move forward with preparing an ordinance on that effect?
Yeah.
0?
I mean, we have an ordinance drafted.
Yeah.
Oh, you have an okay.
The ordinances are drafted with everything we talked about parameter-wise tonight. If you want to move forward with these, we can sit here and talk about these for the next meeting, or we can bring an ordinance that has these revisions in them.
This will be a public hearing, correct?
Correct.
Before you proceed, I have one person on the public that wants to speak.
Okay, let the people speak.
Holly Osborne.
I'm going to go use the restroom. She's awake.
Probably too exhausted to listen. But I've got two questions. The first is, on my walks, I passed it's going to be a 2 on a lot. Just like, there was one old house there now. I'm sure a developer paid too much for it and bought out a person who would have liked to have lived there and paid more, and now they're going to put 2 on a lot, which they were already zoned to do. Now, does that count as a new, or are you going to add fees to it to make the 2 new houses even more expensive? That's my first question. And the second question is, what are you doing to preserve the affordable housing we already have? And what I'm talking about is in North Redondo, there are a lot of older apartment buildings that were built before we even had any standards that are really dense. Now, we can't do anything about them now. We can't make them less dense. But what if a builder decided all of a sudden, hey, I could rip those down and they can't make them less dense, and I could build them back up with density bonuses to here to there? What you're doing is you're forcing out the people that live there. Okay? What are you going to do to preserve the affordable housing we already have? Nobody has said anything about that.
That's actually good. But first of all, I just want to say, I don't want you to come back with a public hearing. I'd rather have it as a discussion, as a rough draft. And the reason I say it is because it needs to be publicly noticed. That way it's a little bit easier for us to manage the scheduling on that. But it's a good question that Holly just asked, Dr. Osborne just asked regarding existing affordable housing.
Yeah,
There's nothing we can do about
this
that.
ordinance is not going to encourage somebody to tear down an apartment where they're collecting rent and
Dr. Osborne, your
rebuild.
microphone is on.
This ordinance is not going, because all this ordinance would do is now they have to make
It's
certain
the
units
underlying zoning, though.
required to be affordable. They're going to have a deed restriction, which they may not have a deed restriction now, but maybe they end up, having reasonable rents in those locations. So if they were to tear down and rebuild, then they had to build and have a certain percentage be. Now, mind you, are they, if it's not net new units, like we're not going to be the thing that's going to trigger them doing that. If they chose to do that and they chose to consider density bonus law, now they're going to have a very low income units that are going to be deed restricted that they didn't have to, because if they wanted to get more density. I don't see, and this was something we talked about when we were going through the housing element, is if you recall, we couldn't say, well, this is built at like maybe a lesser density than what the density that's allowed on that site. So we could count that additional density, because the chances are they're not going to tear down and rebuild unless they can almost double their number of units count. And this particular ordinance isn't going to make that happen.
And the first question, Dr. Osborne had?
First question was, if, say it's a R2, they have one on a lot and now they're building two on a lot. Yeah, that additional unit, but that's where we're talking about the even greater discounted and lieu fee. So it wouldn't be something super significant, but it would at least be contributing to affordable housing programs that we have.
I don't get why you want to come back, have another discussion about it, then a public hearing. We're talking about an in lieu fee and inclusionary housing required in the overlay zone, which probably will never come into existence because they'll always use a state density bonus. So we're just going to do this all over again, and then we're going to do it again one more time when we have the public hearing. Why not just have the public hearing, and either it will pass or it won't pass, or it'll pass the modifications?
Because notice public hearing is a significant more amount of work for
You
staff.
can continue a public hearing and, yeah.
Okay, well.
I just bring back the public hearing.
I mean, the public hearing is going to be worked at least once.
Once.
But then if you continued it, like, you know what, we want to make a revision to this language, let's continue the public hearing so that we can bring back that, that way you're only tweaking, the language of the ordinance itself.
Councilmember Kalijevic, are you fine with that? Always tweaking. There's no final say here. In fact, once you have your first reading, you have your second reading, and then the third reading.
Yeah, I think
lots of tweaking.
There's a lot to talk about, but not tonight.
All right, she's tapped out. Second one, Councilmember Barron. Straw poll on. Were you fine with doing a public hearing, and that way you get 1, 2, 3 bites of the apple? There's no final say yet on anything.
Yeah, so we've been talking about a motion and different things in it, and you're asking me, should we do a public hearing as the next? I mean, for me personally, I think it may be a little premature, and I think Councilmember Lowenstein, I don't speak for him. I don't know if that was his sentiments as well, so I'm a little reluctant to commit to that.
Yeah, and that's why I asked that. I don't think we would have the votes for it.
I think Councilmember Barron's always going to be a little reluctant to commit to it. He's had 7 hearings on the subject, so he's not going to be supporting it. Right? So let's either move forward with it, and we either get the votes or we don't. And somebody can make a substitute motion, by all means. But my motion is to move forward with an ordinance as stated.
And I've seconded that.
You can withdraw your second, or make a substitute, nonetheless. But again, how many conversations we want to have about this?
I mean, what are you feeling?
I have some questions and concerns about some of the items that they've suggested, but I'm willing to have the discussion at a hearing.
A hearing. Okay, so now I'll keep my second, and then we'll go down that path, because like I said, we have multiple times we can touch the subject.
Right.
Not going to be the last time. Okay, so then we'll keep that as a public hearing, notice public hearing, and I'll go down that path. Any other public comment? Okay. All in favor for the motion on the floor? Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
No.
Thank you, sir. All right. Motion passes 3-1, and 1 person not here. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Kathy.
See you again soon.
Kathy, thank you.
And so with respect to the additional information and studies, et cetera, that's not going to happen.
No, that is. It's going to come back as part of the public hearing, and we can discuss further and tweak, change.
So what is the motion?
It's not going to come back on SB9.
Not on SB9, but that's different.
No, it's the 10 cities.
The 10 cities.
Yeah, so what is the list?
We don't know. We'll have to figure it out.
Of cities, or what was the motion that was just
What
passed?
was, yeah, the motion?
Oh, I thought it was the city.
The motion
Sorry.
that was just passed.
My understanding of the motion was, and it, not necessarily going to change my vote, but that it was only on whether to proceed to the public hearing, but sounds like
With the
Parent
direction, on the
ordinance.
directions that we, right?
Prepare an ordinance for public hearing that applies a greater discounted in lieu for all projects of one net unit, new unit, or greater citywide, and a moderate income affordability just for the residential overlays with the existing parameters. Update of the South Bay Housing Trust, and research 10 cities with similar situations, see if their impacts on growth, and keeping the
Growth in sales price.
and sales price. Yeah, that's and keeping the California tax credit comparison. That was it.
Okay. That's what passed. Don't worry, it'll be back.
All right, motion to.
All right, no, we have city manager items.
Before we go there, Kathy, if you do find any more recent studies other than the ones we previously circulated, please, we'd love to see them. I would.
No, I understand. No, I know you would. My concern about the studies generally is they don't take into account California density bonus and how it's made development. I just think it's a different world. That's what I'm saying.
And if there's any studies, that was, you're making the
Nobody
point.
writes the study
All right,
saying
guys, let's move on.
Bonus law just
All
came out.
right.
Next time.
All right, city manager items.
Nothing tonight, given the lateness of the evening, but just a reminder for everybody, next year I'll be delivering the city manager's proposed budget to all of you. Just so you are aware.
Next week, is that what you
Not
said?
next year.
Next week. Sorry, did I say year?
Next year, yeah.
I would prefer next year. Is
24?
that possible?
2023?
Temporary suspension of the charter requirement. So next Tuesday, you will receive it. But what you will see in the packet over the weekend is simply a cover staff report. The actual budget will be delivered via link and circulated Tuesday afternoon, evening in advance of the meeting. So don't expect to see it in your packet come Friday night. You will see it Tuesday as the deliverable. So
Tuesday's discussion will be.
a receive and file. It'll be a receive and file of it. You won't really have substantive debate. It is a noticed and scheduled public hearing, so anything that is said can be entered in the record as we deliberate on the future adoption. We do that out of an abundance of caution, but it really is meant to be a receive and file evening, and I'll provide you a brief overview of the proposed budget. And then that won't be the only item of the night. There will be a few other significant discussion items, including our strategic planning matrix that you all contemplated a couple of weeks ago at our most recent session. So we'll have a fairly meaty Tuesday night next week, as if this night wasn't meaty enough.
Well,
I told Councilmember Barrett we might, depending on your pace tonight, it could have been 10, 10:30, but we clearly blew past that stop sign. Bet the over tonight.
Hey, we didn't have a closed session, so it's
credit.
credit.
Was short.
All right. Anything else?
Nope.
All right. Councilmember Kelly Jedovich.
Yes, I do have a couple things or a few things. I wanted to make a referral to look at the permit parking or possible permit parking for the surrounding areas, including Dominguez Park. To alleviate that.
Got to live in the neighborhood to go to Dominguez Park.
Well, I meant overnight.
Yes, that's very smart.
Sorry. And then I wanted to ask.
Any sense of timing on that? I mean, obviously, we don't want to do that here in the next couple of months, but
Summer,
summertime?
August.
Summertime?
That's right.
Okay, all right.
And then can I get a BRR for some improvements at Franklin Park, specifically wood trellises, concrete pillars, basketball hoops, backboards?
At Dominguez?
I'm sorry, Franklin. It's nearly midnight. Franklin
Okay.
Park.
So I do think we have a BRR coming on play equipment and vertical structures. You want to expand that BRR to include basketball?
Yes.
Hoops.
Currently, we only have one.
Yep.
One hoop, not court.
Right, they're opposing hoops, actually.
Oh, okay, so you
Yeah.
have court.
There's only one of two of them.
There's only one of two.
Oh, okay, got it.
So basketball hoops, and this is at
Concrete
Franklin.
pillars that are damaged there.
Yeah, I
And
think
the
that
wood
one's already
pillars.
in motion, concrete.
Yeah, I
That
think,
was for Perry Park, I think, a request.
Well, you've got Perry Park, the bollards on the entry. That's one BRR. She had already given us a BRR for vertical structures near the play equipment. That's how I took it.
near the gazebo and the like. So I'll make sure we cover concrete pillars
Right, and then basketball. Oops.
and basketball. Nothing else, just those two things, plus the play equipment.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And then one last BRR for the median around Lilienthal to Ralston, to remove the concrete there and put some native plants there. There's trees there already, but they're surrounded by concrete.
Lilienthal median, okay, specifically, is it the entire stretch, the concrete stretch?
It's
north
from
of,
like
north of the park, or are we?
So this is Lilienthal, yes, north of the park, all the way up to about Ralston.
To Ralston, all right, park to Ralston. Convert, okay, concrete to planting,
Yep.
okay?
Thank you, sir.
All right, Councilmember Obaji.
Just one BRR, small, I'm sure it's easy, similar thing, median between Gravelly, I don't know, it's Lawndale, but it's on Artesia Boulevard, between Gravelly and Kingsdale. There's a median there. It's the only part that's still concrete, and it's super thin, but it does seem thick enough. I've seen places with some greenery and mulch in them.
Can you give me the cross streets one more time? Artesia Boulevard.
Between Kingsdale and it's Gravillia, Grevillea Avenue.
Gravillia. And concrete median to planting.
Yeah, it's super thin, so hopefully it's fine enough to do that. But
okay.
It's not. So.
Sometimes thin makes it difficult to
that's what I figured.
Plant and maintain.
Yeah.
Right.
It's all right. Can't do it. Can't do it.
Yeah, we'll get you feasibility on it.
Thank you.
All right, Councilman, you done? Councilmember Barrett.
I have nothing tonight.
Oh, yeah.
Just once, wait 5 seconds.
Hard
and hold.
There you go.
Thank you, Vicki. Mayor Pro Tem, I have no items. Thank you for asking.
I was just gonna let it go, but so we had to say something. All right. So we didn't have closed session today. Next week, are we having the employee review on there so all of us can talk?
Yeah, we were going to do it. We wanted to get the strategic plan done first, so that's the reason we didn't have it tonight.
Oh, that's right. And that's coming back next week?
We'll do the strategic plan next week, and my thought was we would agendize at the next meeting, which is either going to be May 30th.
June, May 30th, okay.
Either May 30th, maybe, depending on your all's availability, because it would be good to maybe have a fourth budget conversation that's substantive, just to make sure we can get adopted on June 21st and not push that into June. But it needs to, I don't want to schedule that if you're not all available to participate on the 30th. So
what are the dates in June?
May 30th. There's 5 Tuesdays in May this year. So we're not going to have a meeting on the 23rd, but we could potentially have a meeting on the 30th to discuss budget. I was contemplating doing a community workshop.
30th of May.
Of May, yeah. But I was thinking it might be more constructive, particularly given that we've got 2 new council members as we go through this, to perhaps have a fourth substantive budget discussion and have that be on the 30th.
Okay. And any dates in June on the budget discussion?
Oh, yeah. First, second, and third Tuesdays are already scheduled and regular notice public hearings for us on this. So this would be the fourth, but in sequence, it would be the first substantive discussion.
Okay, so June 20th is going to happen. That's going to be one.
That's our goal. That's our third Tuesday is the goal for adoption. And I think if we have the first substantive discussion at the end of May, we'll have a chance to probably get there.
What this is going to do, just so you know, a lot of budget response reports end up coming later. So a couple of years ago, we got a lot in literally the last meeting, last few hours, and we ended up pushing it from the third meeting to the fourth meeting on Tuesday. So this would help us alleviate that.
And it puts a little pressure on us. We have adopted the budget on the fourth Tuesday of June in the past, but once you get there, it really becomes a do or die kind of night, and it gets a little hairy. So, but if you all tell me May 30th is occupied and you've got scheduled trips and you're not going to be available, then
May 30th is fine with me. If you're asking me that question.
Yeah, that's generally what I was open
All
the
right.
hearing.
Yeah.
All right, and then
June 20th isn't ideal,
Can-
but we got to do what we have to do.
free flowing it, cannabis update? Is that next?
Cannabis RFP selection process coming to you next Tuesday.
She got that. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, free flowing.
I guess our guy will come back on the 450 freeway.
All right. All right, so we are not adjourning in memory of anyone tonight?
Motion to adjourn.
Thank you.
Second.